4% versus 4.1 expected. So downside, finally, a little bit better than expected here again on the year over year. That is not the core. The core, however, higher, 5.3%. If you want to go to my screen there, Fabian, we can show that. 5.3% versus 5.2 on the core number. Again, overall, U.S. CPI year over year, 4% versus 4.1. Month over month, in line with expectations there, 0.1 versus 0.1 print. That was expected. The month over month core number as well, 0.4% versus 0.4. But that's the key, it looks like, 4% versus 4.1. But overall, core inflation to the upside, a little bit ahead of the Fed meeting coming up tomorrow afternoon. What will Fed Chair Powell do with this information now? We will see. We'll check out the Fed funds tool. Overall, the market liking this in a big way. 0.67 now to the upside. Here's the Qs. Overall, the NASDAQ trying to lead the rally here as we get going on a Tuesday morning. Should be an interesting one with this. Again, if you're just joining a little bit late, 4% versus 4.1 on May inflation. It is Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Next look for the overall market here as we gap to the upside on the Qs, 0.72 now. We're taking out the highs on decent volume. Again, a little bit better than expected on that May CPI print. Finally, we're seeing some movement in the right direction here. If you go to the core number, however, still a little bit higher, 5.3 versus 5.2 month over month numbers in both cases in line with expectations. Again, key there, in line with expectations when the overall number ticks to the downside ahead of a big day tomorrow now for Mr. Powell going to be in the spotlight.
Decisions. Haven't looked at the Fed rate tool yet to see what the new odds are for tomorrow's rate hike decision. But I want to see where it was sticky, Brendo. I'm willing to bet it was services as a result of wage pressures that continue to persist with a tight labor market.
Yeah, we'll dig into this a little bit here as we continue along this morning. But finally, guys, good morning. Hope your Tuesday is off to a good one here. It's off to a good one for the overall market.
Yeah, up almost 0.1, but I feel like Sharif with a Freudian slip there.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's rate hike decision.
Yeah.
Because it's it's supposed to be a foregone conclusion that it's going to be a rate hike. Now, obviously,
it is.
Fed rate decision, which I think this might give, as expected, could give them some cover to pause because you're getting a slow inflation at the rate that pretty much the market has been seeing. Worth noting here, I mean, Brendan showed you that's the Qs up there looking pretty strong, but look at a weekly on the Qs. You've actually broken out. It's like multiple weeks to the upside, really not a red candle in sight. And we're getting back to what was a double top, lower high, going all the way back in early 2022, just basically like just over 1 year ago. And you're about 10 points away from that, $10 away from that on the Qs here. So this is a pretty key point. If you get past that, you're kind of on that runway toward those highs on the Qs. So far, the market does seem to like it. However, this was as expected, and we went down, we went up, and we're not really breaking. We're not breaking that far up. Let me go to the NASDAQ. We usually talk about NASDAQ levels. We essentially went 15,000 to 15,100 and are now right back in the middle. So this could be one of those situations where, okay, that's nice, but let's see the Fed tomorrow. We got a lot on tap today. Obviously, AMD event 1:30. That's going to be Apple with a downgrade off their all-time high close. I guess that's what they do. You got runners like SoFi continuing. That's been up like a million days in a row. Tesla's actually breaking 250, 250 as we speak, but it had already gone through to the north side. It's coming back down through a big resistance at 250, 250. So lots to watch today. And congrats to Denver.
Yeah, we're already in Intel. Yeah, congrats to Denver. We tweeted that out last night. You were probably asleep, or did you?
Oh, I didn't stay up for the game. I just caught the highlights.
I watched it. I don't know, man. I mean, they're like the celebrations tonight. Hopefully, in the NHL, you'll get a little more celebrations than you did from those players. So, but shout out to Jokic and all those guys. It was a good run. Good run by the Heat. Mad respect to those guys. They won like 38 games or something in the regular season. So, big, amazing accomplishment to make it that far. That's for sure. So, shout out to the Heat. Gives hope that you can have one good player, two good players, and 5 bums or 8 bums and be able to make it that far. So
Great coach.
Congratulations. Great coach. Yeah, Eric Spoelstra. I mean, that's what it's all about. Jimmy Bucket's there with a big heart as well. So, but we're long Intel. So I think there's a couple names to look at here. Intel today for sure. We're already long. This was the #1 name yesterday. So we're going to be doing that again today. Let's just see. We just took a little small break through 34. We don't normally do well when we break those out, but we'll wait to see here. On the imbalance locator is nothing for now. Here's the daily chart for Intel. This is why we're excited about it. It's just breaking through right now this high. So that's going to be a fun one to trade. Nice wick on there. We'll have to get rid of that. All the way there. So $34. Yo, what's up? There it is. Now we are in the abyss of trading.
That is, that's an interesting
I like
look there.
that
I like
graphic.
that look.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Fabian. That was pretty cool. Okay, so anyways, a bunch of names to look at, and it doesn't look like much is happening here with that. The only number that came outside of expectations there, I guess, was the year over year when we got 4.1 versus 4. Everything else, 5.3, 5.3, core USA CPI. Brendan's already gone over all this, and the month over month, of course, 0.4 versus 0.4. So, you know, market goes up, market comes down, market kind of settles out where it's already been today. So the key to me is we're above 15,000 now. So here's the line in the sand. It's all the way down here. It's 15,000. I mean, it's not all the way down, but there it is right there. 15,000 on the NASDAQ. If we can hold that, then yeah, it's an up day, right? We just got to hold it. I think we're going to test it for sure. So we'll come back in. We'll have a look at that number and then see if we can pick up some nice longs as this market continues to go. But yeah, man, really excited. Again, congratulations to the Nuggets, and then we'll see tonight if it can be just as good of a game between the Las Vegas Golden Knights and the Florida Panthers. But that would kind of be sucky if Florida lost back-to-back nights.
Yeah, that's
Finals.
That's rough for the state. But you're in.
But I want the home team to win.
But you're in 2 finals.
I just want the home team to
That's
win.
the other side of it.
So yeah, let's celebrate tonight in Vegas, man. I mean those
That party's going to be absurd.
those bars are going to be
Absurd.
quite insane and quite expensive as well. All right, back over to there. It's 8:37. So thank you for all the congratulations yesterday as we hit 400,000 subscribers. So that was really cool, and thanks for the nice messages that some of you have sent to me on Twitter, and I've responded to some of the DMs and whatnot. I'll try to get to all of them later, but thank you so much for all this. Neil, I, myself, Brendan, Sharif, everyone, very, very proud of that accomplishment, but it wouldn't be possible without the viewers. So, okay, let's go back over to the big desk with the big guys.
All right, kind of muted overall here, I guess, for the market. The S&P now 0.2, 0.5% for the NASDAQ, kind of hanging out. I mean, yes, we're back to the upside, but nothing spectacular as far as movement is concerned. Just seeing Tesla up, 1.2 on the morning. Google here holding on to 0.75. The Qs, though, just dropping around, top end of the range. Kind of surprising. Not much of a move for this. Maybe 1 or 2% to the upside. 79.2% now on the pause. 20.8 left over as far as an increase is concerned. Here is, I mean, it looks like spaghetti almost, but here is what the market has done leading into each Fed decision, going back to basically last summer. May to June is in green, flat. March to May, February to March, December to February, November to December, all kind of flat to kind of choppy. The only one, February to March, we've seen this obviously move to the upside. So as far as the market is concerned, really no discernible movement there as far as what the Fed has done.
Well, because it was a mixed picture. You had the headline, which was 4%, the lowest it's been in 2 years since March 2021. That's great. All right. But the core comes in higher. 5.3% year over year. That's way far removed from the 2% that the Fed wants to get a hold, Brendo. So I think we still have some work to do, and now we're having more recession talk, and I'll tell you why. Let me just make this point real quick, because we're looking at less money being spent on goods here. So we're seeing the headline number come in less than expected because you're not spending as much on food and services, but where the money is not being spent are other areas of the economy where a lot of people rely on jobs.
And let's see how much he leans on that tomorrow. We'll listen to the press conference that comes up at 2:30 and see how much talk is directed towards that side of things instead of the fact that, hey, we're still moving in the right direction here. As we said, 0.1% to the downside, 4 versus 4.1. Overall here, a few names to keep in mind this morning. Intel with an interesting move here, reportedly in talks with SoftBank to be an anchor on the ARM IPO coming up at some point, maybe before the end of the year here. So Intel, guys, could be interesting today.
Well, it was already interesting yesterday. I mean, the whole chip sector is going to be interesting today because I think three of the biggest movers the last little bit. I mean, Intel had a huge day yesterday. Obviously, the AMD event. NVIDIA's at. Never mind. NVIDIA's above 400. It was at 400 like 2 seconds ago, but now it's breaking 400. So all of those are going to be in play. But in particular, what's interesting about Intel is the break on the daily, and it's above the 50. You close above the 200. Now, the last time it did this, it stalled out here. There was a bit of a gap fill. You go back to August, but that was about $33. The high on the daily is like 33. It's a wick high, so not really any closes above there. But that 34 that we're clearing out, there's lots of room to run to the upside. I wanted this at the open. 8:30, I tend to not want to get into anything on CPI day when you're chasing moves, but really, the market didn't break. We didn't break out in the overall market, so you're still inside the range, which really does set some things up here. So, one of the first things I was looking at was that level on the daily. As long as you're above it, which is 33.85, then I want to respect the fact that you're a trend break long to the upside. And wow, so NVIDIA, by the way, if NVIDIA gets to 405, 406 today, that's that 1 trillion mark again. And the last time we got there was a rejection, but I'm just looking at that one. It's looking pretty strong. But I do like the long on Intel. I probably should be wetting my beak in it. I was in Palantir, and I keystroked myself out of it. I was long in front of the 16. I'll probably try to get back into that one as well. But yeah, Intel is now trending upside in pretty much every way you want to look at it. It just made a big break yesterday, holding above those moving averages. I think you get out of its way. $40 is the next big level on the daily chart. If it rejects underneath that previous high, under 33.80 is where I would look for shorts. Otherwise, it has to be a short much higher.
Yeah, we're long. It's the number one name here on the sticky note. It's Intel. It's 34. We're already long 34. GameStop just popping up right now on, obviously he's a chair now. Cohen buys 443,000 shares of GameStop. So there it is. Huge move to the upside, 5% out of nowhere. Was just chilling. There's the news comes out. So now we get GameStop rally time. Look at this. Earnings? Yeah, what earnings? Comes all the way down. Whoops. Comes all the way down there. Boom, gets crushed on earnings, like pretty badly, down 15%, or even more than that, I guess, once it bounces off this 19. Actually bounces off 20 pretty good. And right now you are taking it out again right now on GameStop. So congratulations to anybody that's in this name and that believed it off of that earnings report. Huge move the last 5 days. Boom, 4 days. 1, 2, 3, today, 4. So GameStop's starting to go upside again. This has some good potential to get rolling the rest of the day here today. So there's my Intel position. Just long breaking through 34. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if it kept going up. You guys know that I have those problems. So we're long right now. And then, of course, this is the only position I'm bidding right now. I'm bidding some Intel, some Palantir, and some SoFi. So all the names that are on the sticky note today, go find it at Trader TV Sean. We're trying to get into all of them, baby. But right now, we already are in Intel with bids down here in the 80s. So we'll see if that can fill up. But there we go. We're long Intel. Let's see if we can get this a little higher. Only offering 10% at 15, and then we'll get a little bit higher after that. So we're long Intel here in the pre-market. Let's see if it can work.
SEC filing for Mr. Cohen that Sean was just mentioning here. So I guess if you add this plus this, it equals that amount, 10 million-ish worth of. I mean, this is just a 13D filing, so this needs to be filed at any time ownership exceed. I know it's super small. Anytime ownership exceeds 10%, they have to file this exact form. So there you go. Netflix wanted to mention here as well. Guggenheim with a positive note, again, jumping on the bandwagon as we've seen over the past week or so. From Bank of America was the first one that came out, increasing their price target. Now we get a nice note from Guggenheim again, pointing to the same old, the ad revenue side of things. We saw Paramount, we saw Warner Brothers last week pop up on the same. So here we go with Netflix again.
Yeah, and they're sticking their foot in the sports game. Yeah, they're going to go live stream A golf tournament with F1.
I'm down with that.
I know you were.
Hell
That's
yeah.
all down your alley right there. F1 and golf, Brendo.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's gonna be some sort of golf tournament between them, and it's gonna be like a docu-series slash live event. I think it's based off the docu-series.
Yeah.
Is it not?
I mean, they used to do that. Just the PGA. They used to do that. What was it called? The match. When the best part of that though was the two players would be mic'd during the event, and they would just start betting on just anything and everything randomly throughout that. But that would be great. I would totally watch that. Throw some F1 drivers in there along with. I mean, I guess Phil Mickelson would be allowed once again to partake in some of these things now that Live and PGA are
Back in their good books.
back
now.
together again. What do we think here, guys? Netflix?
Well, what isn't breaking out highs right now? So another stock that we'll be looking at today that is making a fresh high, that would be Netflix. The gap has already been filled in this. The first gap has already been filled. Check that. The second gap on Netflix is it went downside in 2020, 2022 multiple times, right? Like it was kind of like Meta had a couple of big flushes, but the second gap is to 500. The first gap's been filled. Maybe you get through that. I don't know if you can get to 440 today. Let's see, a day before Fed, that feels like a lot. That's the next, I guess, milestone. But it's on its way, it seems like, to that 500 level. The way I want to look at almost every single one of these is above the gap breakout. If you're holding above it, just kind of look for longs. And if you're not, I wouldn't necessarily fight this. The week top was 427. We're sitting at 30s right now, so that's a little bit of a distance away from that high. I wouldn't necessarily want to chase a 430 break, but a breakout at the 930, you take a 30 break, it doesn't work right away, you can always get out of it. I'd be looking back to that previous high from last week on Friday, and if we can get to there, that could be a nice base of operations. You've already run the $3. The trend is your friend in this particular case, and it's going to be a running theme for me. If you're above the breakout prices on the trend, just look to join the trend to the upside and try not to fight it. You get to some ridiculous levels like $450, and that may be a different story. Yeah, but above 427, I'd be looking for longs in this name. And just because I don't think there's another time that we'll talk about this other streamer, but Disney, and shout out to Momo for mentioning this in the afternoon show, broke that 93 yesterday. Sort of a similar story. Consolidation, break, gap up. A lot of charts going to look exactly like this. So gap up here on Disney, holds above 93. I think it can be continuously bullish. Obviously not as nice of a chart here, and the 50 period sits a couple of dollars away. So $96, that's a 50 period on the daily. Room to at least that on Disney.
All right, bang for Intel right now, the number one name on this stick. We're long at 03. We just took some out at 15. It's already at 20, so we'll start it off with some nice moves and barbecue up some profits here today. And I was just going to go right over to Disney. We've been talking, I mentioned this weeks ago, obviously, that Disney down here at this $90 level just looks too good to pass up. So now you're already up to $94. It's been pretty good move right around here, sort of starting to whoosh itself back to the upside right now, trying to take out the 50 period at $94.50 right now. So yeah, I like Disney. I've been buying it down here, and hopefully continues to go back up to the upside, building a good position in Disney. I feel like this is a very strong name that can continue to march higher and higher. So, we saw CCL, we saw a lot of these other travel names get going. Obviously, Disney's been going as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you got about 6 of the last 8 days with a little bit in there of redness, but it's been a good move there for Disney, obviously. Okay, come on, Intel. Now you're up to 23s right now, so we're getting this party started early, man. We talked about that 34 break, taking it. We're in that one, so let's go see if we can get upside now. But yeah, we're really excited. Today we got Prad back on the Midday show. We've got Sharif Max going to do that. It's going to be a really, exciting day with CPI coming through as well. Obviously, the market now continues to climb higher now. We talked about this yesterday, breaking through 15,000, right? That was the next marker. It's there right now. We're well above it. And here we go, man. Climbing to the high side now goes the NASDAQ. So, yeah, good start to the day already. We're long Intel. It's the number one name here. I think that's what we have to continue to look at. And then GameStop obviously just got put on the map as well by Ryan Cohen, picking up 400,000 shares. Like, wow, 450,000? That's not shares. That must be dollars.
It's $10 million.
Oh, it's $10 million. So it is.
So
that
it is.
much.
It
Wow.
is 450,000 shares.
Wow. So nice.
That's a lot.
I guess putting his compensation into the name. So I guess that's pretty good. So let's wait to see here what happens with GameStop. It looks like it wants to get higher and higher here. We're already above 25, so this could be a very, very good runner here today. It's GME.
Yeah, nice look overall. 10 million notional on that, so big purchase. Here is oil. Meanwhile, we had a big move down yesterday. Doesn't look like much, but oil's actually up 2% right now in the pre-market here. These are the futures, obviously, kind of grinding along this 65, 67 area on the support end. 70 has been, the pivot. You got to go all the way back to September, even the beginning of 2022 to get into that chop again. So we've come a long way. Piper with a note this morning, basically cutting price targets, downgrading the entire group, saying that there's more downside to come here.
Yeah, whether it's the slow China reopening or the reopening that, never really fully materialized into what was expected, or whether it's the OPEC plus cuts, it really hasn't swayed oil upward. There's been reasons for that. Russian production continues to be strong in the face of sanctions. They continue to sell to India. So there's more there's more supply than there is demand equilibrium at the moment, and I think Piper Sandler looking at the group and saying, not so for 2023.
Yeah, a bit of a chop fest overall for oil. Here's the individual names that they kind of pointed at. And like you were saying, OPEC even raising some concerns as far as supply and demand are concerned going forward into the remainder of the year. But DVN on here, EOG, FANG, MUR, and MRO all with price target cuts from Piper Sandler this morning, guys. Not positive on the energy space right now.
No, that's been obviously it's been a bit of a lagger, but Devon at least. When you talk, it's interesting. Like you talk about downgrades, and then you look at a chart that's like, oh my goodness, if it could just break 51, like look at that breakout potential here for Devon Energy. Obviously, if you don't break a level, there's no breakout to be had. But this is right on the 50. I mean, how many breakouts are you looking at in the last week? It's insane. Like how many stocks have been consolidating, looking for runs. This kind of sits on the other end of it. Your 50 period, 50, 80, and 51 sitting up there as resistance. Because of the overall look of the group and the downgrade, at least it's something worth respecting if it gets up to 51 for a bit of a fade. The problem with trading energy is you need to have a focus on oil futures at the time. So, for an equity trader, if you're trading, let's say, big cap tech or just anything that's going to follow, say, the S&P and the NASDAQ a little bit more directly, you have your futures up there and you can use that proxy. When you trade oil, you have to then jump over and make sure you're tracking oil. So for me, I don't necessarily want to do that on a day like today where there's maybe a little bit more than normal that's out there moving. Probably to stay away, but that 51, good resistance on Devon. It is a downgrade. We are at resistance. I think if it fails a 51 break, you could look for a short. But, I mean, in this market, reasonably, anything that was a breakout has been worth taking to the upside. And maybe oil's a little bit different or the energy group's a little bit different, but these breakouts have been pretty much insane. That's a good level there on Devon. That's the one that would stand out to me.
All right, I just say, we don't really trade, I don't know, I mean, I guess sometimes we'll trade Oxy or XOM, but not much on the show. So we'll just go over to an investing. I mean, I just think that we've talked about this again. If you get XLE, then you get Chevron, you get XOM, you get all the names kind of combined into one. Considering what oil's been doing lately, I feel like this is a very, very safe place to be in. Get into the equity names that have the big buybacks instead of investing in oil itself. I mean, this is what oil is doing right now. This is crude. It's down to $68. We're right at the bottom of this level again. So, if you can start to pick something up down here, I think that would be well worth it. And look what's happening off of where actually XLE is not necessarily near the bottom. So, you do have a move down here. This is performing better than the actual oil, barrels of oil itself. So I like XLE down here, $76, $77. I think you can even buy it right here at the 50 period and continue to watch it climb. Oil's not a dead space by any stretch of the imagination. So I would say you can still stay long on this and pick up some XLE when you get a chance, grab the dividend, or you just pick up the names as well. XOM, Chevron. I don't know. You have Oxy because you have Berkshire underneath it, but I like everything else. So you know, XLE is a good one. There are some junior miners and whatnot. Next time Raheem's on, you can hear some energy names probably here in Canada and some miners. But PXD, another one. Valero in the refining space. Valero is a name that I've owned for a while. I'm out of it now, but I've owned Valero before as well into the refining space as the price of oil fluctuates. These guys just refining it. So nice move to the downside right now for Valero. Another one with a big dividend as well. So you can maybe pick up some Valero down here off of a $100 bottom. This one looks pretty good as well. So Valero back into these bottom spaces. But again, you buy XLE, you should be okay in all of this. So that's where I am with oil, more of an investment rather than a day trade.
First segment is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90%, up to 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV. Bottom of the screen there, get you 10% off. Shout out to our friends over at Surge Trader. A few interesting names on the upgrades and downgrades board so far today. We mentioned a few of them already. There's DVN, Goldman Sachs going the other way. Adobe on here, Roblox, Oracle, Apple with a rare negative note from UBS. We'll get into that a little more. PayPal downside as well, and Nike back downside today.
Oh, good. One of those names we haven't talked about in a while. We've like every single name on that board has probably been mentioned in the last week or two, or traded with, I think, the exception of Roblox. I could be wrong about that. Maybe there was some.
Yeah, we haven't traded Roblox.
Yeah, it's just been a while on Roblox. But how many stocks are doing it? Not this one. It's not breaking the highs. However, it's back at that $40 level, which feels like, if it feels like we were just here, it's because you've been going back and forth at that 40. It's kind of like a natural little pivot zone, which can be a good thing. If the market rallies today, your 50 period sits at 40 bucks. I know it is diddling in the middle to a certain extent if you look at the daily chart, but if you pop the 15-minute chart up, you did have a Friday high just above 40 even. You have room to 41, 42. Oh man, how many setups are going to look exactly like this for a break of a local high and then looking for a runner there? The only catalyst is an upgrade. Is that enough to maybe come over and look at this? So yeah, it looks good, but I mean, this is like a pick your poison kind of breakout style day in the markets. So I would say if that's something has a catalyst to it or has a stronger trend, maybe that's a little bit easier to jump to. But it stood out to me, and that $40 level is pretty good. I think this one gets pretty darn exciting if it breaks 43, however. Remembering how much it rejected that $50 level if you pull back. The break of 43, maybe a little bit more explosive, a close above the 50 period. But you can do a heck of a lot worse in consolidating off the 200 period moving average and trying now to break the 50. It closed above this 50, and suddenly it's in 100% breakout, well, I shouldn't say 100% breakout territory, but certainly in breakout territory if it closes above that 50 period. And that could happen today.
We're still in Intel. Intel now, well, Intel's still at the same level, 34.20. I think the biggest, you know, the funniest one on there would be Apple. Anybody downgrading Apple is just looking to pick up shares lower. So I mean that's fine, but look at that. Look at this Apple daily chart. I mean, it's just you're not going to get anything. Oh, there's going to be lots of stocks that look like this, especially now. But this is so clean from March. It's like, it's not even, you know, AMD had like a big quadunk on earnings, and Amazon same way, and all these, they just kept on, you know, building themselves back up. But look at Apple. Like Apple's just like, okay, we'll just go down with the market and we'll just come back, and as long as the market keeps going up, this is what Apple's going to do. So if you're going to be downgrading Apple, then you better be downgrading the market as well. And this name is really off to the races right now, closing above its all-time high, starting to just continue to just take names from people and, you know, mark down anybody who's going short and taking their money. So, you know, 185 looks like it wants to break at some point. That's a pretty high move. Obviously, they get downgraded. They're red today. You know, it could be a red day for Apple, but I think we should be able to pick some up, especially if the market continues to rally here. They'll shrug off that downgrade. Yesterday, you had some good, you know, good support, maybe around 182. I always feel like you can play off key levels like that. I see what Mark has, fruit salad. I'm going to throw it back to you guys.
All pineapple.
It's fruit salad time. I'm out of here. Go get it, boys.
Worth noting, they raised their price target. They raised, Apple, like UBS raised their price target to 190, which just basically shows you that, you know, quite frankly, they hadn't been paying too much attention. They had it at 180 when it was a buy rating, and then they drop it to neutral and are raising the target higher. That just shows there was no reflection of price previously. Like, you let it get to the highs and they didn't make any adjustments. This is the problem. This is the thing with ratings and following analysts, is you have to kind of look at what they've been doing throughout the entire course of their adjustments too, because they could just be late on their metrics of price and make a decision based on, you know, something like earnings or whatnot, or a projection of sales, which is what it looks like here in demand, and then that's the reason for the downgrade. But meanwhile, their more technical side hasn't even been really doing much of anything with the stock, and suddenly that's how you can have a downgrade and a price raise to 190. They can always be a bit of a mix. I don't think they're the greatest catalyst out there, but sometimes they can be pretty important. I think Apple's gonna be good. By the way, I did get back into that Palantir. I keystroked out of it for a 1 cent win. Meant to be in this one in front of 16. I did make a keystroke to get out of it. I didn't want to chase it because right after I got out, it obviously spiked up. So I just jumped right back in on the slight trend to the upside. It's above 16 bucks here on Palantir. And much like everything else that's above a breakout zone, 16 was resistance. It breaks out above 16. I just want to be long, giving these breakouts a chance above these levels. The market looking pretty strong here. And why not? This has room to $17. If you remember what happened at 17, it was Huadunk City on Palantir.
Yeah, I was actually reading this morning that Apple now 7.5% of the S&P 500. So downgrading Apple, you're kind of downgrading a big chunk of the overall market. Speaking of which, we are taking out the highs currently right across the board. So nice look. I mean, we were talking a little bit with Frank about this last week. It seemed like, you know, more and more of these CPI prints are kind of just shrugged off.
Yeah.
And as you were, back to the upside, so much strength in tech. Let's get into what is happening elsewhere as far as the market is concerned. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
Yeah, let's talk about the rocket ship, which is the ES here. We took out 4,400 this morning on the CPI print, so that level's come and gone. So let's talk about the levels that we have to concern ourselves with first and foremost. We have the 43.88 level. That's yesterday's close. We touched there this morning. We touched there again not too long ago. It's showing up as a good support level. Below that, though, there's a bit of a buy zone here between 43.67 and 43.50. I doubt we'll make it down there, though, but this is a bit of a buy zone. Now, should we stay up above 4,400, definitely looking long. I'd rather it retrace, hold the 100-point level here at 4,400 and get a dip in and around there. That's what I'll be looking for, Brendo.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Use the QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live and enter your email address. You get that in your inbox then. Every single day has everything you need to know in the pre-market. We'll kick things off with AMD this morning ahead of this AI event coming up later this afternoon. We had CRM yesterday with theirs. Ended up being a sell the news kind of thing. Do we see the same here with AMD?
Let's go, Lisa. Bring on that AI super chip. I've been pounding this desk like I'm doing right now for the last couple of weeks, saying that AMD has to respond. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it today. Sean, though, and I talking off camera this morning. He's like, you know what? This sounds like a repackaging of something that they already had. So we're gonna see. The proof is in the pudding, Brendo.
All right. What do we think here, guys? I mean, these things have been so strong. More catalysts possibly coming today. 130 for AMD.
It's not really what Sean was saying.
Yes, Sharif.
No, it is an upgraded and new chip, which will have better performance, which is going to be potentially, we'll see how well it's received, but potentially competing with NVIDIA. It was just that the packaging is using the word AI with it. But also, note there, you want to be careful how hard you pound the desk there, Sharif, because I feel like we don't want to break that desk up there. Maybe you're one of the people that could actually do that. We've had a few events here. On Apple's event, obviously it's riding on highs. It was a sell the news. CRM yesterday, they didn't even wait for anything to come out. It just, at 1 o'clock hit and it just went to the downside. I think the last presentation was a small event, like Intel was at a conference and they gave some numbers. Maybe that's a bit different. That did go up on that because there was a bit of a surprise when they dropped some guidance in there. So that's my guess would be you could have a bit of I'm just showing you that CRM, what happened yesterday. So I guess you could have something along those lines with AMD if we're following that trend where it's running so strongly and then 130 happens, you find a local high there and then it's a bit of a sell the news type event. That said, you still have plenty of room to run to the upside. CRM was having a pretty decent day, pulling back with the market a little bit, going into the number. This is going to be a broken record here, but you are breaking out in the daily. 52-week high was 130.79 previously. Obviously, it no longer. Well, I shouldn't say that because we haven't closed above it yet. So let's just see. I mean, 130.79 was it, so you're above 131 right now. That means the breakout is on and can resist even the pre-market low here on a dip, and you would still be on a breakout on AMD. We're a little bit too far away from that level right now, so I don't know if I want to chase the move, but above 131, join trend. Don't really look short unless it's a ridiculous number, or underneath that 131 level. Even maybe yesterday's high I would put in there, although I am missing a little bit of data, it seems, from my AMD chart for yesterday. Interesting.
All right, we'll just spin the money again because there goes Intel now 23 cents in the money. We take some out there at 26, and now we're going to just continue to watch this go higher and higher and higher. So I'm actually going to stay away from AMD today. There's so much else to trade. I mean, if AMD starts really moving around, fine, but I don't need to trade something that's not going to be technically based. Like, it's just going to move the way with momentum. So for me, we'll watch it. If it's ripping around, obviously we got to trade it, right? But for me, I'd rather look at Intel, something that's just breaking up higher and higher right now. Been a great couple days. It was the #1 stock yesterday, P&L wise. So I'm just going to keep on it. We had some great dip by long, and then just to answer some of the questions, like, yeah, I'm just trying to buy some more, man. I'm trying to buy some more. 33.80 if we dip down in here. But look at the futures. They continue to go to the upside. So this whole market has been led by the semis. So as long as that just keeps on going to the upside here, Intel will continue to work. They have that SoftBank and ARM. It looks like they're going to try to get involved in that IPO. So I really, really think that we can get some Intel. Yesterday we were down on AMD. So Intel was the worst stock of the day. Intel was the best stock of the day. AMD was the worst stock of the day for me. So, and that's just par for the course sometimes, but we're going to wait to see what happens here with Intel. We just take a piece out, and AMD, just amazing run. This is one of the names that, you know, Pratt and myself, we talked about buying Microsoft, Apple, AMD, all at these bottoms. These are just great trades, right? I mean, I haven't even sold any of the AMD shares that we have. I'm probably long $40s, $50 on this name. I mean, a lot of us have this name so low because of where it's come from, right? And it's just an amazing move. Now taking out more highs. It's just, I don't know, man. Adobe was really the only name that I mean, now let's see where Adobe is, man. I'm long this name at like 370 something, 350. I'm going to double check it. But I remember when NVIDIA came out, when talking about the same kind of a day for NVIDIA a month ago, and we were talking about how AI was going to affect some of these names. And there was an example of how Adobe just was so easily to create graphics and all that kind of stuff with the AI. And then look at this name. Like, this is a name that I bought. This name in Uber, like, these two names over the last month have been absolutely insane. So I'm not getting out of any Adobe either. So these are just some huge names that have been sparked by AI. And I just say, if you're along for the run, man, just continue to enjoy it. And congratulations. I mean, here's C3AI, $38. So everything just continues to march higher. This is trading, man. This is the world that we live in. It's the best one. So, you know, just continue to enjoy the ride while it keeps going upside. Is there eventually going to be some sort of a bubble here? Of course there is. The same thing happened with the internet. It came back in, then just boom to the upside. AI is going to change the game. It already has. Everyone's using it. It's going to be implemented more. We just got to figure out how a lot of these companies are going to make money. So for right now, you have the picks and shovels, you know, the chips that are going to sit there and control the market right now. So AMD upside, Intel upside. Let's just enjoy the show and enjoy the run, man. It's Intel for me today. It's SoFi, it's Palantir, and it's CCL. We're on the big movers. We're going to have to watch them closely. Oh, and by the way, it's also fruit salad time. So as we wait to switch it back over, we've got, Mark had a lot of pineapple in there. I just went with the melons. We got some pineapple at the bottom there. We have honeydew and cantaloupe. So thanks, Mark, for motivating that. We got up, we got some, and we'll enjoy that throughout the show. Fruit salad, get yours while it's still delicious.
All right, let's go on to Apple. Just saw this pop up in front of me here. As of today, so everything they announced last week, the new 15-inch MacBook Air, outside of the headset, obviously. New 15-inch MacBook Air, Mac Studio, Mac Pro, all available as of today. Sharif, however, is not going to be in line for a new 15-inch MacBook.
Do you know how much that Mac Pro costs? Starts at $7K. It's wild.
No, but it also quickly gets to 12
Yeah.
if you just click a couple of buttons.
Yeah, it's look. UBS downgrading the stock. They're saying Apple's going to find sluggishness in developed markets like North America, Europe, etc. But I say the other side of that is they're really investing in India right now, and the iPhone has really not taken off in India the way Android has. So potential for them in developing markets.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, when I read that this morning, I immediately went back to the last launch last year of the 14, the iPhone 14. And everyone said there isn't enough difference between the 13 and 14 to warrant that upgrade. Whereas maybe a lot of people are waiting for 15. 15 might be a lucky number, guys, for Apple.
It doesn't matter.
Every number, lucky number.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I think at that point you're doing it for fun. Maybe you say 16 because you like Joe Montana or something like that. I don't really even know. But I know 185 was that remember like there's all-time highs because based on closed prices or prices that you've traded at in the open market, 185 was the high. It did put it in there during the open market. We obviously just never closed anywhere near it at that time. So I've drawn a line in the chart. I'm interested to see if these actually stick around when I draw them in the morning. So hopefully it will. But that's the level I'm looking at. If there's a fade to be had on a big pump in the market, I would tend to think 185 on Apple. There would be some profit taking up there. We still have Fed tomorrow, right? And sometimes when that's the case, you can have not necessarily, it doesn't have to be an inside day. We're past that, we're up 1%, but you can still maybe get to some tops and run out of steam. And I could see that happening, 185 for Apple. At this point, dipping back into the 181 level where you have your support, you're sitting in the middle, so I guess it could happen. But that's where I'm looking on Apple. I'm just looking to fade the top. If it was a 181 buy the dip situation, we cross that bridge if we get there. But if we get to that 185 line, I like the short for Apple. And this would be a situation of just wanting to be there at 90s, in the mid 90s in front of that if we see it.
All right, look, we've talked about this. I mean, here's Apple on the monthly chart. I mean, it just keeps on making moves, man. I mean, this is the monthly chart for Apple. You could see like, okay, nice little dip down. We got some bids there at 130. Obviously, that's not that long ago, 6 months ago, but now you're starting to break higher and higher and higher. I don't want to play games with this stock. I mean, we just want to get long. As long as the market's above 15,000, I think this is a continuation long. I don't think it matters anything about any of the reports or any of the upgrades or downgrades or anything. Good downgrade. Like, it didn't work too much for you there because you got down to 182 and now you're right back up to 183.50 again. Probably going to go green very soon right off the open. That's 184 right there. Most likely takes it. Are there better names to look at because of AI and all these run-ups? Yeah, probably early. You could probably get a few better names. But I like it. I like this bid down there at 182. Let's just watch Apple. I mean, it's been a little bit of a tricky trade over the last couple of days. If you could just see here, we have, all these wicks are just, this is going to be too hard to watch. But, off 930, big move up, followed by move down, right back to the high, right back down, right back up, right back down, right back up, right back. So, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. It's been very, very, kind of range bound once it gets stuck. So you just got to, big move in the downside there. So you just saw, unfortunately, these charts aren't going to be the greatest for that, but a lot of up and downs there for Apple. So just try to catch it on some of these high sides. Like if we get to 184, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to sell that level and then just wait to go long once it breaks it. So I still feel like there are some short opportunities, but it might be few and far between here for Apple today, especially if this market just keeps on going like this. So I don't know. I'd say, risk if you're short. Longs, try to pick them up maybe around 182, and then maybe try to fade this 184 move. But, Apple today won't be focused for me as a very strong position.
All right, let's go to another one that's been so impressively strong. I was just double checking, 105% bottom to top for SoFi. Since it broke out of that last consolidation, up 65%. Here's another 4.25 this morning in the pre-market here. This was yesterday, if you missed it. Truist saying they're going to be dominant, or that's actually Palantir, not SoFi. We'll get to that in a second. But Truist with a nice note on SoFi regardless. I'm actually surprised where I was going with this is I'm actually surprised that they haven't mentioned anything about AI yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I guess they're benefiting so much from the cancellation of the student loan suspension program, whatever you want to call it, forgiveness program. So yeah, in case you're wondering why SoFi has been running so much lately, it's because the debt ceiling negotiations included a halting to the loan forgiveness program, the student loan forgiveness program instituted by the Biden administration. SoFi extends low interest loans for students or graduates looking to refi their student loan, and they've been killing it since that announcement.
There was a couple of downgrades this morning, guys, on regional banks specifically, so a little bit of negativity there. But this note from Truist yesterday also saying that they stand to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of large bank deposit losses. So there's still some upside to go here as well. 8 of 15 analysts that are covering the stock have a buy on it, 7 with a hold. Median price target $8 right now. So we're obviously well above that at this point. What a week, what a daily chart for SoFi.
Tells you, that's pretty telling. Like, median price target of those analysts is 8. So it gives you a sense of how often these things can get updated, because you broke the 50 in the two. Like, you had earnings, you had the reaction to earnings to the downside. You made a double bottom. You then broke out on multiple, both the 50 and the 200 period. You then broke out on the daily when it got above $7, and now you're above 8, and still you haven't adjusted. I don't know. Like, if post earnings in a move like that, you're not making an adjustment to your price targets, then maybe you just look really that far out. And yeah, you only do it once a year, that kind of a thing. But it's not as many up days as Tesla, but it's pretty darn close. I was only asking that question in the afternoon show to show how impressive this has been. You're well above the $9 level. I thought that'd be where we'd be anchored to today, but you're obviously going to gap way above that. So you had an 875 bottom with a 925 top. So I thought we'd be kind of anchoring off that 9 even. This is not breaking highs like a lot of other names are, so I think you could be seeing a bit of a dip today. I mean, look, how many stocks did not just break the pre-market high that were high flyers when the market just went? So most of the things I'm looking at least took out the high, or at least tested it. You did not break the high on SoFi, so maybe you do come back in here, and I look at that 875 to 9 zone as a bit of a dip buy on SoFi. That's about it. I mean, if it gets to $10, great. If you pull back far enough on the daily chart, you'll be able to find what was a big level above 10, like 10 to 10.50. But if we're getting to $10, I'm expecting the even to be a bit of a barrier. So I think this one could give you a dip buy. I am looking 875 to 9, however, so I don't think at 930 it's going to be front of the radar here on SoFi. And you could always just want to join the trend as well. That's another play.
This is pretty cute, this heart button. You can hit this, you can go 100, you can go heart, you can go whatever you want here. Come to the screen here on this chat. Want to give a big shout out to what's up to Adam, what's up to Steve, what's up to Ponzi Fonzie, Bears vs. Bulls. What's up, Dan Evans? Good morning, my guy. What's up to Baelish, too, Dan Evans. Okay, so you guys talking about Airbnb. First of all, I've got SoFi all up on the sticky notes. You guys can go check that out. We're obviously buying it. Yesterday, SoFi was a huge name for me as well. This is just, we don't show our trades anymore from yesterday on the chart anymore. I don't know why that's changed, but we buying some dips yesterday, had some nice ones. That's 880 long. We had more than this. This is just the only thing that I tweeted out yesterday as well. So, but look at this name, man. I don't know. I take a day off to go to the Jays game and golfing, and I forget all about Airbnb. Like, we bought Uber, Adobe, Airbnb. Like, these names, like, this is 107 is where we're long. We bought it a little bit early. We thought this was actually, I was actually a little nervous about it, because once it broke 105, I was like, uh-oh, maybe we are going back down. But that's really bounced off nicely. So congratulations to anybody I'm not getting out of any of these, but congratulations to anybody that's long Airbnb. It looks like it's trying to break through 130 as well right now, back up to the upside, as CCL is another name that's on the watch on my watch list today as well for that. But Airbnb continues to be absolutely monstrous. SoFi is just going to go without us, it looks like, here today. Great dip buy opportunities earlier. You had to be there 8:30 to want to take that. That's obviously a risk in front of CPI. But yeah, nice little dip down opportunities. These are the buys that we had yesterday. I think we bought it off. Oh no, it was Intel we bought off VWAP late, but I'm pretty sure we bought some more SoFi here as well. Nice move up to 930, 920. I am bidding SoFi down here at 920 yesterday's close. So if we do fill the gap, let's get a gap and go back up to the upside right now. So that's what I'm looking for with SoFi. 920 bid, probably get out if it breaks 9 or somewhere around there. We'll see what the VWAP and all that kind of looks like at that point. But for right now, we're going to go long SoFi. It still needs to dip down to 920. That's going to be a decent move. 30 cents on $9. So if it pulls back a couple percentage points, we'll sit there and take it. The market's the only worry for me in all this, but we continue to be higher. SoFi not necessarily following the market, but it's nice to have the momentum here on the daily. But I could see some profit taking coming through, so I don't necessarily want to be married to this name at all. But, you know, trade where the strength is and where the volume is, and right now, that's in SoFi. So I feel like 4 million shares already. Definitely worth doing something on that. Imbalance locator, all buys again. So yesterday we saw, well, there's ChargePoint, who cares? AT&T, I don't know, silver name down there, and then that's it. So nothing else sells at all. So NEO's a buy above $8 clean now with a big buyer right there. Palantir, obviously that just keeps on going to the upside. We took the 16 break yesterday and didn't work out well. Feel like we could dip buy into that. Well, we still have some more things to talk about with Palantir.
That's Butterfly.
Butterfly?
Is that BFLY? That's Butterfly.
Is it? I don't know. Maybe it's not Bullfrog. Could be. There's Oracle
Bullfrog,
with a big. No, it's not Bullfrog. But Oracle with a big day today on earnings. So that's coming up next. So let's throw it back to the boys. And we can talk about some Oracle.
Oracle with a nice move here so far. Another one with a huge looking daily chart to the upside. I mean, you were kind of surprised at the fact that how much they're making off of the cloud, and B, that cloud is still doing very well for a company like Oracle.
Yeah, and we heard at the beginning of this year there's going to be cost cutting at the corporate level. Cloud is where they're going to make a majority of their cost cuts. You saw that reflected in AWS. They were down year over year in revenue. They also missed Microsoft's Azure beat estimates, but they were also down year over year in revenue. Then you look at Oracle, and they're up 54% year over year with respect to cloud revenue at $4.4 billion. They brought in, Brendo, on the quarter total $13.84 billion. A big company.
Yeah, huge. I want to point out a couple things as far as the chart is concerned. Yes, most of the volume got done yesterday after the close, after the report came out. But remember, this thing gapped up huge, ran into this earnings, guys. Here's another 6% for all those that were buying yesterday.
So the great performance by Oracle. The cloud infrastructure had tremendous growth. It's just, how do you look at the daily on this and how explosive it just went the last couple of sessions? It's hard to like this top. Like, is there really not going to be any profit taking on this today? It'd be hard to believe if there wasn't some psychologically 125. I mean, you're at 124. 2 days ago, we were at 110 to close out the week. That 125. I just want to take probably a shot at this. If we do break the high at the open, that'll be a clean 124 break. If that doesn't see through 125, it just feels like one of those 9:30, like the first 5 minute kind of fades off of a level like that, just given how far this one is run. I wouldn't necessarily want to get stubborn about it if it wants to continue to go, but man, it's been a great play. It's been a great play. They've done a fantastic job turning around the business. They are a cloud winner. They're not nearly as big as obviously Microsoft and the Googles and the Amazons of the world, but that doesn't mean they haven't carved a niche and been very profitable with it. Their margins are great as well. So, this is a name that's definitely coming back into the fold, and kudos to them. And their chairman, Mr. Ellison, who used to be like Deal Larry. Not so much anymore, but good win for them. I just feel like that 125, get a shot, probably want to fade it.
Market's coming back in. Your chance to get some more intel right now if you want it. That's why we take some out there. All right, shout out to Russell Jackson here. Shout out to my guy, man. 31 months. Congratulations for that one. So let's just go. You are another one. A real member right there, Russell Jackson. Thank you so much for that, man. I mean, and here's a new member as well. Welcome. Oh, no, we've seen you before, Will Evans. So welcome, Will Evans, to Trader TV Live as well. So It is 4:20 time. Nah, not yet, Troy Cooper. It's the market's about to open up here in about 6 minutes. So we're going to get ready to get locked and loaded. Here comes Intel. I mean, Oracle, it just continues to be a monster, man. I mean, I don't have much to say about it. Still up 6%. If you want to play anything that dips down today, possibly Oracle down here into the 120 mark. Probably does hit that. The market is pulling back right now, so I feel like you could get some 120 love there for Oracle, but this daily is just boom. I mean, people thought that there was going to be a beat yesterday, and they were 100% right. Here comes Intel right back down again. Remember, let's not get too carried away. It is the #1 name on the sticky note, but at the same time, Intel still, it was a dog for so long, just starting to wake up now over the last couple days. So let's wait to see if this can, it's been about a week and a half there. It was just $27 all the way to $34. So yes, I could also see some profit taking here on Intel, but maybe time to take a few more shares down here on the downside. There it is. We just punched 7s. Look what happens. Like we just saw me punch 7s. There it is. Goes right up to 12s on that move. But we'll just wait to see where it goes. We just bought a little bit more shares, giving us still average price still around the same. We just bought back what we got rid of there. So let's go upside for Intel right now as we buy a little bit more of that. Only 5. Well, now 10 seconds. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
For the coffee. Yeah, I think it's going to be a bullish day. All right, cheers for that one.
Yeah. Cheers.
Here comes the imbalances. Stay here.
NASDAQ imbalances.
All right, NASDAQ imbalances. Let's just call them up right now for you guys. Looks like Intel did make the move down there. Yeah, so there it is right there. So someone must have known that this was going to be coming a sell anyways, because that move started a little bit earlier. There it is right there, Intel with the sell. So here's the push down. This is going to give us an opportunity to get long. But remember, you still have there's still a day to go here. So, these biases could definitely change. This is a big time day. We had CPI come through. We have AMD on the march today. Anything else going on here? So now it's a little bit more mixed. We got Intel with the sell, ATER there as well. Wow, okay. Nice little sell opportunity there. SoFi still with the bid down there on the NASDAQ. That's not moving anywhere. So relatively light. Oracle still stays a buy. Not too many big names there, but definitely sending Intel to the downside. And it's too bad because we were bidding 80s there, and it went to 83. So that was a missed opportunity. But we'll sit there, take a little bit more shares on Intel. We're not waiting we're going to put on the much bigger. Wow, that goes to 82? That's crazy. Okay, we are at 80. We're going to put on a much bigger position. The amount of shares that I take now is completely irrelevant as to what's going to happen to me on Intel today. So we'll just continue to watch it. Only 4 minutes left. Let's go talk about some Palantir.
Sharif's going to break some football, soccer news.
Kylian Mbappe is not going to be re-signing at Paris Saint-Germain, just releasing a statement now. So where will he end up?
A lot of movement this year so far. The Rundown, guys, brought to you by TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and has extensive inventory of locates and pre-borrows on many non-easy-to-borrow stocks. Go to tradezero.co/tradertv.live. Yeah, interesting. We'll see how that plays out as the morning goes along here. We'll wrap things up quickly on Palantir. Nothing new. We had a number of positive analyst moves yesterday on PLTR, another one that has just been on a tear.
Yeah, BOA, another one today to add to the upgrades list with Palantir. But let's look at the technicals because, really all the good news has been absorbed. 16 has been a level. We broke it back on the 7th, but it was a V-shaped recovery all the way back down. We tested it on the 9th, rejection. Tested it again on the 12th, rejection. Now we're opening above it. Any dips for me near or around that 16 level, I'll be buying.
Day highs right now. Neil, you are already long.
I had this before 8:30 and then went to put a stop in, got a coffee. I actually ended up entering the stop, and it triggered instantly when the stock moved 1 cent. That was a bit of a keystroke. I sat back down. I was like, that was kind of stupid. But look, above $16, you do have that 17, I guess, failure. It was a failure when it got to $17, no question about it. But the trend is still to the upside, clearly unbroken on the daily chart. There's no question about it. Since earnings, it's been on a tear. So I like 16 into 17 here. As long as you're above that 16, even give it to like that pre-market low at 15.90. I don't think you want an even dollar stop. That'll be the name of the game for me in Palantir. So starting to work. I have scalped some out here, still holding half. I would love to be able to get a dip buy that holds the same level and then jump back into it. Intel was just wild there for me because I was just getting out at 10. And right when the imbalances came out, it was weird. Like I got filled at 10s, and then instantly it was running underneath that 34 stop. It then held a higher low. Need to see this one hold the open. I do like this breakout, but that was a bit of a turn worth noting. And we haven't even talked, we have 1 minute to go, and I don't think we've really talked too much about Tesla. I know a lot of people are going to be watching this one. I'm going to get rid of those wicks when I can because we have a new feature in Pro 8 that makes it work. 252.80. This will be hard to see, but okay, trust me when I tell you, that is, sorry, 252.50. That is the 252 half level. So above there, I think Tesla looks pretty strong. Just watch out for a little bit of a dip at the open. It does feel like this one wants to come in. It just rejected 254.50 after making some highs. So 252.50, that's where I want to be looking for on Tesla. So we're talking about Palantir. I did not mention one of the shorts I like today. Going back to the old well on Coinbase. Coin was a huge shorting opportunity at the $53 level yesterday. I like 53 and 54. As always with Coin, let it get there. Let it make its move, and then be ready for the back end of the trade. It has had a tendency to pump to the upside sometimes with the market before flushing. But Coin, I like those shorts again.
All right, 20 seconds to go here before this market does open up. So we're going to watch out for Intel here. I'm just going to keep my eye on this one. Remember, we had yesterday's close here at $33. So, we could get a dip opportunity here for sure off the open. So let's be very, very careful with what we're trying to do here with Intel and watch this off the open. So here we go. 3, 2. All right, so Ms. Katrine, thank you so much for that. Off the jump. All right, so let's just continue to watch out for some Intel right now. That's all that I'm looking at. We're going to obviously be watching some SoFi as well. But for right now, Intel making that move down, which is fine. We did have a sell imbalance on the name, right? So we'll wait to see if we can get it going back again. Maybe a punch of this VWAP there is at 93.94. So if we get back above there is when we may change our mind on what we're doing right now with Intel. But so far, just trying to watch that name and trying to be as calm as we can. Here comes Palantir, kind of as described as well, back into 16. So that's what we're waiting for. Let's wait to see what happens here with PLTR.
Yeah, it just bounced off that 10 level again on Palantir. Kind of thought maybe you would see 16. There's some size, not a lot at that 16-10 level. Coin's already headed to the downside, so I guess we're not going to get the pop and fade because it's all fade right now on Coinbase. The market's still holding up pretty well. Oracle was the other name we're looking at for that open. It is making its move up. 124 is being resisted. That is the pre-market high. I like the 125 level because that's that nice even number. Maybe the fade is just going to be off the pre-market high on Oracle here. I might take two cracks at this. There's some profit taking. One at that 24 high, then again at 25.
All right, good move back for Palantir a little bit there. We're still going to try to watch out for Intel. I still want to get long, but you can see what this market's doing. It's really starting to flush down a little bit right now. There we go. We get our Palantir fill at 11s. Let's see, man. Now we're waiting for 02s. Here comes Palantir crashing back down, to be quite frank with everybody. So here it comes. Nice move back in for PLTR. Here's the move down. Let's just see if it has the move up. There's some big bids there as well. So we're only long Palantir at 06s. So, so far so good, obviously, on that. But it is a little tricky now for that name. So we're long right now at 06. We just take something out there at 9s. Let's see if it can continue to climb higher now for Palantir. We're long that name, and we're also long right now on Intel as that's starting to go down a little bit here as well.
Slow messages.
Market's starting to go down.
Just getting slow messages. Just watch out there. Fills are coming a little bit slower. It's the open, so sometimes that happens. Tesla, my goodness. Tesla breaking off of that level. That's to be frustrating. I am going to take that Oracle off 124. I got the reload on PLTR, but it is breaking that 16. I like 15.90 for now. This is Tesla. That's a real wick. As those dips were coming in on Intel and Palantir and putting the orders on, you know what? That silly Oracle, that's Tesla right off 250, 250. You're right back at the high. You can't really sleep on something like a Tesla at that open. I know we like that level, but I don't think we get another chance at it. Hopefully we do. If we get back to 253, I'll take a shot on that level in Tesla. But it was down there it was brief. You're talking about a matter of seconds. NVIDIA is about to break the high of the day as well. Worth watching that. And we forgot to mention CCL, big time runner yesterday, back through 15 and not flushing, but pulling back heavily. Watch out for that support off 1460 from yesterday's trade. Intel just broke down support for me.
Sir.
So that just took out 33.50. Next level is going to be the close. That was at 33 even. So out of it, twice stopped, pretty tight to our entry points. Do not want to give it all up. That is clearly headed the other way. It needs to calm itself down a little bit. Whereas Palantir, that's holding fort in front of that pre-market low. So it just bounced off 16 once again.
Yeah, we're in Palantir and Intel, so we're just in both of those. We're just trying to watch out to see what is happening exactly. Obviously, there goes our Palantir. We're long at 05s now on, obviously more shares than, we had before. So nice little move there for Palantir. Let's go, baby. We can start to spin the money on this one. This is really starting to trade pretty nicely there. And then, of course, we're sticking with Intel as much as we can, but it did just come in. We're going to watch out for 33. I mean, obviously, if that breaks, it'll be pretty nasty down to the downside. So we're going to wait out for Intel. It's came in like that. That's like we take profits early. We talked about that sell imbalance there on the NASDAQ. That's 33.20, 33.30 as the high there from yesterday, but the close is all the way down here at 33. So I don't think we need to go negative on this name today, especially with AMD and Intel, and you just mentioned NVIDIA before that.
Tesla just...
Oh, AMD's actually down, so AMD's coming down. As is now Palantir. It just broke that 90, so that's not holding out at all, but it is a good thing that we were taking more profits every time it popped up. But Palantir right now, just a little tipsy-turvy on the market. So here it comes right back up to the upside. So yeah, let's just stay strong in some of these names here. Take an opportunity to get out of 10% as it just comes back into O's right there. So Palantir still working, but flat trade on Palantir. The problem so far is Intel. So Intel making that move to the downside. We can always look at Apple and things like that.
So Apple...
Yeah, go ahead, 184.
No, you already got it. It broke the high of the day.
No,
So Apple broke high of the day. Tesla broke 255 and is still continuing to run. Didn't have the break. I got my out on Intel, but if we reestablish above pre-market lows, I want to jump back in. These were all backside trades, or front side trades. I want something on the other end. It's a similar thing with Palantir. That's reestablished above 16. That looks solid. But Tesla 255 break, and NVIDIA is $1 away from 1 trillion. Brendo?
Not seeing much on this yet, guys, but there is a short percent to it. Flash from the past, Open Doors up 10.5% today, trying to break out of its daily chart consolidation.
Oh man, Open Door.
Is it a blast from the past? We don't really, I don't know. And like as I said, NVIDIA just got to 405. 404.98 is the current high of the day. I'm jumping back over to Palantir. 16 is held. Yeah, as long as we can hold these lows, I think you got some big, strong moves here. The market is making a higher low off 15.1, and by the market, I mean the NASDAQ. Tesla just came back in at 255, giving me an entry. I still want Oracle for a fade. If it's going to be a fade, I like Oracle. And I still like Coinbase, just haven't been able to get into Coinbase. But there's Oracle. It's actually off that 124. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get that one, unfortunately. Tesla came right back to that 255. I want to be trying to join the trend here. If 54 can hold, I think you can have some rosier gardens to the upside. Oh, come on, NVIDIA. As if, NVIDIA. All right, there's that 405. So don't fade the $1 trillion mark on NVIDIA, and that's what happens. You know that level. That's twice now NVIDIA has rejected that $1 trillion mark. It's 405 to 06. The exact number does escape me, but that's right around where that $1 trillion mark is. And it doesn't seem to want to hold above it. If it pops, we'll take another look at that fade on NVIDIA.
Market's trying to come back down, man. I mean, I mentioned that we could test 15,000 again. We just broke through 15.1 up to 15.150 and then faded back down. Okay, well, out of nowhere comes SoFi. So now we're into SoFi at 920. So here it comes, making that move back down to the downside as all these positions are starting to go down here. It's tough to trade on a CPI and on data day because you don't know the positions and the offsides that people have been on this name. So I think SoFi is fine until $9. I mean, just looking at it here, nice move to the downside. We have 9. I mean, it closed right here, which is why we're long at 920. Hopefully this can make a move back up to the upside. I'm looking at like a 940, 935, something like that for SoFi if it does come back up. So we'll put some orders there. Here it is. Yes, sir. Wow. Okay, nice little win there for SoFi. I'm just taking some out. Yes, sir. There it is. Wow, what a good start to the day right there for SoFi. We were very, very patient. We waited for that one, and then we struck gold on SoFi. So nice. Yes, sir. Again, full position. I mean, we waited for it, we got it, and there it is right there. So that's, for now, not another one, but we got it, so we'll drop down some money right now on SoFi as that continues to make a move up. We're out of 1/3 of it.
Oh, runners in all of the Chinese ADRs, by the way. Alibaba through high of the day, up 3%. It's above that 87 mark. That was a flat top break yesterday. NIO running to the high of the day, 885. I got a line drawn here. I did tweet out this one. We mentioned this yesterday. 885 on NEO is the breakout point. Can I go to the 15 fast enough for you here because I'm taking this break? You got to go all the way back to not that far, just a couple of weeks ago. If we break this, I think 9 incoming, 10 incoming. The Tesla break ended up fading back in, so I'm out of that. Palantir is holding up, but NEO pretty much at the level right now for an 885 break. Chinese ADRs are running. The only ones I looked at anyways. I don't want to sit there and say that they're all going. I'm simply watching NEO and Alibaba. Alibaba's kind of gone, but I just got the break. 885 was just the level locally there. So 86 long on NIO. That break came in really quickly. It was not tanking. It was pulling back off the open. And the next thing you know, you're right through that 885 line. Let's see how far it can go. Obviously, $9 is a big psychological level we have to respect. And probably has size on it.
Yeah, as written on the sticky note, we're just going to tweet this out here about SoFi because we just got, we're out of half already right now on that name. So nice moves up to 940. We did cash out of that. All right, Intel's trying to work back. It's trying to work back upside. We did get some fills there at 41 or 42. That was a decent fill, obviously, down there for Intel, giving us this, sparking this nice little rally back up to the upside here for Intel. We're still long at 76. It's a nice move back up. Probably take something out here like in the high 50s, like we'll try to take out like 10%. We want to be able to hold, obviously, if there is a bigger move coming for Intel. But for right now, the NASDAQ is bumping a little bit. Not really. I mean, it made a move. It's trying to go back up. We just touched 15.1, and you saw these names start to rally back up. So there's Intel. Okay, Intel. That we'll take it, man. We're trying to have these diamond hands on these plays, man. So let's wait to see what happens here with Intel. We've obviously got SoFi, not dead to right, but we got a good print down there in the 20s. So hopefully we don't get that print again. But if we do, we'll probably take a little bit more. I don't like how it's fading a little bit right now off of that, but that's why I told you that we're out of half, right? So now it's making that move back up. We take another piece right there at 31. We have another one at 35 if it does go back up to the upside. But there's a fade. So it's a good thing we took something out there on Intel at 60s, because here's the fade right back down to its low of the day again, as this market is now breaking below the 50 period. So we are going to have to bail on some of these trades because the market definitely making downside moves right now. Palantir got all the way back to 16 and we didn't get any out. So yeah, everything heading to the downside. If this market doesn't hold, then yeah, being in aggressive names is not going to be the right one, but SoFi's still working.
NEO just broke $9. I'm out of almost half of it. I am out of half of it now with just tagged 905, but that's the only thing working. Palantir right back, as you said, underneath that $16 level. Let's go to Brennan here. This market is starting to come back.
These little ones trying to break out. Here's QS, solid state battery company, QuantumScape back up 6. There was this note that I saw this morning coming out of the Asian session. Toyota said to roll out solid-state battery EVs as soon as 2027.
Yeah, Toyota had a good day, strong day for them. It was up 5% in the Asian markets there. So good Japanese name. All of Japan has been up since Uncle Warren said you can buy in Japan.
Yeah,
okay,
because Uncle Warren.
I know it's whatever. It's nice to be able to it would be nice to be able to invest and then be like, okay, I'm buying something, and then the second you say you're buying it, it goes up 5%. It's not a bad buffer to have, pun intended. So I'm not going to pretend that anything past the open market or past the pre-market was any good on Palantir. Sometimes you get that pullback and you want to get on in the back end. You think you're being patient. It stopped out. It then held the higher low. That's the wick underneath that pre-market low, and then the hold above it. So this is kind of how it should be done. Hopefully we can hold that 1580 and then anchors or arrows to the upside. AMD, just going back over that. NEO's now sustaining the breakout a little bit here. So okay, it's above $9. If it starts to hold at 9 even, I think there can be some re-entries above 9. But until then, I'm still looking at that 885 number. If you look at this puppy on the daily, you're closing above the 50 period. You got so much room. There's a lot of room to $11 here, the 200 period and the next resistance level on NIO. So hopefully this one can be a little bit stronger than what I'm seeing in the overall market. Oh my goodness, coin is starting to go. Okay, Coinbase. This is it. It's making its little pop run here. I want 53s. If it gets strong enough, this could be the fade that I actually get into because Oracle didn't hit. I just flat out missed NVIDIA. That was on me. I didn't have an order out there, but I did miss Oracle. Had an order out, just didn't get to fill.
All right, yeah, good trade there on Neo. I know Max has Neo in the back there, so congratulations to Max on that one as well. But you know, we're just Intel. Just here, let's talk about Intel. Intel went down into $33 again, so that's going to be a name that we're going to have to pay very, very close attention to. If it breaks through 33, then we talked about that as possibly being that's it, right? The last level there. So as it bumps back up, we're taking something out at 25 there, but looks like this will be the L here so far today. Palantir's been fine, but we're just trying to sort of stay smooth with what we're doing now. So Intel, hopefully we can catch a bid now as the NASDAQ trying to hold 15.1. It's need to do that or this is not going to work. SoFi, we're out of 2/3 of this now because look what just happened to SoFi again. Like, look, I'm going to scalp these out because what could happen here is the exact same thing that's happening to Palantir. It's dripping lower. Same thing that's happening to Intel could happen to any of these names. So, you know, out of some SoFi, only holding 1/3. Probably get out if it takes that bottom, 917 or so, just so that we know that we can definitely have a winner here on SoFi today. But looks like Intel getting ready to get out at 75% of this trade. We've gotten some outs, but they're not for winners. They're just getting out because it's popped back up off of some key levels that we bought. So if Intel can't work down here, then yeah, it's going to be c'est la vie. We'll punch a little bit more at 12 there, and then we'll see if Intel wants to continue to climb a little bit higher from here. But right now, it's sitting on its lows. So there goes Intel to the downside.
Yeah, AMD is about to go, I don't want to say it's going red, but it's at 129. 129 is where it closed yesterday. If you want to respect the whole red to green story, have not had a trade in this. I mean, Intel at 33, I think you could almost like flip a coin if you're going to try and catch a bid here, whether you like this holding green on AMD or whether you like Intel. You're back below $9 on Neo, so I did take another leg out there pretty much at 9 so that I actually hold a little bit less than half the position just in case this Huadong's back in. But this could be the next trade here, AMD. Back to, I don't want to say Friday's close or yesterday's close because we're not quite there yet, but you have a low here just underneath like 129.30. We closed at 129.19. I'm looking for the long in front of 119. Let's see some strength come into this one first. I want to see at least a little bit of a bounce off this level, off 129, and then I'll engage in the long. You know, it is what it is with Oracle. We probably were not aggressive enough with our orders, and the same thing with NVIDIA. As these two chip names, I'm talking Intel and AMD plunge, you're back beneath 400 on NVIDIA, so rejects that 1 trillion and back underneath 400. If this reclaims 400 while AMD is bouncing off the lows, I think at least a scalp trade can be in play. But this market wants to flush, and even Apple starting to pull back. This was at least a strong name at the open and holding up. I still like a 185 short, just a little bit less likely that we get there on Apple.
All right, making a nice move back on Intel, real damn nice move back on Intel. So far, so good. We're long at 39s here on INTC. So let's go, man. Let's get this going back up to the upside right now, like ASAP, please, for Intel on that. That would be nice. Okay, out again at 28s there on SoFi. Still trying to wait for that one. We can look at some more names, man. Let's look at Disney quickly. I just got to... The problem is I do have upsized positions here, right? So we've talked about that. Yeah, good look on a firm right now. Disney 94, so that's going to be a money dance one as we go, you know, in our own accounts there on Disney. So that's going to be a good one. Not in Disney on the show right now, but in Disney on our own. A firm taking out 19 right now. I think you want to look at 20 for a firm. You know, we've started just doing this dance here the last couple of days on AFRM. So let's wait to see what's going on right there. Okay.
Yeah, you want to look at
now we're starting to get serious right now. Intel, let's freaking go, man. Let's go upside on Intel, man. If we can get this going, that'd be pretty damn sweet. Palantir breaks 75, so yeah, that sucks. But right now, my main concern here is with Intel starting to get some excitement back into this name as it's starting to go back up to the upside. There goes Intel. We're long at 31. Let's take some out, make sure that we can capture some profit. So far, so good here. Intel upside off of some kind of a move. So there it is. Let's go. Let's see if AMD is also, oops, not ASMD.
AMD's going lower.
AMD's going lower. Okay, so good. So let's just, not good, but let's just make sure that we get out some more here on Intel as it's not a whole sector-related thing here.
No, it's not. AMD tried to bounce off at 29. There was one little bounce. I took my in, took my out. That's how I want to keep it. If it ain't working, I'm not holding it. NVIDIA actually broke the lows as well. So NVIDIA is at 398. They're both screaming to the downside. Same thing. We'll show you them all. Palantir stopped out, re-enter, stopped out. Anything but the pre-market, no good. But, I mean, it's got to show support first. It tried to show a little bit of support off that 15.8, so we jump back in, but no more. Even NIO here, NEO, gets back above 9 even, tries to go. It's still holding above that 885 line. Tries to go. I was sitting there in front of 910. No dice. Still like this one to the upside. It looks pretty strong. But that's all relative, man. The market is about to test 15,000. And if we get back to 15,000 without bounce, this is the NASDAQ here, 15,000. If we don't bounce off this level, it could get pretty ugly really quick. And I have no shorts on. I've got no Oracle. I can cancel this. I don't really. If it goes to 124, I probably don't like it the same way as I would have at the open. Talking about NVIDIA, a bit of a miss there. Coinbase, there's always a chance in Coinbase, but it's not going to be off the highs. It could just be maybe a flat bottom break at 50 in play for that. Oh yeah, Alibaba, that's one I forgot to mention. So I'm in NEO, Alibaba holding a higher low. This is trend above 87. I think I only want to be looking for longs as long as it's above its flat top breakout. I'm in NEO, but Alibaba on the daily, this is just as good of a break. It's actually clearing out the 200 period moving average. $4 of room above at 89 here. Not to say it has to get there, but I do like it.
All right, we're just going to have to reload everything, man. I mean, SoFi was an awesome trade. Awesome trade. We only had like 20, not even 20% left when it broke lower there because we just got another fill at 20. Actually, there's two fills there at 28. And, you know, as the market bleeds down, you don't need to be in position. So make sure that you follow some of your rules on all this. I mean, we're going to really try to ring some registers here on Intel, but it needs to get back going to the upside just so we can actually make some money because, again, started a little bit too early. We talked about waiting for 33. We obviously should have been doing that. And when we did it, we got paid out. But that's the problem with trading is that you never know, like, hey, am I on the right spot here? What's the right price? Is it going to rip all day? Where, you know? So we'll sit there, take the risk here with Intel. Hopefully we can get a nice little move upside. We did talk about a firm. Let's just see what that's doing. So back down 19 hits, now back down in for AFRM, and then we are reloaded now on Palantir here at 55, just against 1550. This is going to be a very, very quick trade if it takes out and slips below 1550. So what's up, Brendo?
Advanced Auto Parts on a big tear here. There is an activist investor note that's being passed around right now that does have the two letters A and I within it. So a large activist investor getting involved with this one, AAP.
Yeah, look, remember, these guys got, AAP, I should say, got absolutely smoked on its earnings. So there is a pretty significant gap in the daily with room to run. It's that $70 mark that you're pretty much at right now. If it gets, my goodness, this could really go. I haven't checked the short interest on it, so just give me a quick second because I know it's got a little something. When you have these Huadong, so make sure what you can really do here. It's only 5%. I actually thought it was a little bit higher than that. So only 5% on the float, but it is still a pretty decent gap fill, as I just showed you on the 15-minute chart. If it can base out somewhere, it's just a bit of flash news right now. And by base out, I mean give you a consolidation, not chase the move. Plenty of continuation room for AAP. That's not the first place I want to go to. Let me just jump back over to Coin, which is making a bit of a bounce here. The market did bounce off 15,000. I think that gives an opportunity to get into a short. The opportunities are at evens, or maybe even a VWAP fail is too early to consider that, so I'd look more at like that 51.50. But every 50 cents, just want to look at those levels here. If we have a bit of a curl on Coinbase, I want that short. I'm just in NEO right now as everything ran stops to the downside so far here. But watch out for Apple. Apple showing some signs of relative strength.
Yeah, I think also Intel trying to show some signs of strength now, trying to get back upside. So again, in the name that we've believed in here today, Intel. It feels good when you can believe in something, it's actually going, but needs to go higher than this if we're going to do any kind of damage on that name. All right, so now Palantir, we lost on the first piece of it. Let's see if we can't get going. Okay, 64s. Let's see if we can't get going. Now we're long at 57. Let's take some more. Okay, let's take some more 64s. Let's wait for some 67s now. Back up to the upside. Trusting the teal back up to 1580 right there. But again, it seems like it just wants to drip down, right? Okay, there goes Intel right now. It stopped at 55. That's too bad. Okay, hopefully Intel can get going one more time. VWAP is right there at 57. That's what we need to take out here on Intel, so let's hold and try to be right on that one. And here goes Palantir, man, right back to Greensville. Let's go. Let's be a member of Greensville now on Palantir. Needs to go, though. We need to get into the 70s if this name wants to work. Again, just some of the dip buys have been working. We bounced off 15,000. And again, like if I just followed what I actually said, then maybe we would have had some more success here. Because honestly, man, we talked about that today. about making sure that 15,000 was in the playbook for us. It came right back down in. That's why we sit there. We pick up some intel. We pick up some of these names, and it's been so far so good. So let's see if it will continue to work here for us on these names. There goes Palantir back up through 70. Look where our long is, man, 55. Let's take some more out. Take some 67s, take some 68s. We've done real well to get these nets back. So now let's see if we can let it work for us. That's the key here, right? Don't just panic and get out of everything. Let's see if some of these trades can work. Upside now, we've held them against us. Now let's see if we can go net positive here. Let's go Intel, let's go Palantir. SoFi's already been a champ. We had to dump that. That's gonna be my #1 stock right now, but we're trying to put some damage back on these names. Intel, Palantir, SoFi, it's Sticky Note Nation.
Yeah, so I mentioned Apple there. I just got into Apple. Apple made a higher low. This is one name that didn't break the bottom, 183. Pre-market lows, you can care about them. I think opening consolidations might matter a little bit more. That's down at 182.70 or 182.65, just a touch underneath. So, Apple consolidating off of that. Let's see if it can get to VWAP. I'm going to make sure we rinse and repeat that if it starts making a stair step to the upside. If it was 185, I'd be looking for a short on the stock. I was in and out of coin. I will take another shot. It's back to the upside. I felt like I was going to take multiple swings on coin. It might get to that 53. So I had a 51.5. We stop it out nice and tight, and then we look for the next level. That's what it's going to be all about over here. So I do think coin eventually gives you that, not quad-dunk, but turnaround play. But let's see it actually make the turnaround. 53 was the level we liked first. Let's go back into it. NEO just made a bounce off its breakout price. Hey, that is holding up there. Yes, my line is staying on the chart. Good look there, P-Pro 8. So it bounces off 885. That was that breakout from a few days ago. I was able to add to it. If it gets back into 9, great, but it rejected the 9 break several times there, and you're going to want to respect that. Over in Alibaba land, this one maybe a little bit, I want to say weaker as a name because obviously NEO's up more on a percentage basis, but the pullback to VWAP's more or less the same thing. Just weaker on a percentage basis on BABA. But it's 87. That's the breakout level that I do prefer on BABA. So this one will have to come back in a little bit more. I'm not attached to the 88 level at all on Alibaba.
All right, we'll take some more shares. So we're going to try to scalp out some here on NEO if we can. We just took the same fill there at 88. So let's see if this one wants to work, right? So we're long 88. I'm going to take some out 91s and then hopefully some out in the 95s and then up at $9 as well, especially if the market wants to go. I like this name for sure. Okay, so a couple good outs there. Palantir went up to 73, 74. We took some out. Let's just see if the move, I keep saying this, but let's just see if the move wants to go. Did they find the airport gold? No, they did not. What's up to Elon 2024? Actually, I have no idea. I'm going to look that up and find out if they did find that gold. Because if they did, then I'm a couple $1 million lighter than I was before. So, all right. So I'm going to have to go check out that. I'll check the safety deposit box, see if it's still in there.
What, you didn't bury it in the backyard?
No, I only buried some of it. That's the stuff I know is still there.
Okay, gotcha.
I got to check the other stuff.
You have to.
Yeah.
By the way, you got to ring some. I'm ringing some registers on this bounce because, like, if you look at the long, it has been since the open wrong, I should say, because we've been pulling back. But we got to VWAP there on Apple. So 183 held, 183.5 has held as well. So I want to make sure we're taking something out here. You're still, since that 930, a bit of a downward trend in the overall market, to say the least. But that 1,500 bounce, check that, 15,000 bounce on the NASDAQ has given you some opportunity to make some scalp trades to the long side. If you got them, hold on to them as long as they're above support. But this seems like it wants to be trend down. Oh my goodness, coin. There's the other side of Coinbase right now. So the first time I got in a little too front end here. Now I want to look for the backside of Coinbase at this 52.5. It is curling, bit of a spread. I don't want to chase this one too far, but I like to get short to that 52.50. Just jumped into it now. This is one that I could take several times looking for the VWAP trades. It's about $1 to VWAP, but you don't want to get too trapped. I always have my stop here willing to make that top wick in a situation like this. So a bit of a tight stop always on Coinbase for me when I'm going shorted. Apple just came right back in. I will look for early reload opportunity. Yeah, there goes coin. Hey, that stop didn't trigger. That's the fail to get blotter snaps is the error I just got. I just punched out manually, cost an extra 3 or 4 cents there, but doesn't matter. I was on that level too, thankfully. I missed the reload on Apple. That was pretty quick. It actually wicked down to 183.10. But that's the thing. If I was over there trading coin, good thing, because my stop, I had to get out of it manually there for that little hit. And then we're going to look to get more Apple if we can off 183. NEO's been good. It basically hasn't really tested underneath our support line, but everything else has at least trended to the downside a little more heavily. Let's go with Apple and NEO to get some, whoa, wow, AMD. Okay, so to get some strength to the upside,
yeah,
I say that, no, I only said wow AMD because it's back at the low. Back at the low of the day on AMD. Yesterday's bottom was 126.5. I thought you might have rallied at least going into the, sort of going into that 130 event. They're selling it way in advance of it. I still think there's a chance at a rally, but let's just calm down. It bounced off 28, got to 129.5. That was probably your rally point. The fact that it gave it back up there, not a good sign for AMD.
Everybody just calm down. Palantir, good trade there. Obviously, NEO, man, we're really glad we went into that one, although not a big winner, but hey, the dollars are coming in on NEO. The dollars are coming in on NEO right now. Nice little dip buy opportunity there. We just talked about that. I actually want to go short on AMD, which is making me nervous about Intel. And it's not, you could have just bought that 128 again. I don't like that. I actually like a breakdown of 128 right now, thinking that we could probably get that. The problem is that you're going to have to hold it at least $1 against you, so you got to make sure that you have the right amount of risk there, up to 129, I'd think, there on AMD. So that's always going to be a little bit of a risk on any sort of a breakdown or anything on this name, because it can be so violent. Like, we just touched 128, then ripped right back up to 128.70. So if you really do like the short on this name, you could probably leg into it at some point, right, and take that. So that's something to watch out for. As the market's coming back down a little bit here, obviously we just had Intel dip down a little bit more. I am really debating this AMD short there. Again, this is just to fade the news, right? I mean, we've played it, the rumors there, it's happening. They're releasing their Ryzen blah, blah, blah chip. So that's, I think everybody already knows what's good. I don't know what time is
1:30.
1:30, so it's still very, very far away before any kind of an announcement. So I don't know, man. If this market just keeps on dipping like this, I feel like we do have a break opportunity there. I really like the short at 129.50. So if it gets back up there, we can re-look at. Maybe we'll look at it at that point. That's why you take some profits on NEO. It's right back down. We're going to give this one to 880 though on NIO. So far so good today, man. I mean, there goes Palantir. It's 10 cents in the money. Hopefully this one can get going. We don't really have any more offers out on this name. We have one at 73, which is right here at the 21 period. Then we'll get something out up here in the mid-80s. So that's sort of the plan of action for PLTR. I know mid-80s seems like a little bit crazy, but we've seen crazier things happen in this market. So let's see if we can get that. But for right now, let's sit on our hands a little bit and wait for some action. It might be that AMD off 128. That may be the fill that we need. I don't know if we want to go long though. That's the thing.
We just bounced 15,000 again. The question I think
Oracle's
is,
at 120, by the way.
how many times can we actually bounce off 15,000 before it? So I don't know, like maybe we just bounce and we go up from here, but that's a second test of 15. Apple, rinse and repeated, but it got out twice in front of VWAP instead of once. So if it breaks 183.5, we hold to the highs of the day. We're going to go to Brennan for happening now, then I'm going to go gasp at Oracle.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Chart Prime. TradingView users, listen up. The innovative tools provided by Chart Prime are designed to give traders a significant advantage in their competitive trading landscape, and users can save 35% by using the QR code or visiting chartprime.com/TV Live. TV Live, guys, on Chart Prime. Shout out to them, bringing you happening now. Here's a few things we were discussing if you joined us early on this morning. AMD with this event, as the guys were talking about, coming up at 1:30 this afternoon, set to launch a bunch of AI-related products. We discussed Oracle as well, reported a fourth quarter revenue of $13.8 billion, exceeding the top line estimates from analysts. SoFi as well, up 65% since breaking out back on May 30th from that last consolidation on the daily chart. Number of analyst moves to the upside as well over the past couple of days. For SoFi, overall positive start. Was just looking at this one as well. SOL in New York, up 14.5% following positive note for that one. $4 got taken out, still volume coming in to the upside for SOL. NVIDIA yesterday's winner in the chip name. Struggling with 450 right now, a bit of a consolidation overall for NVIDIA. We'll have a look at some of the rest of the chips. That's how the board is setting up right now. 0.5% for the S&P, 0.4 for the Dow, the Russell, all of them positive, led by the Russell 2000, up a full percent right now. NASDAQ 100 and Composite, 0.85. The Composite is leading the way. Next segment brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by international organization and the Royal Court of East Breffin O'Reilly as their method of exchange. Shout out to them, bringing in the next segment of the show, guys.
And 405 on NVIDIA. Just everything comes fast. I think we all know NVIDIA is not at $450. If it was battling at 450, this market would be up 2%, probably, which it's not. But yeah, NVIDIA 400, it's just back and forth. I keep looking at it. I'm not in any chip names right now. NEO it's working off that 885, but it's stalling out every 10 cents. There we go. We'll come to my chart in a quick second there. A little background look, and you can see Riley Coin there, and check that QR code. But 895, it's a 10-cent range all of a sudden. The breakout gave you 20. But now you're looking at a 10-cent range. I was able to take, there we go, was able to take profit inside of that range. I am holding on for more, but maybe I'll take a little bit out there. Just, again, going back to half the position when we're failing underneath that $9 level. Apple, the other trade that we're in here, whoops, that's a NASDAQ stock. It is still giving you that bounce look. When we bounce off 15, Apple's bouncing off 183, but no real hold above the VWAP, that 183.50. So a little bit of weakness coming back into the market. You're getting lower highs on a few names here. So some longs are still going to be valid, but man, oh man, are we pulling back, looking for at least some relative weakness. Relative strength in something like an Apple or maybe that NIO. Tesla, which we got out of, it is still trending to the downside to a series of lower highs there. No real breakdown just yet on Tesla. And yes, I see you. Is it tie? Unity. If you want something that's strong, Unity about to go 8%. Testing 39. Do not forget, it wasn't that long ago that this was breaking 39. Getting to 39.5, rejecting the 40 level and pulling back in here. So getting a little top heavy for Unity, but yeah, I know relative strength when I see it, and Unity looks pretty solid. Does hold, consolidates, and then attempt at a breakout. I think 40 is the line to look at. 39.5 is just a wick top. So if it breaks 39.5, rejects 40, there's probably a scalp short in there somewhere, but Unity is a strong name. Just look out. Zoom out, I should say, and realize where this was when it rejected just above 39. Not a bad place to take profits. If I was in it, I certainly would be. Come on, Apple. It needs to break that 50 zone, and then we can get something out in front of 184.
Remember, Unity has Apple as well now.
That was the spike.
Yeah,
it was
the catalyst. So on the AR or VR. Okay, so far so good here. Obviously, as we go, it's been a pretty good day today. We did take something at 70 there on Palantir because it failed there. So pretty easy trade to take something out there at 70 once we did fail there. So right there, right at the 21 period. So now you're starting to drip down just a little bit. We got a SoFi long down here against 15s. So we're just trying to do this again here, where we've already got that long SoFi once, which was very cash money. So if we can get this back up into the 20s again, then obviously that would be a good spot for us right there. There goes Palantir. So hey man, we tried it again. That was actually a pretty good trade. Made a lot of money back on that Palantir trade right there. As we just took a piece out at 61, and there's the dump back down as the whole market's trying to give something back now.
The 15
so
goes.
Intel still remaining pretty high up. It's probably AMD that gave it up there. Yeah, shit. Damn it, we missed
another one.
Right there, because that was missed. Man, we talked about 128, going short on that. That should have been the retirement trade right there. We talked, oh man, we missed that trade. Too obsessed with Intel, trying to catch the long and missed that one right there. So yeah, man, that was not good. All right, so it was just a starter position on SoFi. We actually had a break long on SoFi if that was going to break through 935 or 935. Yeah, but that didn't happen. So right now, you're right back at the lows here on SoFi. So I feel like we could pick up something else and then just give it to that like 9-10 break maybe. What does it look like on the 5 minutes? Yeah, like we're already down here. Like that's 9. I don't even want to really give it to 9. If it makes it all the way down there, then that's going to be a problem. All right, so we'll have to watch out for SoFi right now, making that move back down. Probably like a 909 break or something like that. We'll just wind up getting out of it. But Palantir downside, so it's a good thing we got out of that one. As, yeah, which was making us some money, is no longer these longs. They've just given it up. I'm just going to, it sucks about AMD for sure. Maybe catch some CCL here, 15 bucks.
Yeah, CCL at 15. Rivian, I just, oh my goodness, the one day I don't pay for locates on Rivian. I'm going to get to that in a quick second, and thank you, Randy. With the reload,
Thank you, Randy.
I'm definitely, no, I'm kind of good. I was actually just thinking about it, but I did get out of Apple. I don't know how many times you could go to the well. I tightened up my stop. It is holding 183. We broke 15 by like, I don't know, 15,000 on the NASDAQ, broke ever so barely, but it is coming back to the upside. So it looks like we have reestablished that lower high to the higher low on Apple. I jumped out only to probably jump back in. There we go. As long as we're above 15,000, I think it's a valid trade. But with this market trending to the downside, when I'm fighting it, I want to make sure I'm taking like paper cuts here and taking profits out because we're going a bit against the grain. If we can end up holding 152.80, that can be solid. But I mentioned just paying for shorts in Rivian. Oops, let me actually make sure I have my stop order in there on Apple because when the market's going down, you want to make sure your stop is good. This will be a little bit wider of a stop, giving it 30 cents instead of like 10 to 15. But I do think you have to have some kind of a stop somewhere. So I mentioned Rivian. Thank you guys in the chat for pointing out. It is getting close to that 15 level. It just got to 14.8. It's trend up. This is 15 on the daily. This is 15 on the 15-minute. So if it gets up there, it's been a pretty good opportunity every single chance. Maybe this has already been the move, and that's the pullback. But when a stock is strong, give it an opportunity to get into the price that you want. NEO is back to $9. I want to ring the register something. There we go. Just got some at 9 even. This has been the only one for me that's been like it broke 885. It held the line above and it pulls right back in. I can't zoom out far enough to be able to show you where that 885 comes from. You got to go back to like a week and a half ago. But it's trending back into the upside. Could not break 910. So 885, it's gone that quarter. Let's see if it can go more. This is at least relatively strong. But the Chinese ADRs have been good as a group today.
Yeah, SoFi broke 10. We got out of that one, so it's a 5-cent hit there on SoFi. Is there a dip buy opportunity in Palantir? That's going to be really the question here. 1530, 1580. Yeah, maybe not. Wow, you're really starting to break down. I mean, that just should have been. Again, having the bias of going long on some of these names, can obviously hurt. $15. This is what it looks like on the daily. It's been pretty choppy. I mean, it's been good days for sure, but we lost yesterday on Palantir trying to take some breakouts, and today we didn't have the opportunity to take a breakout, which is fine. Down here, 1530. I still think we got to get lower, man. Yeah, let's not catch this falling sword yet. Maybe if we take 1550 again, then we can go long. Really the name that's working for us is Intel. We're 30 cents in the money on that one, and then of course a big trade right now for us on NIO here up to 901. So hopefully that can continue to work as well. SoFi is coming back down into $9 right now. That AMD trade is going to haunt me a little bit. Obviously, we've talked about that one as we should be short at 128, a lot of shares, and we're not. And then Oracle at 120 as well is coming in, and this is a big level here on Oracle, as we said. I mean, it's not necessarily big technically. It's just that it's 120, so you do have that psychological level. I mean, there wasn't really much there. It bounced around a little bit yesterday off earnings, but this again could be a good break to the downside here, 120 on Oracle, especially if it gives that up. So I think that's worth the shot just for a little bit here on Oracle, short through 120 if it breaks. Looks like it's going to do that right now.
Yeah, it looks like Apple, 15,000 is now pretty much, we're not gone, but we're 15 handles underneath it. So this will be probably the last time Apple tries to hold this bottom. It'll stop. But there it goes. Apple just came out for me. So I ended up losing 27 cents. I might have said 30, but it was around 30. There is news on Microsoft. Microsoft's down 0.3%. There was news overnight. The FTC, maybe not a huge surprise, putting the blocks on the Activision. There's gonna be their day in court, just to get this out of the way. Like they have an appeal out in the UK, and they're gonna have their day in court here to be able to plead their case as to why they can get the deal done. I don't know that that's what's moving Microsoft. It was the market's moving down anyways. Moving Activision, yes, but Microsoft is at the lows. For the market reasons. It's breaking the bottoms. I do not want to fight anything that's not really holding up here. It's just NEO that's been strong. My goodness, obviously Oracle is a little frustrating. Can't really chase this. It's been all red. There hasn't been a bounce on the 15-minute to try to work into a short here. And if it breaks 120, I would suppose 117 could be a support level. But at this point, fighting the market has not worked. I am still over on that Rivian. It hasn't really made that push that I would have liked to see, unfortunately, on Rivian. I want to see it up closer to 15 to be able to fade it. This one's been strong, so I want to let this one come to me.
Good thing we got out of SoFi there. We take advantage of more Intel. We're short Oracle now on that 120 break. Yeah, NIO got some more out on the upside of that one as well. But yeah, I mean, we are starting to go to the downside right now. So let's just see if it continues to support that sort of thesis there, that we are trying to break lower. And what I'm talking about is the NASDAQ is breaking 15, right? So we've already broke 15. It's a pretty straight downside move right now. Someone in the chat said Yellen is testifying soon. If that's true, that could be good. But here we go to the downside, 120. Could be good, could be bad. We don't know what she's going to say. So we'll wait to see what happens right there. We are going to average into this trade. I want to give this to VWAP, which is 122. So I'm going to just try to sit in this Oracle trade, see if it does come back a little bit here today as we go. So that's going to be that trade for us. Good thing we got out of SoFi, man. What goes up definitely is going down. Take some profits, lose. So fine. Good thing we got out. SoFi right now really bleeding to the downside. And then, yeah, the only reason I said that about Microsoft is I saw that note yesterday about Midday from the FTC. So Microsoft, it's been pretty weak the last couple of days for sure. But right there, nice little bounce back up, finishing green yesterday. And then here's the move down, trying to break through 330. 320 is obviously a much bigger level. So we'll wait to see if there's any sort of a pull back down for Microsoft right now. It's not too far gone. I'm already short here on Oracle, long on Intel. Just going to get some more out here on Intel in case this market really doesn't want to do it. So there we go, we get a 33 out. Now we're really starting to fade out. So let's go Oracle. Hopefully we can get some downside push here through 120. And then target for that, nothing really. Let's just wait to see how far it goes down. We know we have our stop at 122. So yeah, we'd be looking for around $2. But again, that stop is going to be like on an averaged up position. So if this can go about 50 cents, that'll be the first take for us on this. And then we'll move from there afterwards. So here we go. 119.51 will be where we'll put our first bid. Right now we're short Oracle and getting out of everything else.
Yeah, I mean, just about everything is. The only thing I'm in is NIO. The one thing that is giving you a bit of a bounce here, we're going to go to Brendan in a quick second. NVIDIA is bouncing off a double bottom, so it's going to be mostly scalp trades here on a lot of these names, and that's what you have to do in the market when it's being like this. Let's go to Brendo. It is 10:15, so I guess it's not crypto or small cap yet.
Still looking for anything on this, guys, but a huge mover here. Dave & Buster's, 20% to the upside right now. Just took out day highs there on significant volume. Trying to get through 45.5 there. There's still a short percent on this one as well, around 12 to 15%. So big move up here for Dave & Buster's.
Oil's up 4%. Thank you so much to the professor.
Oh my goodness.
Up 4 or down 4? Down 4. Oh, up 4. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's check out some oil plays. Exxon Mobil, yeah, that was 106 pre-market, was it not? Yeah, well, close enough anyways, and we were looking at it earlier. We talked about XLE. Yeah, 106, 106.50, 105.80. Nice upside move there for XOM as we continue to move higher on that one. Wow, oil up 4%. Good little look on that. XLE, thanks, Sharif. Nice move up. 81. Yeah, look at the XLE. We talked about that in the pre-market. I was talking with my father, and I was like, man, don't we still... we got rid of Intel at 32. We got rid of Palantir like at $11. So I'm like, what the hell are we still long? And he's like, the XLE and stuff like that. I was like, wow, okay. I mean, that's not, we're basically flat on some of these positions. It's like we're only long all like the dividend plays because everything else ran so far in the money that you get trigger happy and you take some of those profits. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. I think, you don't capture profit until you actually put it in your pocket. So that's the one thing. 2 birds in the hand is worth 1 in the bush. It's the other way around. So there it is. Nice move to the downside here for Oracle. Hopefully that makes a move back down, but that's what we're dealing with now. I know that you mentioned NEO already. We got again, we're only
It's
in a
back
third.
to 85.
Yeah, we're only in a third of it now because, again, once it broke, like there's 9, there's 9, there's 9. So we got a bunch of 9s, and that was our target, right? So, again, have your targets on the ins and the outs. And the only example I can give for that, man, is like SoFi. Look what happens when it breaks. Look what happens when Palantir breaks. You know, the strong names can get real weak real quick. So, you know, don't trying to count your chickens before they hatch. I know I've just said that twice, but that's something that's pretty important. There goes Oracle. Spin the money downside for this one as well, as we're breaking through 120 for a nice little downside breaker 19. Do you read? Get lower, Oracle.
Yeah, I mean, I did get the bounce on NVIDIA. It looks like Neil's not going to hold up. You bounced once off this line. There we go. There's the stop out. So we rang the register, but that's pretty much it. Our line in the sand on NIO is absolutely gone. You're now Huadunk. I'm not saying you're Huadunking, but this pullback could take you at least down into 860. Right, so the next level for me on a NEO is going to be that 860. We had a wick down there at the open. If it can hold, fair enough. That's going to be it. NVIDIA just made a bit of a bounce off of that higher low. We were just mentioning that one making a higher low in there. Did make a keystroke, got in, had to take some shares off there. But it is looking like it wants to get back at least to 400. If we get to 400 even, that's going to be close enough to VWAP where you want to take some profit out. You're still downward trending in the overall market. You're beneath 15,000. So even if a long starts working, just understand, like you're breaking down here. As long as we are underneath on the NQs here, I think you want to be trading very cautiously to the long side. It means taking profits, having your stops out there, all that kind of stuff. If we get back above that 15, start holding strong, which I think we have a chance to do, then some of these can really rally further. So NVIDIA, the only one left standing for me. Alibaba could still be in the pocket above 87 though. I didn't touch Alibaba because it was too far away from that flat top break at 87 even. This one could be a nice little recovery. There's your flat top break. You gapped above it. It is now holding on Alibaba. I am going to like this entry. Let's look for something 87.5 if we can get it.
All right, I'm going to take another. So I just took another fill there at 75 right now on Oracle because it bounced off 50. So we take a 50-cent win, then we take a 25-cent win. That's kind of how we play it in the quarters. We always do that kind of a trade. So now we'll wait. Now we can hold it for the rest and just see what happens. So, you know, in what was, I get a chance to use this. Okay.
I'm reloaded.
Yeah, that needs to be better. I think we need to fix that, Fabian. Where is Fabian? Let's get that one better. We have an audio on there, Alfredo. I don't know if you can find it. It's better than that one. But I like the graphic. We can get that. But there's the reload there on Intel, so hopefully it can get, there it is. Yes, sir. We'll face slap a little bit because, again, believe in the stronger names, right? I mean, and that's the thing. We've been watching Intel, and I just went over there. I was like, hey, wait a second. I'm cheering for this market to go down, which is fine, because we're short Oracle, but I'm long Intel. So what exactly am I doing here? And then I looked over, and I was like, it went to 33. We missed it. So there it is. Okay, Oracle. Now you're starting to go. Just breaking. Now we're 60 cents in the money on this trade. And again, we took this trade against us. So please, guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit all of that. There we go. Hit it. Do that kind of stuff. Hit that. Hit it for Kat. Forget about me. Get that ugly mug out of there. Let's do it for this one. What's up, Kat?
Like and subscribe today.
So like and subscribe, and we'll get some more Kat going on there. Maybe we'll film another one with Kat. There's $1 right now in the money. Yes, sir, buddy. There goes Oracle to the downside as it keeps on going. Another earnings play right there. We don't normally make them, and when we do, we normally lose. So right now, Oracle on the downside of this trade here today as the market continues to sort of bounce off now. Now it's back up to 15 change. So, hey, we'll see. Bouncing off 15,000 right now. Well, I mean, it went down to 60s, but bouncing back up through it. Let's see if it continues to hold. Before we do small cap, anything you want? There goes Intel again.
So we're through 400 on NVIDIA. I do want to see it hold above VWAP. That would be fantastic. With the market above 15,000, this could be a hold till not $1 trillion, but you know what I mean. That market cap of $1 trillion is 405. It could be a base out over 400, and then we're going back into more shares long on the way to 405. But I like the bottom. You just made a double bottom on the NASDAQ. You're back above 15,000. If this is it, then it's a lot of tests of those lows. Apple didn't work out. Well, it worked, then it didn't. But NVIDIA we've got here. The only thing I got left standing is we go to the small cap. Oh, sorry. Is it small cap?
Probably.
Yeah, small cap recap with Brendan. That IPX is making some moves.
Hey guys, yeah, a lot of them making big moves right now. I was just watching this one as well. FWBI top of the list here. The only one with real significant news to talk about this morning. First Wave Biopharma coming out with positive results on a pancreatic disorder drug trial for them. So FWBI, yeah, still 143% to the upside. $3 is this high. If you go out to the daily chart, got tagged a couple of times over the past couple of months. So running into a bit of a barrier here, but a ton of volume still behind that move for FWBI. YS, there's a few Chinese-based names on here today. This one is one of them, 170 coming into play right now on the daily chart for YS. MGIH, we talked about a little bit yesterday. It faded that initial move up to 250 yesterday, all the way back down to $2. Here's $3 running into problems right now for MGIH. Another Chinese name, Ehang. Look, when you get a second today, just Google Ehang and what they do. It's kind of funny. They make those flying cars that people actually are using apparently in China now. So a little bit of positive momentum from them. And we've heard a lot about SoFi over the past couple of weeks. Continues to take out highs here. A little bit red though on the day now, guys.
Oracle, thanks, Brendo. Yeah, we saw those. We had once talked about it. I think it was Sharif or somebody, or maybe it's Prad. You're going to have Prad on the midday again. So, yeah, let's go sirens up for that pretty soon. We're going to go Max to kick it off, and then Prad to close it out with Sharif on the midday show. And I think it was Prad or somebody that we were like debating if we'd ever step foot in one of those Ehang helicopters there. I don't know. I'm a bigger guy. I don't know what the, obviously I'm pretty sure it can hold my weight, but there's no way, well, obviously it would be able to. There's no way in hell I'd go into that, but hey, with better experience, you know, a little more history on that one, I do want to Google that and have a look because I think it's pretty interesting right now because right now the helicopter barely fits on the pad on this building, so I need to get something a little bit smaller for that, and maybe Ehang is the thing to do.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either, but we'll find out right there. I got to see if the FAA here
Airplanes are
in
nice
Canada.
and safe, and driving is nice and safe. I'm not saying it's a bad product, but yeah,
might not be the greatest. I don't know if I trust it, so we'll watch out for that. Neo, we got out, man, and there's one reload at 85 right there out of NIO. As we'll go to Brendan, he's going to tell us how much he paid for his Ehang.
Not enough. No chance. A gust of wind would be a problem for one of those, I feel. IPX, Neil, you were asking about this one. This is a mining company, new deal with Ford. So they're going to produce part of their batteries for Ford. So IPX on a huge run. So
that IPX, when you talk about low floaters, you always want to see it calm down after a series of halts. The float is pretty tiny. What's it? 13 million shares. I just double checked it. Very, very tiny float. But the last halt break was off 14.20, and then it held 14 even. So that gives you a bit of a VWAP retrace look here. So bounced off VWAP, that's 14. I think as long as it's above that, it has stopped halting in the midterm or the short term, I suppose that would be. So maybe like something off of 15 to 14. If it breaks a high, you're not taking a top end break. But it is a tiny float name. You do not want to sit there, you know, without a stop. And to me, 14 is an obvious stop level. But I have to get something at like 15 even to be involved. Looks like NVIDIA is not going to hold on just yet. It just wicked above VWAP. Now back underneath. Needs to give you a consolidation higher. But yep, as I say that, there's the Huadunk. Wait a minute. Oh, that is a wick bottom.
No Huadunk?
Look at that. No, look. Yeah, it just wicked down to 387. Probably broke this channel anyways, underneath 399.50, so likely to have been trailed out regardless over there on NVIDIA. It was a good long off the bottom at 398, but it could not hold on to $400. Apple, which is the other name that we're in the long of earlier, that actually held on to pre-market lows, but it's still trend down for Apple. We like the Rivian short, but with the market bouncing here, I want to give Rivian another chance to get off VWAP, get back up toward the high. That's the level we like. So we had that NVIDIA, doesn't seem to want to hold on. You're still looking relatively weak. That IPX has to be a very specific setup off VWAP. It has to hold 14 even, and then I would try to get into that one running off the high of the day. So it's pulling back now, but the longs need to be under 15 to play it off the 14, with a hard stop at 14.
So I feel like we found a good name that we want to go long on. We're now long. It's a new position alert. It's Amazon. You can see it at the bottom there. We're just long right here at 80. So oh yeah, here. You know, I'm not in the new version, so I got to clean up that wick. But I don't know. I like this 125 kind of break there. I mean, these highs are 125.60s. That's kind of where we're at right now, which is why we're trying to take the long. And then, I don't know, Amazon's been pretty good, man. I mean, even just here on the 20-minute chart, excuse me, wow, now Oracle's really starting to go. It's been pretty good on this chart, like a nice straight upside move there after taking out 125. So that's 126. 125 is actually in the middle here. So I'm not completely convinced that it's going to hold that price, but I like this level here, 125.25. We just dipped down into that, so I could see something there maybe, but yeah, I'm going to try to hold on to Amazon until it breaks down to 125. Starter position now. So again, if you're following along, this is going to be a start. You know what? I'm going to put something at 119 because we just bounced off there again on Oracle. But maybe if this market does crash, we can have a really much bigger winner. All right, 115.50 bid right now. So hopefully that can break through 119, then we'll get a little bit of a move down. As soon as we broke 120, it took us 5 minutes and we were down 50 cents. So hopefully we can get that and be a little more patient with what we're trying to do right now. Okay, nice bump up there. Let's take advantage of that with Intel. Boom. There it is, a nice one for Intel. So we'll put some bags on the board. What's up, Russell Jackson? What's up, James? James Choi, James D, Hamster One, John S. And what's up to Janice Lee? And what's up to you, Brendo?
On guys, trying to make a move here on a huge volume spike. Looks like on this market beat with a positive note here, suggesting the company is, dare I say it, almost back to cash flow positive, according to this. So Peloton up 4%. Huge volume just came in there.
That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I'd say so. What was the company that was? It was Carvana.
Carvana as well said the same thing, and it set off a rally that was, I mean, look, it's pulled back a little bit, but it set off a rally that was pretty epic. All that said, Peloton doesn't have nearly the short interest that Carvana does.
Oh, well, no.
It's
not.
not.
I don't know if anything does.
It's not close. Like Peloton is, and again, I'm just going to trade ideas here. You know what? Let's show you guys. So we just pull it up. The short float on Peloton is 12%. It is in the midst of a tiny break, but not a huge runner just yet. And as a matter of fact, it's already pulling back in here. Maybe this is a trend as your friend situation. It is above 9. It's above the 50 period as well. Alibaba just broke out, so forget about 87. That's the 87 flat bottom break. Flat top break. It is back above 88 even. I do like the long here. I'm going to cancel my bid. We're looking for the long of the consolidation 87. Now you're getting a breakout. I want this back in to that 87.80 to 88 even area. Baba's starting to go back up. Neo checks notes still underneath 885, so it's not really holding on to its breakout point. Yeah, you're still seeing a little bit of relative weakness in all the bigger names here. We're teetering back and forth at 15,000, and until we have a definitive direction off that 15, I don't want to be sort of jumping back and forth. If we're going to go long, it has to be holding that 15 above, and if it's not a short that I didn't like previously, I don't want to have it down here. Could be Rivian. Certainly that one's going to be in pocket. I don't know if we're going to get any press to the upside to be able to get that short in Rivian, but it could happen here. Still like, as long as we're above 87, I like Alibaba. Neo has not been able to get either above 885 or down to that 860 level. Don't want to diddle in the middle here. It's either above 885 or giving me the long down around that 860. Feels like we're going to get the latter first as we have 30 minutes to go till 11 o'clock, but plenty of time and plenty of room till we get to the key levels on the names I'm focused on here. Apple, probably a bit of a nothing burger unless we hold that 15,000 as well.
All right, guys, we'll take another one here because you know what, you got to reward your good ideas, and I mean honestly, Oracle's $1 in the money clean, so we just took another piece off. So we're only holding now 40%. Take a sip of coffee. That's like a pause for dramatic effect, because we didn't need to take a sip of coffee there. For Oracle, so there it is. Yes, sir, hit the sirens, because there goes Oracle. We talked about this play breaking through 120. We talked about this on our pre-show as well when we discussed Oracle, that I was like, I don't really know if we want the long in this name. It's been so appreciated over the last couple days, and rumors of that, but doesn't matter. It's a great report, great earnings name, but we did talk about possibly going long down there at 120. So if you did that, you were rewarded because it did bump off 120 a couple times. But then once it finally broke, for me, obviously, as it is for you guys as well, that's the signal to go short, right? So as soon as that broke, there's the short in. Sometimes trades are just so easy. and sometimes trades are tough. And today we've had a couple tough ones, including Palantir, including SoFi. SoFi down, bouncing off $9, quite nice, but it's really $8.90. It only went up to $9.10, so I take that back. Not really bouncing at all. And then Palantir to me was pretty tricky because we were long off of the 200 period, off of 16. We made some money early. Then we got a great bid down here at some of these closing prices from yesterday, 15.50, and then that was really traded well as we got a lot of them out in the 60s and 70s before eventually dropping down and somehow picking up a bid down here at 15.20 is Palantir. So, you know, Intel's still trying to work. I don't know. I don't really have too many ideas.
Trying to bounce.
We got Amazon again down here. Our average price is 75. Hopefully that can work to the upside. It's only 10:30. We got a lot of time to go, man. New idea. Okay, now all of a sudden now we're in the money. Wow, Disney.
Oh my God.
That one's be working right there for Diz. So nice little trade there as Disney looking to make higher highs, hopefully through 94.20. Let's go Disney. And let's go over to the big screen with Brendo. Big desk.
All right, we'll give you an update here, guys, on what's happening in crypto markets so far today. It's been a quiet week. Continues that way ahead of what's to come tomorrow with the Fed. Maybe we finally get some resolution to this consolidation that's happening in crypto markets. Meanwhile, this was yesterday, Robinhood reporting May crypto trading volume falling 68% to just 2.1 billion, down 3 months in a row, apparently, for Robinhood overall. That's a chart right now, daily chart of BTC, still crawling along. This 26,000 consolidation, trying to get back above 25,900 and hold. So we'll see. Maybe we get some movement here with the Fed coming up tomorrow. Overall, pretty quiet. We are positive on the day, trying to hold, as I said, around that 25,900. ETH, meanwhile, gave up on 1,737 currently. For the most part, green. Lena doing the best right now, solidly higher on the day. For the most part, a green board, though, today, guys, for crypto.
Yes, sir. It just got back into NIO. It dipped underneath 875. It made a nice little wick bottom there. I'll go there first, and then we'll talk about NVIDIA in a second. So it dipped underneath, got to 170, 1 cent under, and then reestablished the long above. We'll give it to the low. If it makes another press to the downside, we look at 860. But the market just reclaimed 15. I don't know. I'm going to get into Alibaba. It's off 88 now as opposed to that lower consolidation. We liked Alibaba longs as long as it's above 87 even. Instead of waiting around for it to pull back in, it's trying to break consolidation back into the upside. But back above 15, this is what it's all about. If you got NVIDIA, I didn't reload NVIDIA looking for Neo and Baba. NVIDIA right back into that 398. That looks gold. It's a triple bottom now in NVIDIA. If it can carry 4, there's still room to that 405. The market seems to want to hold on to 15,000. That is a good sign. I think that's the time when to look back for the longs. Holding above, I think we have some, I don't want to say clear skies to the upside, but you made a pretty distinctive bounce off a good support level here on the future. So jumping back into some of these longs looks like the right play.
All right, guys, we just, right now, yeah, it definitely looks like the right play. We're long Intel, 50 cents in the money. We're long Amazon, 50 cents in the money. Sorry, 30 cents on Intel. Looked at the wrong stock there. Amazon, we liked it so much. Another one right there, because this one's going upside as well. Nice trade on NVIDIA. Hopefully we can get a nice little move upside for Amazon. We are, I thought I was, I am not, sitting there in the 20s. Let's put an offer at 20 right now. Let's go on that one. We'll spin the money. It's been a while. Oh, you know what? If you guys like chicken, sorry for all the vegetarians out there, my daughter included, but that's another chicken dinner winner. All right. And if you don't, no, I was going to do the hot dog cannon. We don't need to do that again. There goes Amazon, 70 cents now. Nice upside move. Oracle trying to make a move back, but we're still in 40% of this one. The market is trying to go here. So I feel like let's punch out some more there. We'll punch out some more on Oracle there at 9s or 10s. Get a piece out on that. Now we're very, very light. Well, we have 25% still, so 20% still. We will wait on that one. I just want to make sure that we get out, just in case this market does continue to rally up. Look what Intel just did. Let's take a 50. It just went to 60. We'll put something out in the 70s there for Intel, as we need to get that one going a little bit more for sure. Oracle, you tricky guy, getting me out there at 1910. But Amazon, thank you, Mr. Bezos. I know you're not around anymore, but thank you for the trading opportunity on this stock, up to 126.25 right now, and starting to go even more, 60 cents now in the money. And we just hit this, minutes ago for this long. Again, off the 21 period and basing out. Plus, we know we like Amazon. It's been really running lately, so good trade there. Let's just hold these longs now. And the Oracle short now at day's low. Come on. As we get a piece out 50 cents ago now, hopefully this continues to crash, and we'll be able to reap some benefits on ORCL. And I'm going to throw it back to Neil, but I do want to say thank you to everybody in the chat.
Yeah, for sure. I hope you guys took profit on IPX. Because that's actually, it looked like it was about to halt to the downside 2 seconds ago. It actually resists, it looks like it resisted going into a halt. The breakout off, I tried to get it underneath 15, wasn't able to catch the long, but you can see it got up to 19 or 18 and a half, just pulled back $2 and change. So I suppose that's not the halt band, I guess, and bounced off 16 even. It'll have to consolidate and calm down again. Remember, that's a low float runner. You want to respect those. I'm not actually back into NVIDIA, but it has been good off the 38 area, so 398 area, and now holding above 400. This one has so much room to the upside if it can start to hold higher lows. That has not happened at any point. You've got a triple bottom, but you've also got lower highs. The second you start putting in higher lows and higher highs on NVIDIA, I think you want to look trend up. We're not at that point just yet, but I think we're getting pretty darn close to it. This is one I do want to go back into for sure. I got NEO back in for the first time. We're in Alibaba, and I know we've been ignoring Plug Power. A lot of people are asking about it, but Plug made a big break early. It's under VWAP. It's putting in higher lows. Probably needs to break back out and show you some VWAP in there before I would get excited about that. NEO was in a reload zone. It made one pop into 880 and then came right back in. If it cannot hold on to a higher low, I do not want to be adding without that happening. So it has to bounce, show me the higher low, we'll jump back into more shares. I still love it a little bit more above that 885, but we gave it room to be able to pull back in here before re-engaging with it. G-Man saying Caterpillar's on steroids. Okay.
Good.
Okay. I like me some Caterpillar, not necessarily for a day trade, but yeah, strong stock. Oh yeah, that's just gliding to the upside. I want to say it's like very linear, like a nice little 45-degree angle to the upside on this. But on the daily chart, it's a little bit more parabolic, let's just say. So 250 could be incoming for Caterpillar. I've seen this go and been hesitant to jump into it as a day trade. But when it trends, it trends. This is a 15-minute. It is all green. I think what I'm looking for to join a trend is see how it kind of checks up here on the 15, gives you a bit of a flat entry that you don't see on a lower time frame chart. Look for the same thing. If it gives you that same like red candle rejection, you look for the consolidation. That was about 242 half, and then you give it that back into 242 even. Something like that could get me into this trend on Caterpillar. Otherwise, you're just chasing it blindly.
All right, what's up, Jackie? You are right. Today is a fruit salad kind of day. I mean, I think we got to have the fruit salad every day now after this kind of a trading day. We just got 90 cents out there. Look at Intel, first of all. Intel's really climbing, and we just reloaded that as well at 24. But Amazon was absolutely huge. So I just did put it in the chat there that any guesses, here's right here, any guesses on what is for lunch today? And then I was thinking that, you know what? Like, it's a tough thing to guess because, like, yesterday we had, like, what, Tuscan chicken? You know, like no one's going to guess that. So I gave, yeah, I'd like to watch in a minute. I'm trying to do something here, Fabian. Okay, so it's a typical, no, it's all good, bro. This is part of the show, you know, going back and forth. All right, so there it is right now. It's a typical lunch menu item. So Beyond Meat. Okay, Bears versus Bulls, I see you there. Chicken salad, okay, not bad there. Cats on steroids, we're not having steroids. Chicken soup, maybe, that could be a good opportunity. Pizza, last week there was pizza here with pineapple on it. What else is there right now? Pizza, Taco Tuesday, oh man. Now you're going to set Neil off. A grilled chicken sandwich, McDonald's. All right, so far, a lot of you guys have been pretty close right now. I'm going to go through this. After we go to Brendan, I'll come back and let everybody know and see if I can,
There's one person close.
I see something right now.
One person got it.
You're not going to be exact, but I did see someone there that did have something. So,
that was exact.
Hey, new segment brought to you by the People's Trader. It is Guess What's for Lunch today. Hey, maybe we can get a segment for that. Guess What's for Lunch, Fabian or Alfredo. And we could do that similar to the fruit salad. It's Guess What's for Lunch, a brand new segment brought to you by... There we go, Fabian. I like that. All right, let's go over to Brendan now and see what's going on.
High odds on chicken. I'm going to go with for lunch. Here we go, 0.5% to the upside, guys, for the overall S&P 500. Lot of green on this board. The moves, however, not huge, to say the least. Material and energy stocks back to the upside, if you remember, past couple of days. Both of these were among the leaders in negative territory. Biogen had a nice bump yesterday on that Alzheimer's news, some profit taking, maybe 3.5% downside. Industrial and financial is actually leading the way as far as gainers are concerned so far today. We saw some of the regional banks back to the upside. Remember, Russell 2000 on that board this morning, back higher, even with a couple of downgrades in that group today for individual names. There's AMD under pressure, 2% downside as we saw. Rest of the semis trying to offset that, though. Individual names outside of that to stand out. CRM is red today on top of what happened yesterday, down 1.5 a net here as well. ANET 2.25. So tech not in charge so far. Energy still trying to make ways to the upside, guys. 5.2 there for Halliburton. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, Halliburton, you have some names out there, and this is why we do sector watch, right? Like, we're going to be focused on big tech, what's rallying, but sometimes you get a few sectors that are making those power moves, and you want to respect them. I know one. So remember we were talking about Devon Energy at 51? There's the 51 break on Devon, and look at 51 hold. So, I mean, it's pulling back into it now, but long story short, if Devon Energy holds this 51 level, and let's just, if you weren't watching in the morning show, this is what I was sort of getting at with the line. I wasn't trading it because I'm not really looking at oil futures that often, but this is technically looking pretty solid. You have a break of the 50, consolidation break on the daily, and as I just mentioned, it's actually holding support on that line. Not always the greatest day trading stock. We just showed you Caterpillar. That looking pretty good as well, not a traditional one. There, I just tried to get some more NIO down at 871 as it put a higher low in. Now I think we're headed back into VWAP. So you're getting a nice little hold on NEO. I thought maybe NVIDIA was going to be next. NVIDIA just keeps on doing this. It gets to 401, wicks under. This is me getting trailed out of the long, and then you're right back to maybe pulling back off 400. All this has to do is give you some strength above 4, and then start showing you that VWAP is a base. 15,000 is already held on the NASDAQ, so you have a nice strong base in the overall market, and NVIDIA's got a nice triple bottom as well, but you want to see a higher low somewhere. Hasn't happened yet, because the long is either off the bottom, literally, or we can form something above here. Until we do that, you got to just wait for it to get back into the low, unfortunately, for NVIDIA. Got a couple of longs back in, but they're both Chinese ADRs. I'm looking for some more strength in one of the chip names. Well, in one of the fast chip names, I should say, like the growth chip names. I don't usually put Intel in the growth category.
Yeah.
Yet, I shouldn't say that because they're think about it. Intel cut their dividend so they could make some capital expenditures to get back into that growth segment. So they're doing the right things. If you want to be a growth company, you shouldn't be paying out a 5% dividend when you're trying to play catch up on technology. Here comes NVIDIA. We just bounced off VWAP. Now the 400 play is in play.
Yeah, let's get some upside here today. Okay, so in the first ever winner, I believe, is going to be Eagle Guy right here because he gets cheeseburger. And you almost, Bears versus Bulls, man, you almost got it because you said Beyond Meat Burger. And today it is a burger. It's a jalapeno mozzarella burger with steakhouse potato wedges. And of course, I just have the salad,
potato
but
wedges. That
is what everybody else gets. Jalapeno mozzarella burger. So in the first ever, and we're gonna have a better graphic than this, Fabian's already hit me up. We're gonna have some ideas. I have some ideas as well. For the first ever, guess what is for lunch today here at Trader TV Live. So that's what that is. Yeah. So that's big. And that's why I don't really partake in the main meal there because, sitting down, unless you're like Sharif, you get off of the show and you go right away and start working out. It's a lot. A burger's fine, but sometimes, like I was saying to you, we get like lasagna and just like tons like
sometimes
ravioli,
it's really carb
and
heavy.
it's always pretty pretty heavy. So the salad is good. We'll stay that, and then I'll just steal some potato wedges or something like that. All right, so Amazon, all right, retraced off 50, still 70 cents, sorry, in the money. And as we were talking up Intel, man, we are making some good trades on that as it just came all the way back up again. So, you know, caught with it early, caught with our pants down a little bit early there as it comes all the way back down. But then we just, it sucks because like we support the 33 level, but it's just kind of like making up for these bad entries. So there's always stuff to work on as traders and to get better and better and better. And I think that that's, if anything, if you guys are learning from the show, first of all, hit the like and the subscribe. I mean, right now, what is this account at even? 1.4K, okay, that's good, but see if we can hit it again.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
So let's get that like and subscribe thing going if we can on that. And we'll see if we can, you know, get about 2,000 or so before the end of the show. And then right after this, Neil gets a break, I get a break. It's going to be Max immediately with Sharif.
Professor.
And then, Professor. And then followed by Prad today. So I'm thinking that this this stream has to be a couple thousand likes. I mean, this is the return of Prad Stradamus. So he is back in the building right now and ready to throw down for no pressure, Prad, throw down for everybody on the show as he usually does. So it means a lot to me to have him back. So that's going to be great to have Prad back. And yeah, we're just sitting, man, stone cold chilling, like the killer we're trying to be. But Oracle right now, meh. Just relaxing. So hopefully that will come back down into the downside here for Oracle. Yeah, thank you so much to everybody. 12:30 to 2, yes, with Brad. That will be with Sharif, not solo. Netflix is still a beast. Yeah, what's up to Adrian
It just
Guzman
held you up.
and everybody as well. Did it just hold you up? Netflix is a beast, I guess, to the upside, people are saying?
Well, yeah, relatively speaking, Netflix, I got it right here. It just broke 433 clean. It's at 34 on a charge to the upside. This was another one of those, you know, it was strong pretty much right at the open or off of that number, 830, and then we've been pulling back ever since, but everything's been pulling back. But above VWAP and holding. I think, look, I mean, you're still above 15. I did just get a wick out on NVIDIA, but I think that was just running some stops. So I'm not completely convinced that this isn't just to jump back into it. As you want to give this a chance, because if we've held 15 for good, the upside here is to 05. So I'll take multiple pot shots at this above that 400 level. As a matter of fact, it's holding it now. I'm only really long. If there is a short, it's like Rivian 15. I guess I've actually found too many other things that I like there. Apple 185, but Apple's nowhere close to 185. If it goes to 185, I think we're all pretty happy with that. I'm going to try to get back into this NVIDIA. It just wicked underneath. I think is giving that setup like we could be running up to that 405. It's time to give it more room. Playing some catch up is NVIDIA. Still in the consolidation on Alibaba. We're able to get some there under VWAP as it's holding 88. But if there's more fills to be had, it's got to be over. Like, this has to show me that it's going to the upside. Like, NEO, you know, like NEO's bouncing, right? Like, NEO makes that bottom, bouncing back into VWAP. Alibaba still going sideways. And when the Chinese ADRs go sideways for too long, it can be an indication that they're done for the day. A little early for that, so I don't want to give up on it just yet. But at some point, it'd be nice if Baba broke this consolidation and started breaking a little bit higher. Let's go to Brendo and seeing what's going on in the world of I don't know.
It's money talks.
It's money talks. I wanted to say in the world of crypto, but we already did that. So let's see what's going on with the USD.
Downside, 2 days in a row here, guys, for the DXY. I just noticed yields back to basically day highs here, coming off that CPI print as well. If you remember the core side of things, still higher than expected. The CPI number itself, though, downside, 4 versus 4.1. So 0.37 right now for the DXY, 103 and a quarter, 108.4 for the euro. Back to the upside. So 108 hasn't been touched in quite some time. Canadian dollar, 0.5%, 75.18. 126 for the pound there, up better part of full percent at one point this morning. We're back to just 0.7. But you can see I went out to a weekly chart here for the DXY, so you can get a higher time frame view here. We're just kind of grinding into this consolidation, waiting for a resolution either direction. For the most part, though, a lot of positivity coming through ahead of Powell's big day coming up tomorrow, guys.
Yes, sir. And it's chatter in the chat there. Money Talks is so underrated of a film for a comedy. Like, imagine you had Charlie Sheen and Chris Tucker in the same. Like, trust me, like that. If you've never seen that one, and everyone knows Charlie Sheen for, well, now at least for some other things. But man, Chris Tucker. Like, it is prime. Like, that guy was as funny as anybody. And then Charlie Sheen. That's one of those undercover.
Charlie Sheen has gotten, like, wiped off the face of this earth.
I know, it's weird because that's people just look at
so popular,
Sheen like after
20
what's
years
happened.
ago or whatever.
He was huge.
Yeah, for
huge.
sure.
And that was one of those movies, man. It's fire if you get a chance to see it. I mean, it's, to each their own when it comes to comedy. I'm back into NVIDIA. It looks like it wants to break instead of consolidate. I forgot to mention IPX out here. It's trying to bounce. Nope, forget about it. It's not trying to bounce off VWAP. It did bounce again off of VWAP. Usually not an indicator for this type of a stock, but it is holding and giving you these nice little dip buys off VWAP. But each time it's running to the high of the day and pulling back. So it probably needs to break the high, then give another dip before jumping back into the trend, I suppose. So strong mover here on IPX. I'd be very cautious trading it as just insane. It's me. Trading Places is a good movie. That is absolutely right. I love that one as well. Peloton, back at the top. Is Peloton just a top break?
Probably.
Honestly, it might be. It's only 12% short, but we saw this with Carvana. If you slept on it when they used that word, when they talked about profitability, you missed out on a couple of days. And there's room to the high from last week, which is at 980. So if there's anything on 950, which there isn't actually, not a lot of size at 950, that could be set for a top-end break here on Peloton. I just don't think you want to fight this, at least until it gets to $10. It looks like Peloton, which has not had a red candle on the 15-minute, wants to make a break. If this had, this was a $10 break, I'd probably like it a little bit more. But, Peloton, I want to give it some respect. That 950 break could be good. NVIDIA, I did jump back into it after taking the hit on the last trade off the 400 level. Running out of some steam at 402, so I suppose we've been talking about this. You want to make sure you ring the register on the longs because they have not been screaming to the upside. But I think we have a trend reversal now, and the longs are back on.
Yeah, I just actually... It's funny, good segue, because we just went back into SoFi right now. Look, we have this at the wrong price. I mean, you should have it down here at $9, but it finally just tried to take VWAP there. So I was like, okay, let's see if we can get something here. So we're long at 23s. And, just trying to play it off of like basically a 20 break. Like, I don't want to be in this for very long. We've seen how far this can go down. That right there is 15 or 16. Maybe we'll hold it against that. Yeah, let's just cancel. Hold on. I had my out being if we broke through 17, but it's 15. So, okay. That just allows me to get more shares. This was not going to be a big position. I wanted to see what it was going to do back down there at 20. But now that it's coming back in a little bit, we could put some shares at 20 right now to see if we can get that fill and then just try to give it off of 15, right? So if it breaks through 15, then we can get out. I'm just putting the stop order in right now. So you go like that, you go like that. You put in $9.14. Oh, you can't see. I always think you guys could see when I'm doing that, but there it is right there. So 100%, 914. If we break lower, we're going to get out of everything. So then all I do is I push enter. So there you go. You're seeing me enter some trades here right now. And again, we're going long. We just got long on this name, and we're going longer if it comes into 20. And then we're going to try to play it off the 50 period, off some swooping up now. Look, SoFi can go. We know that. We've seen SoFi rip faces off and tank at the same time. I mean, this is a pretty nice tank right there. 930 down to 890 in a matter of 10 minutes. So that's 40 cents on a $9 stock in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if it can get going and this market really wants to take 15,000, like, good. It's at 15.5 now, 15,050. So it has bounced off of it nice. But what I mean by take it is like actually start to go up. Right now, the market's just dancing with VWAP as well. We are now $1 in the money on Amazon. So yeah, join the Dollar Bandit Club right now. Goes Amazon today, as goes Oracle. So we have 2 members today in the club, both some nice upside moves. And then Intel, only 50 cents. But I just noticed we just kind of made some nice tops there. That's above VWAP, above 200, above everything. So we do have an offer now at 83 to try to deal with that. Okay, SoFi, okay. Hopefully this can work. Target, where is this? This is probably 30. Okay, so, I can't be myself if I don't put something there. Let's put something at 30 and then something at 34. See if we get some nice upside push here. We're not praying for this, for SoFi on a good reloaded position. We'll see if it can go through. Obviously, we're offering 29s here. See if we can make a little bit in front of 30. That's where this consolidation is. Then, went right back down. The next level after that is this 34 where we're sitting as well. So hopefully SoFi can go. The market needs to hold VWAP if that's going to work. Only a couple more minutes left.
Yeah, just running the register on NVIDIA, but there was a buyer that stepped in. It happened really fast. It wasn't time to probably interrupt Sean and go over to it. But this top here at 402.25, I had just gotten some shares out as it broke that level. It came right back in. There was a flash buyer down there, like a bit of a refresher. Very quickly, I just punched in and threw a stop underneath. It's now continuing the trend to the upside. It is trend to the upside now. Higher low, pretty much all green. I think we're going to see 405 at this particular point. I mean, look, if we see 405, it's all psychological. That's psychological, but the reason it keeps rejecting that is that $1 trillion mark on NVIDIA. I'm not saying it can't break it, but it has not been able to hold above. All the action above 405, it was essentially one day, and most of it was in the pre-market. So big test upcoming here for NVIDIA. It is a reload for me. Unfortunately for Alibaba, that didn't hold up. So it was consolidating for maybe too long when I saw NEO go. It broke the channel to the downside, so we got to get out of that when we'll slap the fail on the first and only trade in Alibaba. You never want to see its cohort looking strong and then it's breaking down. So you got to be able to get out of it. The only caution with NEO is the breakout level of 885 is turning into a little bit of resistance. So this is NEO 885 on the daily. That's why we have that big line there. Got the breakout. That's the level on the 15. But if this turns into resistance, the last thing I want to see is us holding the previous support level from the morning as resistance. And as I say that, it's probably worth taking some shares out in front of it and then start consolidating here. We'll just go 70s into 885. We'll go for the scalp trade on NEO. It needs to break this for a push back into 9, and then you can go long again above 885. So this is my line in the sand. I'm kind of using it as a bit of a pivot zone here on NIL. So NEO, NVIDIA, back to the well with both of those. And what else we got going here? I know that IPX it's a nice little flyer out there, but I'm not going to chase this move. I'm looking for one setup probably and one alone. That'd be breaking the high, and then once it confirms that it wants to make another high, look for a VWAP or trace. That's the trade that's worked on the stock. Break the high, hold VWAP, break the high here, hold VWAP. It broke the high, held VWAP. So it's got to bust the top. Maybe it rejects 20 even, and then we'll go dip buying.
Look, no, thank you. What's up to Rage TV here? If you guys can come over here. I mean, I read the chat as much as I can, especially when we're kind of in chill mode right now. And I think this is, I don't like the word never, but I think it's accurate anyways. I'm going to use Intel as an example too as well. This is why you never jump in at open. Let AMD settle and create a base, and then once you see it curling, excuse me, that's a sign to go long. So that's what Rage TV said, and I said I agree. That's a great point of view. So when you're looking at that, that's what I've been trying to do better on. I mean, look what's happening right now. I mean, this is a money trade right here on Intel, and the reason why is because we've waited for this and gotten these reloads down here. And I mean, it just look like today we liked Intel. It's the #1 name on the sticky note, and we're not wrong on it. It's just, again, too early, too many shares too early, and then it just forces you. It doesn't force you to do this. This is how you lose a shit ton of money, to be honest with you, is going long like this, and then once it breaks 33, you get out, and then this happens. So if you just wait for 33s, and it's hard to do that because you know what could have happened? You could have came down here to VWAP and then just ripped the rest of the day. And then so now you're like, oh, great, that's great. Why do I not have more shares? So that's part of the problem with trading is you don't have that crystal ball. But it came down into a level that we liked here of 33 and boom, straight up to the upside. We talked about that also with Amazon. I mean, this is a great trade for Amazon, $1 in the money. And the same kind of thing. The long is working, but let it base to 125. Then a nice upside move. And again, that's why you're going to see Neil, myself, and a lot of traders getting out at like even dollars and stuff because you don't know how far it's going to go down. And at some point, you do have to get out. Intel, great trade there. SoFi, yeah, SoFi's not really an example of that because it just kept going down and didn't really base at all. Just broke through 9, made that bottom, and then back up to the upside. But Intel's a great example of that today. So thank you for bringing that up. And maybe even NEO a little bit to some extent. Sort of started to base here at the 200 and now starting to go back up. But we did fine on that name. So dollar in the money, dollar everywhere. We can check out some, we're way over time. What are we doing? Okay, I was just going to, I just canceled an Amazon trade. That's okay. I was going to look at Tesla, but let's save that for the midday. Wow, something is really rallying for me right now. I don't know what it is, but we're going to have a look at that soon.
Chip name maybe?
Maybe. SoFi is going to the upside. I think it's Amazon. Intel's. Yeah.
Before we go over,
go ahead, yeah.
The NASDAQ is maybe making a curl. I just took another leg out of NVIDIA here at 03s. Remember, I joined this at, I had the 4 and I joined it at 01s and then again at 02s. I'm taking more out at 03. The NASDAQ's making a bit of a curl here on the 15 minutes, so I'd be a little bit cautious with some of these reloads. Yep, as a matter of fact, I just got trailed out of NVIDIA up top. I'll look for a VWAP retracement. But yeah, I just wanted to say that before we headed off to Sharif and the professor. I know they're locked and loaded, ready to go get them. And then remember, second half of the midday, Pratty Daddy is going to be back joining the professor. So it could be fantastic. Go get him.
Up, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif, and that is Max, guys. And we are brought to you by Search Trader. And with Search Trader, you can get a funded trading account of up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profit, and enjoy a relaxed trading rules with up to 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Use the code TTV to get 10% off. Shout out to Search Trader. Yeah, I can't get it together here, Max. So, guys, new format, Max and I.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to take it from here from 11 to 12, and then you guys know the Pratster, Pratty Daddy. I don't know how many different names he has. He has a lot. He'll be on from 12 to 2. So shout out to that. That's the new segment, baby, and we're going with it. So let me get to my trades, and then we'll get to Max's. First and foremost, I overtraded. I was trying to play 2 different levels, 4,400 on the ES, 15,000 on the NQ. Those were the levels that I ended up taking, but I didn't allow the trading to develop enough at those levels. Rather, I was kind of way too trigger happy and, pulled the trigger at non-optimal levels in the consolidation range, the bottoms. So I ended up having to redo the trade several times. End story is I'm positive on the day as a result of this trade here where we got 8 points on the ES. This was a 4,400 hold. I'll show you the failed trade on the triple Qs in a second. This one was the one that I liked. The fact that we held 4,400, it was defended quite nice despite the fact that we did break below it, making our way down to 43.96, but it was immediately bought up. And then the second retracement here, this big dip down from 44.06 right down into 44.2 in one candle. When that got bought back up, I'm like, okay, yes, let's go. This is where the strength is, and we ran for another 10 points after that, going up to 42.14. I'm working a consolidation range now between 44.08 and 44.12. You think that likely resolve to the upside? We're up half a basis point. Sorry, 50 basis points. Get it together. Up half a percentage point on the day. On the ES, we're up 0.38 on the NQ, so the ES a little stronger today. And just looking at the chart, you're able to realize that we're above VWAP on the ES. We're not near highs at the moment. 44.21 is the high. But yeah, the NQ currently at VWAP, but below it, so you can tell there's more relative strength on the ES. And that is a result of this, our friend, oil. Well, I don't know, depending on your philosophical bend, you may or may not like oil. But it's up 69.83 high today on the CL July contract, and it's very much near day's highs. The group as a whole obviously booing the S&P, something that is not weighted on the NASDAQ. Matt?
Well, talk about over trading. I have taken way too many fills on Tesla today. Long again, above VWAP here, looking for higher. You know, I was long all morning looking for that like 255 break as we come up here. I got to take some profit here, probably at 254. So just fill me 96. Nice. Yeah, I was long all morning looking for that 255 break and continuation. And, you know, it just didn't continue. This ended up being a decent trade. Obviously, could have been a lot better if I didn't add on that 255 break. But, I mean, it's a Tesla breakout at 9:35 a.m. You kind of got to add on that one. I feel like you got to have that. As this is kind of quadunking a little bit here on me. Should I bail? No. We wait on Tesla, see if we can get that 254 breakout. And yeah, and then we give up the low here at 252.50, which I thought was like that kind of inflection price on Tesla. And I decided like now it's a short, but I was kind of chasing the short too much. I did end up finally getting a decent short, but it just wicks this low, and now we're right back up here. So I'm thinking this is pretty bullish on the day. Once again, holding pre-market lows on Tesla and looking for higher. The market's going up. I mean, I think maybe we can get that 255 move finally into 260.
I agree.
We haven't had one of those like $10 days on Tesla yet this week or recently. So I think, you know, finally maybe we can get one. We get that exhaustion move up to 262, I believe I have on the daily. I basically only traded Tesla today. I got a couple like neo fills, and I tried that Oracle at $20, that short that Sean had, but I didn't give it enough room to get it down, so I ended up taking a small L on that one. As Tesla is pumping. All right, here we go.
Flying through. Here you go, bro.
Here we go. All right. Yeah, I'm looking for 255 to break out on Tesla. So we'll see if we can get that. I think we can get that 255 breakout. Obviously, 254.50 has been a problem today. 254.80 been a serious problem, but yeah, I'm trying to just kind of hold this. Maybe I'll take some profit here. Maybe not, actually. I'm going to wait for that 254.50 breakout.
I think you have. Yeah, you can hold. NASDAQ is absolutely breaking out, and the ES waking up a bit, but the NASDAQ really going here, helping this trade out. Apple's going, Amazon's going. Things starting to wake up here in large cap world. Let that Tesla trade ride. 254.50 incoming.
Oh yeah, I think yeah, that 254.50 has some size. It was resistance for a bit. I don't know if this was this wick is real. I have to check on my other platform. That one got to 254.75. Yeah, I remember that one. All right, so yeah, 254.80, which is basically like the pre-market high, and this opening high right here has been a problem. So I think we get over that. We get that 255. Then we start moving for real, but trying to be patient as possible on this one. The stop is below this consolidation here, where I initially got in at 253. Yeah, looking good right now. Carvana going for that 22 as well. I kind of thought that 22 breakout would be good today on Carvana, but I didn't have it because I was busy on Neo, I think, or maybe Tesla. But yeah, just kind of rejects, but we're holding 21. Yesterday, yeah, 2130, 2140 was kind of resistance yesterday on Carvana. So this is where we hold today. Very interesting that, you know, the place that people might have been selling at yesterday is the place that people are buying at today. As, oh my goodness, NVIDIA's going for 405.
NVIDIA, I haven't had eyes on that. I've been watching AMD's, it's retraced. I'll probably change Oracle here, put NVIDIA. Ooh, NVIDIA's going back in today's highs, 404.98. Yeah, take over that one. I haven't had eyes on that. SoFi moving too, apparently.
I'm thinking.
Sean is going to short AMD, guys. There's obviously a big divergence here between the way AMD is trading. Come to my screen, and NVIDIA. Will put up the ticker for NVIDIA real quick here. There we go, NVDA, bottom right of the screen. Top right of the screen is AMD. We're below yesterday's close, 129.22 on AMD, whereas we're up almost 2.5%, real close to it, and near day's highs on NVIDIA, and that 405, you know, coming in real hot here. Let's go to the half-an-hour chart, and let's go to the daily. Where we need to see the levels. Here we go. Yeah, so that May 30th day, the day that we got up to, I believe it was 419.30. 38. AI apparently is moving now.
AI's at $40. What?
What? Okay, have a look at that. AI
What?
pumping.
Oh my God, everything's going. I don't know what to do here. I'm long Tesla.
Okay, let me have a
I'm
look
trying
at
to take
AI.
this 405 breakout. AI is now
going on here?
39.59. So this is full on short squeezing. Does this have a catalyst on it?
I'm looking. I am looking. AI. It's absolutely flying through
There's
that
no
38 and a
catalyst.
half top.
Wow. All
Let me
right.
look at my blotter here. No, it's going to be likely just a squeeze or a technical breakout. 40 incoming, 39.60s. I don't even want to say what it is because the level keeps changing. The guys here telling me they're not seeing anything. There we go into the 70s. People punching in. I don't see size moving up here on the book, and nor do I really see any size in the book to kind of keep us down here. Not that I'm seeing anyway. We'll have to continue to watch how this one prints, but the market in general curling up. Things looking strong for the moment. Things squeezing here, Max, as this one goes into the 80s, 40 incoming. You have to feel that it's going to be a level.
Yeah, I'm keyed up to take this 405 breakout on NVIDIA here. There's about 1,000 lots on the offer, which is a decent amount of size there. And, you know, we're running into it. Oh, that's a
we are
bad
pumping
break. Let's
up.
wait for 5 seconds. Yep, come on. Make a new high, make a new high. Through the 20s, through the 30s, come on.
AI
There we
right
are. All
through
right, we're in the
40.
30s on NVIDIA. Just waiting for this to really resolve. Making new highs, got to get to 406 pretty quickly here. NVIDIA breakouts have to go like $2 for me, so let's see this one get moving. Come on, NVIDIA, through the 50.
Wow. This is
45
crazy
high
time.
currently, now 55, now 60. All right, NVIDIA's flying. Here we go, here we go. Why is Tesla not moving with this? What's the NQ doing? Pumping
Everybody
up, all right.
independent.
So, yeah, NVIDIA, what's that high? I got to throw a stop at 89.
If you ain't AI, you ain't cool, says Sean.
AI is
As
just
NVIDIA makes it real cool to be in AI at the moment. 405.62, that 405 level gets blown through, but everything's really blowing to the upside now, baby. 44.17 incoming, and there goes outgoing on the ES as we blow through.
Come on, baby, let's go.
15.090. We're looking at 15.1 possibly here coming in on the NQ as we go up 0.71% on the day. All of a sudden, the NQ now up more than the ES as it really rockets up as tech takes off. Lots of things curling to the upside here. 406 incoming NVIDIA. This guy's in both NVIDIA and Tesla, but
What's
they're
Tesla
both flying.
doing?
I'm in nothing.
Come on, NVIDIA, get through that
Amazon's
406.
flying through 127.
Did that just break 406? I don't know. We're waiting for that 406 to resolve
Everything's
here.
moving.
Through 09s, come on,
Wow,
get through
what
the
a top
20s here
break.
on 406. There we go. All right. NVIDIA's flying, baby. Let's go. Taking some out at 22 here if we can get that fill. Come on. There we go. Get the fill. All right. Next offer is going to be 407. Tesla's absolutely flying to 255. Got to take some out above 255 on Tesla. All right. Let's set this offer on NVIDIA here at 406.89. All right. Looking good. Looking good. These breakouts are pretty sketchy these days, so you got to be careful.
Good continuation,
on this.
too, on
I
these
think
movements. 15.1 on the NQ. We've broken through that. We made a top of 15.151 in the pre-market, but it was on much less volume. I like the 15.1 break still. So let's see how we trade here, too. This will be important. Do we reject off here? So far, not that much more volume coming in. Definitely a lot more in the opening print. Curling up a little bit, though. We're seeing some more green candles develop on the bottom. So good price action. Let's see if we get followed through. We're close to the high of day as well on the ES 44.21. We're at 18s. What's up?
I accidentally took off my whole Tesla position there.
Okay, that's all right.
That's too bad. All right.
Oh, you took off the entire position?
Yeah. I was trying to take a little bit of profit there on 45.
I hate fat finger mistakes like that.
That's annoying because that was supposed to be a big picture idea, but whatever. Here we go. Yeah,
Your
NVIDIA,
order is still sitting there if you want to cancel it.
This is for NVIDIA.
Oh,
so
okay.
NVIDIA next profit taker is going to be at 406.89. I may take a little bit more ahead of the high here. We'll see what happens. 406.30 being the high, but Nvidia, like really, I like to trade it in $2.50 to $3, maybe even $3.50 ranges. So I think if this breakout is good on Nvidia, we can really, really go, especially with AI absolutely pumping right now to $41. So I wish I had that 40 breakout there on AI. Looks like you only had to risk like 20 cents there.
Yeah.
And you're up 50
It's still
right
going.
now.
Very volatile. 40.60 seems to be a bit of a top right now. There's not that much size. Here we go. We're at that level. Another rejection. So we're dancing with that 40.60. Sellers stepping in there. Still above the $0.50. A lot of volatility on this name now, up almost 8%. Where's the volume? The volume, 17 million shares. This one's been a hot potato. A hot potato. Here we go, 40.60. You just know that if it breaks through that level, it's going to squeeze aggressively. It found support at 40, couple of dips. This is the 3-minute chart. Let's go to the 1. Show us a bit more of a, yeah, look at that dip right into 40, gets bought up immediately, and now it's just dancing with tops. Here we go again. I don't know if anybody's involved in this on the floor, but yeah, looks good. High short flow. We'll remind you again, let's check trade ideas. Shout out to them. AI.
Oh, here we go, NVIDIA, new high, 406.50, the high on NVIDIA. Come on, keep pumping, baby. Let's go, NVIDIA. Tesla just wicked another little bit of a high there. Yeah, I should have taken more size on this NVIDIA breakout. This was, that 405 is pretty key level, and we did touch it right here off the open, so yeah, should have probably sized up on that one a little bit, but cool with that. Waiting for 80s, waiting for that 406.50 breakout, and I think we could probably see 410 today if this market helps us out here. Is AMD, so AMD is going the other way, right?
AMD is like finding power all of a sudden. It just went green. It's up 0.12%. It was that 129.20-ish area yesterday that we closed at. We're above that level now. Do we continue? We have 130. You know your man is in it. By man, excuse me, Sean.
Oh, baby, 407 just broke on NVIDIA.
Wow,
so
NVIDIA is really squeezing here, 3%. Is there a catalyst? No, I don't think there is.
I don't think
there
NVIDIA
was one
needs
earlier
a catalyst.
today,
now that it's held 400, I mean,
Yeah.
420 is the next real level. 410, obviously, another level
What
there.
a move.
Yeah, nice move here on NVIDIA. I'm waiting to take a little bit more.
Quaboom.
Quaboom on NVIDIA. Yeah, if I had those Tesla shares still on, this would be a monster. Midday hour here, but yeah, here we go. 407.50 incoming. This is where I expect to see resistance at that 407.50 price. So I want to see what happens around here. I may take a little profit if we get some selling, but you know, it's very mixed tape and kind of just sitting up there. So not scared yet. I think, you know, this could really start to accelerate if we take out that 407.50, which we do. So looking for 408 now. Do I take some here? Yeah, gonna take another 10% there. And
it's really going.
Yeah, I think got to sit on my hands a little bit with this because this breakout is absolutely exploding.
This is really
to the upside.
squeezing, eh? Like, who is mad enough to short up here? Why are people putting on shorts on NVIDIA? But you have to, you know, the potential move down, I guess, is so lucrative. This clearly looks like a short squeeze to me above these levels as we have a bit of a gap, like we talked about, between the levels we're at now and the wick top that we made on May 31st. The 4 hour shows it quite well. Let's zoom in here. Oh, does it?
Wow.
Zoom out.
Okay.
Daily.
So the first bit of selling comes in on that move, and then they just buy it right back up. Like, this is absolutely squeezing. I'm expecting the 408 break to come right now, and here we go, 407.90. There's some size on the offer, not a whole lot, not enough for this to provide any type of resistance in my mind. I think, you know, 410 is the next spot. I really want to hold like all of this, but I feel like I got to take a little bit of profit here.
This is what I want to show you. So look, you have a bit of a vacuum between where we're at right now, the level almost say 410 area, and the top of the wicking candle here that we got.
I mean, last time we broke 410, we went to 419.90.
Exactly. We haven't been up here since that time. So a bit of a gap, and you don't know what kind of shorts are sitting around there, especially on that big wick down. You know, this is a reversal candle. followed by a red day, although it was followed by another green day.
And here we go, up to the top again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, super strong, man. Unreal.
I've been waiting for NVIDIA to do this type of move for so long.
Hasn't squeezed really since that earnings day, right?
Yeah.
Today, looking like one of those days. 408, baby.
Here we go, baby. Come on, break it. There we go. Now a full $3 in the money on NVIDIA. Let's go. Pumping up. Absolutely squeezing. AI in
What a
play,
move.
baby. And $41 did break on AI. C3 AI. So yeah, we're absolutely pumping in the space. You know, nothing else is really going except for these the chips and AI. I think Nasdaq's kind of chilling around. Yeah, do I take another little piece here? Probably.
Yeah, it's moving up nice, man. You got a good mover, good squeeze. You have I think you have a great profit target at 410. Ride that trade.
I think just like take the breakout on 410 at this point.
You never know. You get a dollar squeeze or so past that, and then you maybe find a bit of
target
resistance, right? What else is strong at the moment? I mean, Tesla pulling back in a bit. Some of the big tech names starting to pull back. Meta, you know, the one that I see is kind of strong at the moment is Amazon. It's continuing to move up, not obviously as fast as NVIDIA, but off that 125.5 bottom now, 127, breaking through that nice. It's got a 128.41 top, but in the pre-market, we kind of topped out there at 128.81. So almost a 129 top. Good move on Amazon, up 0.43. Not the rocket ship that is NVIDIA. Holy, it's still going, bro. Look at this. Here comes 408. The shorts are getting rinsed. Yeah. This is a short squeeze if I've ever seen one. Let me count how many green candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 5-minute green candles in a row. 409 the top. NVIDIA's a rocket ship. Put that thing on the Starship or the Falcon Heavy.
I don't know what that means.
Big. Well, Falcon Heavy's the Tesla or the what's it called? SpaceX's huge rocket. That puts everything into orbit.
Yeah.
Good top there. A bit of resistance at 409.
Absolutely riding the Falcon Heavy, guys.
There you go, baby.
Absolutely riding the Falcon. Yeah, so some selling definitely came in there on 409. So
Bravo.
No, it did not actually wick above 409. So wondering where it's going to bounce. I think 407.50 is the good bounce spot on this. I'm not going to let this get back to break even, obviously. So I'm going to have to find a spot to stop this. 407 break, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I'd really like, maybe I'm going to trust the teal on this one. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to trust the teal on NVIDIA.
Trust the teal, baby.
I decided teal break down on NVIDIA. So 406, I guess, which kind of gross to let it go back that far. But I think we can get that 410 break today. Obviously, NASDAQ kind of... So ES kind of wicked the high there. So,
yeah, it did.
You know, got to be careful. Want this to bid back up pretty quick. But I'm going to let NVIDIA play out. That's the first 2 red candles in a row. So on the 1-minute chart since that 405 breakout. So you want to see how this resolves. If we make a third one down, that probably doesn't look that great. We'll see if we can get a little wick bottom at 407 here. And then that blast off up to 409. I don't see why we wouldn't get that, 410 break today, given this this action, and this stock in specific loves to do these like $5 plus moves.
Max bringing them Lambo trades.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
Bring them Lambo trades, baby. There you go.
I don't trade for civics.
What'd you say? I don't trade for civics. Well, sometimes Fonzie asks.
What do we do this for? To drive a RAV4?
There you go. So Sean is demanding
a teal
graphic.
Lambo. Teal Lambo, please.
A graphic where Max is in a teal Lambo. And I gotta say, I second that bang. Shout out to Max, great trade, bro.
Thank you.
Where are we at here?
And now we get the buying back up on NVIDIA. So you want to see that 408 break very quickly, and you want to see it accelerate into 409. You know, this is, it doesn't even get to the teal. So that's how strong NVIDIA is right now. Let's see if we can get through that 409 price into 410. I'll have an offer out of 410.89, I guess, is how I like to play those breakouts on NVIDIA as we are blasting off to 409. This is crazy.
Yeah. You're going to get that 410 touch.
That's a nice little reversal short off 409, but the way that I like to play these is the little wick high, and it didn't even get through 409 there, so it's hard to execute on this when it's going so fast. But now we're getting a little pullback, so let's see if we can hold these lows, 406.50 area. Maybe I'll take a little more profit now. No.
Yeah, we continue to dance. 15-1 on the NQ. Broke it. Now trading below it. Watching how we trade here. Important level for me anyway. I like these 100-point levels. Likewise on the ES, getting to that 44.23 top, kind of wicking there now. A little bit of pullback, but I don't really want to step in front of any freight trains here. So I will continue to hold off until I see something that is more safe and to my liking. So missing out, obviously, but that's just part of the deal here. So I don't FOMO into anything because I haven't planned anything. So the plans are not being executed because there's no plan. True. But yeah, 409 top, great trade. Where are we here with AMD? Looks like we kind of wicked 130 as well. Found a bit of resistance above there, despite the fact that we're above VWAP. AMD definitely weak on the name. So if it was moving up in sympathy with NVIDIA and NVIDIA starts retracing down, I wonder what kind of move we're going to get on AMD on the way down, seeing that it didn't have any catalyst. Yeah, by the way, AMD, 1:30. Don't forget that. 1:30 p.m. today, their AI event starts, or I believe they're calling it their AI event. Anyway, they're going to announce a super AI chip, or what was it called? What was the name of that?
Yeah, something like
Super AI chip. It had some sort of name. Yeah, an AI-related chip. It's a GPU. We've been talking a lot about that. Been waiting for them to make the announcement, so it sounds like they will make it today. You've seen the stock boom up lately. I guess in anticipation for that. And it's probably going to be you think usually it's a sell the news event.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was talking to Obi this morning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, AMD could be a banger to the long until 1:30, then sell the news. Now it's a banger short, possibly until 1:30, and then buy the news. Like, what if they have this crazy, awesome chip that comes out and it's way better than NVIDIA's? Or
you know what I'd be looking for? Not a crazy awesome chip. I think the market knows what the chip is. But if they were to surprise us with like a lot of pre-orders,
pre-orders, that'd be
or
good.
like something ridiculous, but like, oh, we're already doing this, something we didn't anticipate, so that would change the numbers.
We're announcing this chip and revising our forecast because
yeah,
we have
that's
so many
what I want to see.
Yeah.
Then you see the market absolutely
that
pop to the top because then changes valuations and then you have repositioning, etc. So that's what I'd be looking for. Ideally, who knows what ends up happening though.
Tesla going back for 255,
yeah, strong
so
again.
It did a bit of a dip. It gave me a chance to reload. I punched out here at 254.50, dips into 253, does a little wick bottom below 253. Now it's strong again, trusting the teal, holding above VWAP. So that 255 break kind of looks good. I don't think that's something that I can take. It's not really a setup to take a, midday level that's been violated twice already today. So can't really do that, I don't think, although I think it could be a good break. But, I should have just reloaded at basically my price, 253.70 there. Would have been nice. I set my stop at 405 all the way down on NVIDIA just because, the more I think about this trend, the more I think the big picture idea on this breakout could be good. There's just so many people that are offside if NVIDIA continues right now. Like, this is basically all-time highs. All-time high being 420, but we only traded there once. And, that 405.50 is basically, that's like the only price you could have got above 405. So I'm wondering, like, is this day is not correct, is it? I'm not sure. I got to go check somewhere else. But, I'm thinking, I don't want to say that we can get to 420 today, Sharif, but we can get to 420 today.
Look, bro, I'm not going to ever put it past NVIDIA. It's always surprised the hell out of me. I'm trying to find out, someone told me on my platform here that I could see the increase or decrease in the percentage float, short float for a particular stock. I'm trying to bamboozle my way around it, but I'm getting like error messages. So
yeah, you got to wonder if people are short in here.
And here's the thing, like you could make educated guesses at the price levels where people are short based on what period they got short. So if you got short between like, let's say June 1st and June 7th, right, you can look at the price action between there and have an estimated, an idea, right? Yeah. So then you kind of know where in general people are outside. So if we squeeze to those levels, you're looking for it, right?
Yeah.
And so many like little tidbits to do like that. Anyway, dancing with 15-1 right now, but to the downside. But the declines are being bought up for now on the NQ and the ES. So even like these little declines, not showing themselves to be real declines. Let's see how the 15-1 level fares here on the NQ. I'm looking at this specifically because big tech is involved. Big tech looks juicy. Some big names like Meta and Google kind of consolidating sideways above VWAP, maybe wanting to break out north, and they're giving you like $1 or $2 opportunity. So I'm looking for a kind of a safe trade here. The Meta consolidation sideways, you have a bit of a range. VWAP being a key area of support here, it looks like. Likewise is the case on Google, which had a bit of a bottom, reclaims VWAP, now consolidating sideways with higher lows. This one looks good as well. They're both positive on the day. You assume that there's going to be some connection with the way the NQ trades, and that's why I'm looking at that. But yeah, looking for a safer trade here on one of these names if we're going to continue to ride the high side wave, 15-1.
Yeah. I thought we would be getting that Apple 185 break today, but that downgrade sent us down like, what was that, $3 in the aftermarket yesterday. So Apple 185 is going to be something that I'm watching, this week. We were able to buy up that dip, but like yesterday, the closing price was 183.79. So I'm like, all right, cool, one more dollar, then we get that 185 break, all-time highs, blast off. But obviously, they are making us wait for that one. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, like we roll over 184 today. I feel like Apple's just kind of boring and does all of its moves after hours. Yeah. Obviously, yesterday was a crazy move from like 180 all the way up to 183. For Apple, that's something serious. So waiting for one of those days on this one. But yeah, just consolidating above VWAP today. I wonder, like, we're up a decent amount on the market, but like we can get up another 1% on NQ and ES, both sitting at 0.6 today. Like, I wonder if Apple could trend to 185 and do that breakout at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock this afternoon. But, we'll have to wait and see on that one as NVIDIA's pulling back right now. The market's kind of pulling back. But I'm expecting the dip buyers to come in here on NVIDIA. So my stop is in.
What's your look on a dip buy, though? Where are you looking, 405-ish? Because remember, that was kind of the top earlier. Is that your look or no?
I'm expecting the dip buyers to come in ahead of 405. So like 406. Kind of fail break dip buyers is what I would expect to happen here.
Yeah.
Did that happen? No, we just got to 08. So I'm expecting this to fail break 406 to the downside and then blast off, but we'll see. We'll see. Really don't want it breaking like 405.20. You don't want it breaking my price, basically. I have the stop on 405 even because if it gets there, that's touching 404.99. Okay. Almost definitely. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Still getting the selling coming in, still the profit taking, I guess. But yeah, I want to see that first candle back above the teal. If we resist the teal here, maybe I bail out, but I really don't want to bail out on this. I want this to trend for me. So
AI is still going apparently. I gotta change Manu. Manu's doing bupkiss. I gotta look at. Oh my goodness! AI continues to rocket ship, and I have it right here. There we go. 42. This one's squeezing. 42 incoming, 41 low 90s at the moment, 90 acting as a level for now. That definitely was a hidden seller at 9. There it goes, a 90. Wow. There go 91s, 3s now on the bid, 90, 42 incoming. We're at 41.99. I don't know what the daily
44 is like the recent high on
the local high
on C3 AI. So I think 44 break could be absolutely explosive on this one.
What a move up. 42 acting as a resistance point for now, but for how long? I'm seeing some decent size show up on the book at 42. You assume there's more hidden there somewhere. 42 exactly is the HOD as that size gets smaller and smaller on every attempt up. It looks like it's going to break. Oh, baby. There it goes. 42.12, the high. Now let's see how high this one squeezes. You said 45 was a top, right? The local top?
44 was the local top.
So you assume that between here, the 38.5 that we had as a local top, and 45, there are going to be a lot of people caught offside short if we continue to move up. It just matters, it's a matter of where they're going to be at exactly what levels. But here we go, baby. The squeeze is on 40 top now. Let this ride.
Yeah, and here goes NVIDIA finally starting to blast off a bit. Market's catching that bid on NASDAQ, so we buy up the dip, going for that 14.1 again. I don't know what's going on back there. Tesla's going for 255 again, so I'm watching NVIDIA, looking for the buying to come in and push us back over that 408 price and into 409. I don't have an offer out yet. Oh, Carvana just broke the high too. So 2250 on Carvana. There's so many things that are running right now.
No.
I'm trying to watch this NVIDIA though to see. I mean, yeah, 405.50 is now the stop, so I can trail stop that now. Yeah, 49. And now I don't even have to watch it anymore. I don't have any offers out. I'm going to see what happens at 409 again. Carvana just quadruped off that high of day.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oil's found a bit of a top, too.
Carvana. Okay. Absolutely tanking off that.
Wow, look
well,
at that
I mean, not
reversal
really,
candle.
But that is definitely a reversal. We'll see if this gets bought up. It's not SSR today, so people just manipulating this at will.
Oh, true, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday it was SSR and provided an amazing long. I think Brankel's had it off $18 or something. It went up to 21.
Nobody's trading anything.
Nobody's trading anything over there? I would hope not with all that noise that's happening, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see if we get back above 2250. I think Carvana could actually be a decent long right now, but you know, it's not something that I'm willing to take. I want to see it over 25.
Okay.
But I mean, I like the fact that we're still trending up. We get a breakout tomorrow, or even this afternoon, if this keeps moving up, I think the volume could come in. Currently only 15 million. The other day when we were trading it very aggressively, that volume was like 100 million. So, you know, there's a big difference there in opportunity, in my opinion. So, yeah, we will see.
I'm going to have to change some of these names here. So I'm going to change XPEV, put CVNA. Kind of roll with whatever's moving, baby. So here we go. Carvana, where are we at here? 4.5 with an obvious top at 22.5. A lot of bamboozlement there. Keep an eye on that one. But trying to find a trade at the moment. We move sideways and downward. We're definitely moving downward on the
42.50.
Pardon me?
C3AI just hit 42.50.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that. I've got it up right here. But we're back above 42. Why? Do we continue to squeeze?
I say yes.
I like the fact that we're above 42. So what I'll do is I'll do a little dalliance with this one. Let's see what kind of price we can get around here.
If I just took that 40 break instead of this NVIDIA break, I mean, I would have had way more shares. This would have been an absolute banger for me. Yeah, I think 44 breakout, that could definitely be like a topping kind of fail break action, but I kind of like the idea of that 44 breakout. I mean, there's a lot of people short this name. We are at some serious levels on the daily chart now. We are at breakout points. This 47 high was an after hours high.
There it goes.
So I think 44 was definitely the high of market hours on C3AI. So yeah, I mean, we could really, really start going here. 44 breakout, look for 47, possibly 50 today. Liking what I'm seeing out of this. And Tesla's dipping back into the 50 period again, so maybe.
Yeah, Tesla not as weak though, to be fair, really fighting to keep that 254. You're seeing a lot of the other ones curl down, Meta, Apple, Microsoft, even Amazon finding a bit of a clear top actually at 127.25. 3 touches on there on my 5-minute chart. So,
AMD is starting to pick up now, so 130 break possible on AMD.
yeah, actually it is making a higher low here and holding up. 130 would be good, be confirmatory, and it's right at yesterday's close. We're dancing with yesterday's close. Technically, we're up 0.2% on the day. So.
Yeah, yesterday's close being 129.20.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, dip got bought, people sell the news, and then the dip buyers show up as soon as people start buying and it creates a higher low, you know, it just starts to go. I like that setup. Obviously, extremely hard to find in the market.
Yeah.
But, and I feel like it's very stock specific. Like, you know, I'm a lot of the time able to find that on Tesla just because I've tried it so many times on Tesla, but trying to do that on other stocks doesn't typically work for me. I think you got to be like familiar with the price action in order to make that trade work for you. But
Yeah.
if you could find a long on AMD somewhere below 127 today, you are absolutely laughing.
Weakness coming in here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
here we go.
NQ
NQ looking to come back into VWAP. VWAP on my chart on the NQ is 15.055. The ES 44.07. That's where VWAP at on those levels. Continuing to watch here. I'm seeing weakness coming in on Meta. Google sideways. I like that for a possible breakout if the market gets going. It's holding above VWAP. Google holding at that 124.25 level. It's the uneventful trade, but it's the one that might get me $1 on some size here. So that's kind of what I'm looking for at the moment. The trade I'm trying to look for. So Google uneventful, but looking good. Dan, NQ pulling back from RTH opening range and rejected 15.10. So here we go. Yep, that was the look. Was the topping tail candle there on that last peak, obviously making a lower high. This is what he's talking about, the rejection of 15.10, and now we're making newer lows. Do we hold up around here, make a higher low?
Well,
like,
15.050 for me is the level. $15,050 is the level for me, and that's kind of been the level on the day, which is where we are bouncing from now. But yeah, I mean, 15K is really the big boy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks like we're holding. It looks like we're bouncing off VWAP. Everything's kind of getting off the schneid here, as you like to say. Tesla going for that 255 again. I found that really interesting, the way that Tesla was holding this, whatever this price is, 253.70. The breakout price was this 253.50, and now it won't even print down there. So I think, you know, people are probably going to be chasing this one now. If it does break that 255, I think you can structure a trade there. I'm not going to take that trade, but I see a trade there where you just take the 255 breakout, you're risking 20 cents, and you're trying to get this to the high and to another breakout. I kind of do wish that I participated again at that 254 price, where it keeps just wicking low and then blasting back up. But, you know, it all depends on what happens with the NASDAQ here. Holding this 15.050 for now. We got to get back into the 15.1 though on NASDAQ. And I feel like this move is kind of muted on NASDAQ today. You know, like a lot of the time we're trading in some larger ranges on NASDAQ, but we had a decent move up off that CPI print. Actually, no, we didn't. Not really. 100 handles up. That's nothing for NASDAQ. As we start to trend up now. How's that AI long doing? Looking like it wants to blast off, honestly.
Yeah, holding on to that, trying to see if we hold the 42-ish area. Got a decent cost basis, nothing crazy here. I want to see continuation through the $0.50. That's the look here. But, you know, small size, trying to like wet my beak. It's at highs, but it's forming a bull flag. So let's see if we can squeeze some more here and catch some more shorts offside as we're up 12 1/3%. So accumulation at this 42 level with higher lows, but you know, not obsessed with the trade. Will easily, you know, if it breaks my level, I'll get out, try again possibly as we kind of, Tesla's moving back up there for you. Looks like it's moving back into that 255. It's showing good strength while the NASDAQ moves sideways.
Yeah, Tesla's trying, Nvidia's trying here. I got an offer out 408.44. just to take 10% more off of this one because it didn't go fast. But like, you get this consolidation for 20 minutes basically. So now people have placed their bets. It hasn't gone down, so there's only one place to go in my opinion. But we'll see what happens above that 408 price. Still kind of struggling with 407.50. This is how I expect NVIDIA to trade in these $2.50 ranges. So 407.50 is where we consolidate after a 405 break. Makes sense to me. Looking for it to get to that next $2.50 range at 410, as Tesla is absolutely flying now.
Wow,
Look
Tesla,
at that.
man.
Yeah, that's a bad
That's the
punch
trade
out for
right
me at that 254.5. That's too bad, but I mean, it's only $1. I think that Tesla trends higher, a lot higher today, possibly. So, that kind of sucks that I'm not involved in that trade anymore.
Likewise.
But yeah, we'll see if it can hold this 255 price. Kind of coming down a bit as the NASDAQ comes down. And NVIDIA is kind of flushing, but I don't want to be too antsy to get out. So I got like 40% of the trade left on, looking to hold that for higher prices here. So we'll see if this dip gets bought on NVIDIA as Tesla holds that 255 on the bid, now trying to go higher. Can this drag the market up by itself? AMD going for that 130 price as well. See if we can get the breakout on this one. Maybe this defines my NVIDIA trade here. If AMD fails this 130, NVIDIA probably goes down with it. But some size on the offer there, lots of buying. And it looks like a good break right now. So NVIDIA starting to fly.
Wow.
Not NVIDIA, AMD starting to fly. I think, we might have collected some shorts under these prices, and now they are maybe feeling it a little bit. This is this is a good buy up.
Soon, yeah.
And like now up on the day again. So AMD looking strong going into their call. Thankfully, my NVIDIA decision to not stop out there has worked for now. But still kind of sketchy. Volume's been pretty light since it started consolidating. So I want to see that volume come in and start to push it higher and higher and higher. I think the fact that we have held above this basically 406 price since this breakout. This is the opening range high breakout too. I mean, a lot of people are going to have to cover some positions if we don't break down quite soon, I think. But maybe I'm wrong on this one. Maybe people are just happy to load the short on NVIDIA above 400, and I'm just wrong about my opinion that we can see all-time highs again. But,
Yeah.
you got to stay strong with your
So what's the
trading
look on
ideas.
AMD? Like, how this is a good entry here. Would you say this is getting on the backside of it while it continues up? Because now it is kind of a leading indicator, I feel like, for this market. It's curling here. Do we bamboozle or
It's
away
quite
into
interesting.
AMD?
Like, I don't know what to do with AMD right now. Like, yeah, this looks like a great fade spot, probably.
Fade.
Like, back through 130. But this has
looking that way at all.
decidedly kind of made a decision that it doesn't want to be below 130 at this point. So, we'll have to just wait and see.
Here?
I think, the trend is obviously up right now. Buying a dip maybe at 129.50 is a good idea on AMD.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what happens on this one. Maybe this is the trap. This could be the bull trap, that 130 price. But I mean, the market is waking up here off VWAP basically, and the teal on the 5-minute doesn't mean anything to me. That's the 120 period moving average or something, 105 period moving average. So that's not really anything. But holding all the moving averages for now on NQ. And looking to make that move back to 15.1 potentially. But yeah, no, NVIDIA or AMD definitely rolling over a little bit now.
Yeah,
I don't
finding
think
a
that
bit of
this
a
is a
top
short
here.
until we get back down to VWAP maybe. Like, I think it's more of a buy the dip kind of scenario.
AI
based on the trend. I don't know.
Still holding 42-ish area. I'm along 27s. We're at 42. I've got a dip trade set up here in the low end of the range at 82s. My ultimate out is the break of 60. If it makes its way down through that, I will be out of this trade. I'm trying to get a better cost basis as we accumulate into a bull flag here. But have we made the move?
That is a bull flag if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, you never know though.
That is an absolute bull flag.
You never know because it's the second. We'll see if it resolves in the high direction because we haven't made a higher high here on the 5-minute chart. in quite some time. So that higher high hasn't come in, and that's what I look for when I'm looking for a trend determination. But we are definitely in a consolidating range, a compression range, right, where you're getting tighter from the high side and the low side. Here we go, pumping back up through, but I would have rather, that dip trade. Anyway, we'll see. I want to keep my eye on AMD while I trade AI, because I want to see how AMD is going to trade at 130 here. Was this actually a bull trap, or are we going to kind of consolidate between, VWAP and this range? I want to see exactly what happens here. There we go on AI,
wow.
baby. Pumped about that.
I think
Let's
NVIDIA
go.
is actually trading with AI right now.
One out on
NVIDIA is
AI.
pumped.
Let's continue to go up here as we pump up on AI.
Wow.
Nicely in the money on this one. Good trade, good resolution in the direction of the trend. How much are we holding? We're going to let this one ride. We take this one north. Pumped about this. Finally, I wake up a little bit.
Sharif.
Yes, not taking this one to the north side. Let's see if we can get a 43 break.
Yeah, NVIDIA kind of going with it, looking for that 408 break. Kind of struggling with the consolidation high right now, but can't stop out in front of this consolidation low, I don't think. We'll see if AI does a fail break, because this started going as soon as AI started going. So I think that's a AI space bump there, as C3 AI looking for 43 right now. So hopefully NVIDIA can get back to the high with AI here. Obviously, this is a different amount of dollars that would have to be spent to get NVIDIA up that high.
Yeah, just a little bit, right? Some more money required, and we're talking about institutional.
Every 10 pennies is C3AA's market cap or something.
Yeah. Something absurd in that direction.
Yeah, here we go. Looking for that 408. I have been extremely patient with this, so don't want to start taking profit too early. I actually canceled my profit taker when I saw AI going, so I want to see that absolute explosion upside.
Go, baby.
Here we go. So gets to 408, 408.50 just wicked, so let's see if we can get to that 409 price. I'm totally expecting 410 to break. I don't know if I want to add on 410. Seems crazy, but 405 worked really well, so maybe I do the ad. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the tape looks like when we get up there. But right now, looking real strong on NVIDIA, holding the trend. AI making a new high again. So, all of the AI stocks are going crazy. Tesla just made a new high, 256.30. Oh, slap the fail on that one.
No.
I should be long Tesla right now at 256, but away she goes. Sometimes you make the mistake. We will just stick with this NVIDIA trade, which is currently in banger status.
In banger status. Holy Tesla.
Wow,
sorry,
yeah,
I was not
Tesla
focusing
is
on that
absolutely exploding
because
now.
I was focusing on AI. Tesla, much like the Falcon Heavy of its sister company, SpaceX, is an absolute rocket ship. Shout out to the boy. I'm talking about the Musk boy. As he and his company continue to roar up. Tesla's stock has been very strong lately. Sorry, my eyes are fixated on this AI trade. I'm sitting in front of 43, the whole dollar level. I'm sitting there in the mid to high 90s, looking for that last little out on AI as we continue to flirt with that 43 level. But we're coming down. My cost basis at 10s. Not going to allow any part of this trade to go against me. The majority of the trade has been removed anyway. I'm looking for this to resolve north of 43 and looking to front run it. So that's my look right now on AI. Whether or not that happens, I'm going to be quick with the keys. Old man hands ain't going to let this trade go against him. Not for one penny. So we'll see how this one resolves. But yeah, Tesla rocketing up.
Yep. And I'm just watching this NVIDIA. I don't know if I'm loving what I'm seeing at the moment, to be honest. I want to see it hold 407 even basically now. So I guess it's nice to have another trail stop spot. But I really want to see this blasting off as we do start to go here. So there's 408. Somebody's trying to sell at 03. That's only 1,600 shares at 04 actually. So that should not be a problem. We'll see if it can get through that. Come on, get through. There we go. Now we start to blast off. So 408.50 was that recent high. I don't know if that was a wick on the dark pool or if that was real. But looking for that to break, looking for 409 to break, and then we'll see what happens here at 410 if we want to add on that one. I'm going to take some profit somewhere soon. Maybe on a breakout of 409 would be a good spot to take profit. Maybe like 409.40 or something like that.
What a print machine NVIDIA is. You're like over $3 again in the money. Atta boy. I think you wait for the 409 break here, man.
Yeah.
You're going to get it this time around, I'd say.
It looks like we're going to get that very, very shortly here. Yeah, there's 50s, so let's get through 50s, get through 409. I'm chilling on this one. I'm pretty calm in the money, hanging out. I do want to take 10% more profit, but that 409 break's going to happen. We know
it's going to happen, Max. Just pack your patience, baby. It's going to be a 410 touch. Patience.
Can you lock my hands up, please?
No, because then you can't punch out.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
We'll have to see how that resolves. Still watching AI as it curls off that
Tesla.
last little dip at 42. Tesla, what is our friend Stressla doing?
Wow.
It is up, not even up and to the right. It is in an elevator, not an escalator. Anything on this one looking to the blotter? The blotter tells me bubkiss. There is nothing on here on Tesla. We're just going to have to make do with the fact that it's rocketing up and we don't know why. 258 incoming though. Strong day now, up over 3% on the day. Yeah, we're not really seeing any similar move right now, except in your friend NVIDIA, which is knocking on the door of that 409 soon to be opening.
409 not being any kind of substantial price on NVIDIA, so I expect it to break quite easily, but is that a fail break at high of day kind of situation where you can short it back down? Maybe. I'm willing to accept that, which is why that is basically my stop out point. At this point, getting a little dip in, we'll see if the size can get filled there. It does on the bid, but do we bid back up? Who knows? I did check the order log, and the reason that I'm fully out of Tesla is that I double-clicked sell. So I didn't even, mess up the size or mess up in some other way. I literally just double-clicked the sell button.
Yeah, it happens.
That's
a fat finger mistake. We always make them.
That's a $3.50 per share mistake there. Would have been nice to have, as NVIDIA is kind of starting to give it up now. So unless we get back above 407 quite quickly here, I'm going to be out of this trade. Just waiting. We get more selling. I get out. Don't want to be too quick with this. Obviously, that 406 consolidation low is significant here. And I do know that we can, blast right up very quickly on NVIDIA if we do wick this 407 price right now, but not looking great for me on this one.
Well, we continue to wait on our trade, but keeping my eye on this market as it starts to curl right back down here. We're seeing Google curl back down. We're seeing the weakness in Meta really accelerate. Likewise with Microsoft and Amazon as they all curl back down. Topping tail candle on our friend Tesla over here as it rejects that 258 level. Now finding itself in the mid 256s, $2 removed from the high that it just made there. But AI seems to kind of be marching to the beat of its own drum here as the shorts dance with the longs at these levels. We're assuming that there are shorts here in and around this area, just given the short float and the recent price action. It's just going to be about which one outduels the other. I kind of feel like it's going to resolve to the high side. It's just about a matter of whether I get stopped out for the remaining amount that I've got on here, which is not a significant amount. But I am long 10s, and we are awfully close to there as we dance now in the 20s and the mid-teens. So I am out of the remaining trade as we break through my area there, and we quadrunk. So I'm happy that I followed my plan, which was to get out right at that level. I was just right north of the breakout level, so getting out at my entry made sense. I'm happy with this trade. It ends up being a good trade. Sadly, I don't get continuation. Guess what? In addition to having Max on and Pratt on, we also have a new segment. Brino's at the big desk.
Hey guys, lunchtime. Let's get you caught up on what is happening now as far as the market is concerned. Still a green day, nicely green, in fact, right across the board. 0.5% currently for the S&P 500. to the upside. The Dow 0.34. It's been about these regional banks specifically, but the Russell 2000 overall, as far as small cap world is concerned, leading the way all morning. 1.15% to the upside for the Russell 2000, 0.6 there for the Russell 1000, 3000 as well, back in positive territory. NASDAQ Composite and the 100, 0.5%, and about 0.4 there for the 100 to the upside. Here in Toronto, we're still in positive territory as well, 0.4 to the upside overall. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, we touched on a whole bunch of stuff, but specifically AMD, 130, mark that down. This AI event going to get underway as far as AMD is concerned. Oracle reported fourth quarter revenue of $13.8 billion, topping estimates. Pretty good day for ORCL. SoFi up 65% since that May 30th breakout, still looking really good overall. I wanted to show you this as well because we were wondering in the pre-market if there was going to be a reaction. It was a little delayed, but now, 93% on the Fed funds tool here that we get a hold coming up tomorrow afternoon with Fed Chair Powell. It might be a little more important. We were talking about it last week. It might be a little more important now what happens at 2:30 versus 2 p.m. when the decision comes, and see what he has to say now at 2:30. Frank Caberna coming up today and Thursday as well. We'll get his reaction to all this ahead of the Fed tomorrow. AMD, meanwhile, 0.2% right now. We gap to the upside ahead of this AI event. Bit of a pullback right now to 126. Basically flat, guys, going into this event, again, coming up in about an hour and a half. All right, get ready. He's back. Trader Prad is on the Midday Show.
Not adjust your screen. That is Trader Prad in the you-know-what house. So happy to have you back on, bro. And honestly, I want to tell everybody, this is the guy that got me over. When I sucked, you know what? It was this guy who carried me. It was this guy who taught me how to do this. So with this guy back, I can't tell you how happy I am. Trader, you know what, Prad.
Thank you for that awesome introduction, Sharif. A little nervous, I'll be honest, obviously, and just trying to log in over here, trying to get everything set up. How's everyone been? You know, it's been a long time, been away from the show, but we are obviously back. We can't wait for to put on some banger trades for you, talk about a bunch of random stuff, also like UFC, Formula One, sports, and have some fun at the same time. So let's go. Sharif, how was your trading today, buddy?
It was good, bro. I don't know if you're looking at the chat here, but the chat is lighting up. Like, you can't keep up with how many lines are going here. The love coming in fast and furious for the Pradley one, Pradley Beal, whatever your name for him is, and he has plenty, let me tell you. He's back in the house. Trading has been all right, Brad. So had this long on AI, got to take it through that key level. It Huadunk broke through my stop there at 60, got out real quick, and I'm happy that I did. Come to the chart, guys. Because it continues to go southward here at 41.5, looking like, where is my VWAP on the other level? Let me just have a look real quick here at AI. Yeah, VWAP, no, we're far removed from VWAP here on AI. We're at $40 on VWAP, so we got a ways to go. I've got no levels here on AI for support until far, far down there. What's been the day like for you, my friend?
I'm just about to punch into a long over here on Oracle, honestly. I've been trading Oracle in the morning, and not really a good look for the long since the open. I didn't wait for some of my levels that I mapped out yesterday. I know some of you guys have been watching my late night Twitch and YouTube stream. So last night on the YouTube end, I was talking about this level right here. I should be waiting for this dip buy, but I wasn't patient enough for it. I fought this long all the way to the downside, so I gave some money back on that. But thankfully off the open, not even off the open actually, 830. That CPI trade, baby. Not really that clean of a long that we're used to seeing CPI, but at least it was a good enough of a long. Was able to punch into a nice little long on the futures. Right at for about, sadly, only 5-6 points. It gave a lot more than that, but I had to run to the washroom, so I had to close my position, and I had to just get out of there. So I was like, nope, I'll take my profits and get out. And Oracle took all of that profits away. But here we are, getting ready to fight this position again. We're waiting for that exact same level that we mapped out last night and seeing if that level can get defended, which is that 117.50 area. We're going to wait for that level to come down so we can take more size, our true size. We added this 118 as a possible breakthrough back through 118 to the north side, but it looks like that's not going to be the play. We're clearly watching Oracle push back down. S&P 500 up 0.49% on the day, as you see right here on the right side of my screen. NASDAQ also up 0.4%, and UVXY down 0.4%.
Yeah, man, AI is stair-stepping down here proudly. Every level consolidation range that we're making, we're breaking the bottom end of and heading downside as, you know, we give up the ghost here with 43-ish area coming in to be the top. By ish, I'm talking about like, you know, mid-80s, 42 mid-80s. We'll see if we are able to hold out at these areas. You know, looking at the 1-minute chart here, I always look at the 1-minute chart for these small cap cappers, but I always have a 5-minute on the side. And the 5-minute is showing me we've got 4 5-minute red candles in a row on this, with the last one really being kind of a doji, a candle of indecision, going between green and red. So the bears and the bulls fighting right now. I want to say at this level, I'm looking for a green candle, a new 5-minute candle, a green candle to make a new high, and to get it on what Neil would call the back end of the curl. So we had a big descent here. If this one starts to curl like this, starts to curl right side up and try to test these highs, I want to get in near here, but prove to me that you are going to be that one that wants to test that high first. I don't want to front run it. I'm going to continue to watch, see what it does. If it continues to hodu, it continues to hodu. I mean, I don't have levels for this except for these like few minutes in here where we have some pauses. The real level down is down there, 38.20, 38 area. That's where you're going to find a real level. Obviously, VWAP, again, like we talked about on AI, is around 40. So if you're playing off that VWAP, that is there, obviously. So that's a look. Bradley, we've been strong on these markets, though, man. We have been strong. 15,000. All of a sudden, we're looking.
Tell me about it, man. The FOMO the whole time I had sitting there watching all you guys just cash out every single day. But you know what? I can't complain because at the same time, my long-term account was printing back in the positive. We have about like 8% to the north side on our long-term account. Guys, thanks for hitting the bang for the long term, but I'm going to take that bang and put it actually to the long over here on GME, baby. GME, we recently punched in long. I want to show you why I punched in long. It's one of my favorite setups, the opening range break setup. So this opening range break 5-minute high happened to be 26.45. It's one of my favorite setups. Anytime a stock has a catalyst and you can see the stock playing out that catalyst after it breaks out that level. So I punched in back through the long over here to 26.50s, and we're already about, how many cents in the money are we right now? A good, only 12 cents in the money, so not ready to take profits yet. Would love to see GME push back up north. I did see Sean tweet something about GME earlier in the morning that Mr. Ryan Cohen himself has bought, was it 400,000 shares or so?
Shares, yes,
so
sir.
hey, look, if RC, Mr. Chewy himself is out there loading up the bag, we know that we got those GME AMC apes over there who are ready to follow him along suit.
Exactly.
Is that the right way to say
it?
Along
Suit, yeah.
And I want to be part of that party. Last time I missed out when AMC and GME squoze, I'm not going to be missing out this time.
Bang. Did you see there's a new documentary about Ryan Cohen, eh?
On Netflix?
Yeah, no, on the other network there, CNBS.
Okay.
It's called Meme King.
Okay.
Right, well, aptly named, you could argue, because, yeah, he was what they were following, who they were following at the time. All right, quickly, I want to get to AI here because it is curling here, and I feel like I'm missing the action. There goes the 42 break. I wanted the 42 take. I wasn't quick on the keys. Old man hands can't hang and didn't have resting orders as we curl through 42. Do we get that 43 test? We are near the lower end of the range. Let's see quickly here. What do we get? Old man is punching long. Oops, what am I doing here? Old man hand. There we go. We're going to take the long here. We're looking for a curl up and a test of possible high day. Good support coming in for this one. Good curl. You know, we're late to the party. Obviously, we had to let this one develop. That's part of the strategy, is that you're going to miss some of the icing there on the cake, and you're just going to have to live with that if you're going to employ this strategy. So long beyond 42, looking for that continuation north on AI. What do we get there in terms of an entry? We got 17s, not great. Not very pleased with that. We're knocking on the door at 30s. Where are we here? Local high, you know, 42.60 seemed to be a bit of a level. What's the out? The out is a newer low. Quite frankly, it's a 41.30 break. So it's over $1 worth of risk on this if you are to play it the right way. I mean, your stop, in my opinion, can't be where, you know, sometimes you have to place it based upon your risk. And, you know, there's really no maneuvering around that. But if you really want the stop to be, you know, effective, I think it has to be placed in strategic and tactical areas. And the bottom end of this trough tells me I'm wrong on the trade. And so if I'm putting my stop, it has to be the bottom end of here, and that's around the 41.30-ish area that we talked about. So we're going to look for continuation, knowing that we missed a bit of this, sadly. But let's see how this trade develops. So market curling, though, absolutely nicely off VWAP, whether it's the ES or the NQ, both finding support at the moment, 44.14. The level on the ES and 15.082 on the NQ as it wants to retrace. You guessed it, back into that 15,100 level. Bradley.
Yes, sir. The market is taking to the north side right now, and we are long, so that means both of our positions should be technically working. I mean, we are in the money 16 cents and 13 cents on both of our longs. I am looking for other positions to maybe get into. Oh, what happened to the position board? It was working. Not sure what happened over there. I'll just probably have to get into you know, take a fill real quick. Once we do that, it will push back up. Someone in the chat said, Pratt, take a look at SoFi. I did take a look at SoFi, especially on my charts where the levels are and so on, based on what I've drawn out. And I'm looking at 961, which happens to be, I think, the high of day today, 964, 961 area. I'll be waiting for that area for a possible short. I'm not really interested in the long right now on SoFi to the upside. Being the investor in SoFi that I am, I would obviously love to see the stock going back to break even near $13 or whatever. But as a day trader, I'm looking more for as a bearish side today, looking to short that 960 areas if it does pop back there. So far, though, it's holding that VWAP beautifully and pushing right back up to the north side, holding a nice little channel too. So you can basically draw those lines out, get long at the bottom end of the channel and scalp out at the top end of the channel, and pretty much do that all day until that channel breaks out. If you are interested in that longs, I'm not really looking for that long right now for SoFi.
Tesla is an absolute rocket here. I mean, there's really no ands or ifs about it. It continues to make higher highs on the day, and it's squeezing now up almost 3.5%, 258.44. The high on your friend Tesla. It keeps going up 48s now. I can't keep up with this name. It is an absolute rocket ship, and it has been a rocket ship as of late. I just want to start off by showing the daily. Yeah, that gives you an idea. You can count how many red days there are. There are very, very few red days since this April 26th bottom. If you even want to call it that, it's a trough. It wasn't even a bottom. The bottom came in January. But what a move up now. I don't know what percentage year to date it's up, but it's obviously a lot. Anyway, intraday. Let's go to intraday. Let's go to the 5-minute here. Man. All right. Is 260 a number that we have to start looking at? I mean, 259 seems a little rando. Why stop there? Why stop at 258? What's the 4-hour tell us? Well, you know what it's going to tell us. We haven't been up here in God knows how long. So, yeah, Tesla, it's not a blue sky setup by any means, but for you know, our purposes, it kind of is. So we'll continue to watch and see if it gives us any retracements. You know, I guess maybe 256.5-ish, a bit of a consolidation area that it wasn't really able to break up above. So we'll continue to watch that. But other than that, man, yeah, back to AI. A little bit out of the money on this one. This one breaking below 42, but we got to give this one the 30s. If I'm going to play the levels accurately on this volatile name. Now, it is quite wicky. And by that, I mean, you know, the spread is respectable. It's 4 pennies for a 40-some-odd stock, but it's changing price quite quickly and quite dramatically, right? You can move 40, 50 pennies in 4 or 5 seconds pretty quickly and pretty abruptly. So, you know, the real spread is different than the, what's actually reflected there because it changes so rapidly. Anyway, continuing to hold that area, buying coming in at 42 for now. We'll build a base around here and we'll look for a 43 test, up 11.8%, $4.43 up on the day with, what was the close on AI? So far removed from it, 37.50 essentially, so ways away.
I'm currently looking at ASST. I don't know if you guys were watching the stock yesterday, I believe. It was taken off to the north side. I tried it to day trade yesterday. I did lose on this one yesterday, so this might be a little bit of a revenge trade. But no, I like this level right now. It was holding this 217, 220 area as a top. Did manage to break 220 recently. I came up on my Trade Ideas scanner. Shout out to Trade Ideas. The scanner was built for me by Mr. Nosboss himself. Use code, what is it right now, TraderTV30 or 20?
TTV30.
TTV30 right now for 30% off. So go ahead and sign up for Trade Ideas. Amazing tools being built by them. And that tool right now giving me this trade, ASST, looking for a long. Not going to give it too much of risk. So maybe on the break of 210 back through to the downside, I'm going to get out, especially if it breaks VWAP and starts closing under VWAP on the 1 minute time scale over here. I'm just going to call that a loss and move on. So pretty tight risk. And let's see if the reward ends up being the pre-market high of somewhere around 320 or so on. Right now, obviously, the volume just recently started coming in. The highest volume candle of the day compared to everything that happened was recently. So we're waiting to see if more pump can come in. Keep in mind, though, lunchtime has just started, 12 o'clock. That means volume usually starts to depreciate away from the market. Doesn't mean so it's not the perfect time to maybe look for another big volume pump.
Welcome back, Pratt. Says Zion Lala, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Zion. Mind sharing your story on trading with your do's and don'ts and what will change after your comeback? Well, I don't know if he's been a comeback. He hasn't really gone anywhere. he's been trading here, guys. Go for it, Bradley.
Do's and don'ts for I have a lot of don'ts, and I'll tell you, if you keep watching me long enough, you'll see a lot of don'ts on what not to do in the trading side over here.
Too.
But for the do's, man, stick to your game plan. I was actually talking to one of the traders earlier today. I have a setup, and I planned for it. I planned for it last night, for example, on AMD, but the sucky part on that is I ended up losing on it because I didn't stick to my game plan, didn't stick to my setup, and started making up new plans, new ideas, and broke my original game plan, which was money on the hindsight. But I would not have known until I actually maybe took this new setup or whatever. But at the end of the day, yeah, make a plan, make a system. Back test that system, and then you know exactly where you're about to go wrong or when you're about to go right, and it's just leave it to that system at that point. Just keep on rolling the dice on that system is what I would say. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, ASST is in the negative. Oracle did come back down, sadly. Let's go show Oracle. Let's actually go take a look at Oracle. Yeah, there you go. Oracle's coming back down after touching VWAP. Constant selling throughout the day. Is that even VWAP? That's not VWAP, right? That's I don't know what EMA that is. I might have to turn this on real quick. Let's go check it out. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, it's a 50. It's a 50 EMA, 50 period EMA on the 1 minute. Constant rejection. I kept saying VWAP. I apologize for that one. Haven't used this layout in a long time, so I forgot the colors on this one. Obviously, you guys hear about the teal color a lot. Shout out to the Max over there. I do have the teal one, but it's not the exact same color, number that he uses. So I just have a teal one over there, so I kind of forgot what this color was. So it's a 50 period EMA on the 1 minute chart. Constant rejection of Oracle coming in throughout the day. Hopefully that, doesn't stay that way, and we do end up pushing to the north side. I'm guessing that black line is VWAP, and I would love for a long all the way back there. We're still in the money, though. We're 14 cents in the money, but let's go with GME, baby.
Attaboy.
Let's go. 27 breakout will be amazing over here. The high day on GME happens to be, what is the high day on this bad boy? I mean, guys, if you knew the old Prad going long GME, I'd be ragging on this the whole day and not even doing it. But here we go. The new Prad is all about making money and all about looking for those opportunities and helping everyone out there as much as I can, right? So GME 27, let's see that breakout. This is for my boy Michel Hubert in Quebec.
Yeah, I tried to actually tag him in the chat because I think he was tagging me the other day, telling me about GME calls that he had, and I think he'll be quite pleased with the price action he's gotten today, especially after that Ryan Cohen news. Okay, so we're in the dip trade here as we huadunk a little bit on AI. So keeping our eye on that level. We get the fill at 80s. We're looking for 30s. Oh, why'd I hit the button? Oh my God.
What happened? Did you full
I
exit?
just flattened my trade.
Oh, that happens all the time, man.
That's very frustrating. Okay, that was not supposed to happen. Anyway.
Just get back in.
That's okay. Yeah. So let me see here. The trade. Okay, so let's go. If I like the trade, there's the trade. Okay, so my out will be the exact same thing, but I have not as many shares, sadly. We'll be out at the break of 30. So we'll see how we dance here on AI at these levels. We're still definitely within a range. I just want to build a good priced position. The break of the range for me will be around this level right here, right through the break 30. So market coming down a little bit. We're having a little bit of weakness show up in some of these big cappers. That is, except if your name is Tesla, of course. Tesla very much near highs, 258.95. We're at 258.50s. On Stressla. It's got all sorts of power. There we go. Nice move up on our friend AI. Let's see if we can get continuation. Where are we long? 79. Okay. So we'll see if we can get some momentum to the high side here for this market.
Momentum to the high side is what it's looking like for the ES right now. If you're looking over here on the right side of my screen, you know, ES is trying to still be green on that candle, but NASDAQ clearly showing us a lower high and pushing back towards all the EMAs and the VWAP lines at the moment. I still can't believe we're above 15K and only like 1,800 away from all-time highs over here on the NASDAQ. Absolute insanity. But hey, I'm just happy that we're able to capitalize that on the long-term account, and now we're trying to do that over here in front of you on GME on the day trading account. Still waiting for that 27 break. Not really seeing a lot of volume come in. Obviously, like I said earlier, lunchtime, lack of volume, not a perfect time to look for breakouts. There's a good chance that we actually start curling around from here again. So let me start taking some profits just in case we make a lower low compared to the previous high, which was above 27 on GME, and still try to hold some size for the later on pump that we might see with the fact that with the Ryan Cohen buying more shares over here on this position. Looks like ASST is actually getting ready for me to jump out of the stock. It's hitting that VWAP, the 50-period EMA at the moment, and like I said, if it does close under that area, I'm gonna call it for a loss. I don't want to give it too much risk under I think 210 was the number I said earlier, so we'll call it 210 once again. If we do see the stock trading under 210 like very soon, is it gonna do it? Oh, 210 held. Okay, let's I'll keep watching it. If 210 does break, I'll jump out of this position and you'll see it update on the position board down there.
Meta just about to go red on the day. It is right at yesterday's close, 271 ish, 271.07. Make a long story short, it's at a critical level. So if you're interested in a dip trade on a big tech name, Meta, possible here. Not saying one is warranted, but I'm saying it is presenting itself right back to the bottom end of that trough that we made around 10 a.m. Not seeing really a similar position on any of these other big tech names, except, you know, maybe Amazon curling back down. It's got to get down to 125.18 to kind of give you a similar look to the one Meta is presenting you. But there we go, 25 pennies in the money as we move up here on AI. We're looking for more. We're looking for continuation. We want that 42 take. Yeah, right back down we go. So 42 acting as a bit of a top for now. You know, maybe the move is had here. Maybe this bull flag won't materialize, but it's not going to cost me that much money to find out, given my entry and given exactly where I want to exit. So I'm just going to stick with this trade. Good trade on it earlier. I don't want to give too much of it back, though. That's the thing, right? Silly to do that. Yeah, Meta right back down to that close from yesterday. Again, that 271 level. I want to really see how it trades around here. I don't really want to have a dip trade at that level. Let's pull up the Meta look over here. Let's take off AMD. We were looking for that 130 on AMD earlier. Now we'll look for the 271 on Meta. Yeah, so Meta right back into those levels. This should be interesting. Let's go to the 1 minute on here. Zoom out just a smidge. Yeah, right back into that level. No buying quite yet coming in. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to dip trade this. I'm just going to wait and see how it resolves. 271 in there. Good support so far. Let's see how this one plays out. But yeah, that level incoming. Back to AI. Reject off 42 again. Right back into our entry level at the $0.25. Do we make... Oh, this is going to be dangerous now because we've made a newer low here. And if we go at a Huadunk, then, you know, this, again... changes anything for me because my out is the break of this trough over here. But looks like we're gonna fight here between buyers and sellers, and I don't like the fact that we've made consistently lower highs, despite the fact that we've made higher lows, compressing, right? But that's not. There we go. And I think it's going to resolve itself right now as we dance with 40s into the 30s. We're waiting for the break of that trough here. See how this one resolves. But yeah, finding support yet now, but this trade may end for us quite soon as we curl down here proudly, excuse me, on the market.
Currently looking for a spot to get into long on AI, and I think honestly, right around 41.20s, right around where we are right now, also looks good. I would probably give the stop down to like 41.20s, honestly, if I'm building into a long over here. Look at that move already coming back up north side. He is enjoying this ride. I was getting ready to punch long, but I was being a little stingy with my price. Obviously, as a day trader, your price is very important. So I was waiting for a price lower than 41.50 to get long. It was not being offered to me on the bids over here on AI.ny. I'm saying .ny because that's how we pull it up on our platform. But as you guys probably don't have to do that. Oh, look at that move, Sharif. We're moving up north, baby. Let's go. Take Sharif's position to the north side, and also I would love if the market could help that same thing for me out over here on Oracle and ASST. Talking about ASST, you know, it did successfully hold 2.1 on the bid. It did not go under 2.1. We're now watching it go back up to the north side, hopefully to the north side slowly. Oracle still flat, not really doing anything for us. It's still teetering around this 118. Looks like this 118 price is pretty important. Remember, I said I'm waiting for that 117.50 areas to really load in for the longs over here, but looks like I'm not going to get that opportunity one more time. It's already getting back above 118, and GME, ladies and gentlemen, you already know what the story is on this one. 27 incoming. We did get a little bit of a curl coming into the downside on GME first, which made me look like an absolute genius. Prostradamus taking the profit on the high of that move over there, and you know, I would have been happy if the move came all the way back down to the 50-period EMA, maybe taking a little bit more to that ad. But no, here we go. We're getting that 27 move up. There we go. Come on, GME. 27 breaking. Can we see the high of day pushing incoming? A little spike on volume also. I know obviously that volume candles look pretty small to you guys. Maybe if we do that over there, and the colors are, you know, extra bright too. Maybe it's just my screen over here looks fine. But as long as you can see it, let me know. That candle a little bit extended than extra the candles next to it for the volume side. So we're expecting maybe that volume push can keep on coming in and allow the stock to stay above 27. Oh, 27 not holding on the bid. Either way, we saw 27 breaking. We're happy with that move. Let's see if high day can come into play for GME. Now up 11% on the day.
Killing it, man. Ryan Cohen bringing in the smoke with his purchase on those GME prints. Yeah, so we get a little bit more there on the bottom end of that range on AI. So now we have 60, 70 prints. So we'll see if this one can do another test of 42. But I got to tell you, my patience is running thin with this trade because I'm not seeing any higher highs here. I'm continuously seeing lower highs, and I don't like that for the uptrend. That's not what you're looking for. Now, we're getting range trades, and you're getting momentary happiness, but I don't think it's heading in the right direction. So unless it resolves itself quickly through some of these tops here, I just may call it quits on this one and save the mental capital. But yeah, keeping my eye on this little move up here we're getting on the future. I mean, we're holding VWAP at 15.050, and we're getting a nice little recovery here on the ES through that 44.15 area, looking to take 20 soon. 23 is the high on the ES today. So yeah, definitely still more positively leaning then negatively leaning as we stay above VWAP and continue to show green here on the chart, on my chart anyway. So, and I'm using the 5-minute here for the future, which is typically what I use. NVIDIA moving sideways after having that big move up through 405. It touched 409 and now is moving, giving you a bit of a consolidation bull flag. Who knows how this resolves? We were positing that we would definitely get a 410 test, 409 exactly the high. Max was in this one, giving you a bit of a range trade now. And by range trade, I'm talking about several dollars. So yeah, if you've been lucky enough to get in on the extreme ends of this range, you've been rewarded simply by the mean reverting, because it's been like $1 plus. So good trade for those who took NVIDIA. Shout out to you guys. Where are we here? 409, yeah. So won't have anything specific on NVIDIA. Tesla's been the other very strong tech name. And we saw that how it kind of topped out at 259, very similar random level like NVIDIA at a 409. So you expect, you know, a 260 touch on Tesla as much as you expect, you know, a 410 touch on NVIDIA if we really find our legs here, especially on the NQ in the afternoon. I know we had a bit of a sell-off yesterday towards the end there, no? Like we accumulated and then we kind of sold off a little bit in the day.
I'll be honest, I was taking shots straight out of the bottle of the Clico yesterday, so I might have been a little tipsy. I can't really remember what happened going into the close. Hey, blame Sean for giving me the Clico into the close over there. The imbalances are coming in, and obviously that was a good decision because I made the right choice afterwards, which was not to trade, and there was no trades anyways going into the close. Yeah. But I think the market had a buy actually yesterday.
It did? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't here.
The market on close that financial juice gives us, I think, was an 800 billion buy, and if I remember correctly, it ended up closing about 2 billion buy or so. Okay. So I believe it did ended up going up north. I mean, look, that we came into the market already up on the day today, right?
Yeah.
In pre-market. So and then the CPI number helping it out. Real quick, let's talk about the macroeconomics that are all happening this week.
I like it.
Let's do it.
Oddly. I just want to say that I just took a little bit of a baby out here on my friend AI as we rocket through 42. I took a print there at 15s. We're pumping to the high side here on AI. Finally, man, there we go. 50 pennies in the money on this. Let's take another baby out up here. We're holding now. We're going to let this one go. Yes, finally on this trade, rewarded with patience rewards. Let's see if we can actually get a 43 touch. This is our third stab at this stock. 2 positive, 1 negative. Let's see if we can make this like a really, really good positive one, not just a marginally positive one. We are going to go for real good, Bradley. But yeah, 50 pennies in the money now. Looking for $1.25 in the money. That means a 43 touch. Really hoping for a 43.
If I may give my 2 cents on AI real quick,
Absolutely.
Sharif, I don't know where this line comes from. I try to look back, and it comes from really far back in history for me. It's on the daily charts time scale that I drew this line. It's around 42.70. Also, this POC line, the volume point of control, exactly 42, which means most of the volume today took place around the $42 area. The fact that the stock is able to now get above 42, stay above 42, the next point for me is that 42.50 to 42.70 area. If we can push above 42.50 to 42.70 and stay above it, I think, Sharif, you're flying to the north side, baby. As they say in the movie, other guys, I'm a peacock and you got to let me fly. And that's what's going to happen with your position. Caw-caw! It's going to straight up to, do peacocks even fly? They don't, right?
They do,
but we're going to straight up to the north side to the on AI over here. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about was over here. Today, obviously, we had CPI. Tomorrow, we have PPI.
Yes, sir.
And then we also have interest rate decision changes. So big things happening all over. And Sharif, let's go, Sharif, 42.50s.
Yes, okay, so I'm pumped about this. There we go. That's the end of the trade, Bradley. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're not done yet, baby. 42.70's coming in. If we break this 42, you jumped out?
I got out, man. That was it. That was the only third out. I had 2 outs here. That was the third.
In that case, I'm going short here then because you are already done with this trade. It's around one of my levels that I do want to short it. But you know what? I see some size on the bids right now.
For the long
There's
here,
some
man.
size on the bids right now. chasing it. This is actually a long right here. I'm flipping into that long. Let's
43 incoming, baby.
There we go. We're punching into the long. Let's see if the 43 can break. If 43 breaks, we're gonna add on this position. I did see some. Oh baby,
Woo!
let's go, Sharif. You jumped out on
I
this
know,
one.
man. Well, if I
Come
had
on,
more
Papi.
shares, I would have been in, man. I suck, bro. What can I say? Nicole Harris sending her love, Bradley. $5 super chat from Nicole Harris from Hot
Oh, 43 break-in. We're flying. Let's go. Like I said, it's a peacock and it's about to fly. 43 break-in. Size coming up on the bids. They're actually chasing this position to the north side. Like I said, if we get above 42.50 to 42.70, this position is getting ready to take off, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm actually seeing a little bit difference. If we get back under 43, though, I'm not going to be holding this position. Oh, do we get back under 43? Hold. Oh, Hodor came in, held the door. We're not breaking this to the downside anytime soon. You saw that reserve iceberg on 43 holding it. We're flying, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. AI to the north side.
What a move up on AI. Talk about paper hands sheriff, baby. Yeah, talk about getting out a little too early. You should have waited for the squeeze. It's going 43 1/3. Where was you saying the top? 43.70?
I said 42.70. If we get above that, we're flying, and it's going now. We're going.
It's a squeeze city now as the shorts are caught offside. I think Max was saying a 45 top. Let me look here.
Yeah, the next is 45.
At the 4 hour. Let me just look real quick. Okay, here it is. So that top that we made on May 30th, that takes us to 46 1/3. And that was a wick. The actual close is 45. So we're actually $1.50 away from the actual close. And then add to that another 125. So $2.25 from the actual top. So, oh, yeah. Just looking at some messages here that I'm getting. But what a move on AI. Sick trade, Bradley.
I just punched into
energy, the chat saying.
Let's go, baby. I just punched into more size over here on GME as GME actually managed to stay above 27 and push through high a day and also clearing the high a day. Looks like that news for Ryan Cohen buying more shares really coming in to help this position out one more time today, clearing the high a day, giving me another entry trigger, which is just the high a day break. And that's what we try to do on AI over here. You see already that stock worked out. We took out half of our size on that push up north. We're holding our rest of our size for our break-even exit. If it gets under 43, we're no longer holding our size. We're going to quickly exit that position, and looks like the stock wants to still hold it. Previously, you saw 43 having an iceberg. Iceberg is basically when you only see 100 lots, but the stock is constantly printing 43 to the downside, but it's not really able to break 43 at all. So it means it has a way bigger lot size hidden behind it, almost like an iceberg that the Titanic ran into. And you know what happened on that side, right? So we're waiting to see if that level still holds on as a true barrier over here as the shorts keep on getting squoze. If we were to go check what the short float on AI is on our trusty friend Trade Ideas, once again, use code TTV30 for 30% off. The short float on Trade Ideas says 35% on AI. So we're just waiting for these shorts to get absolutely squoze, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, that is a real word. At the same time, while we're waiting for this position to keep on going north, let's go check on Oracle, which is once again in the profit position. Actually, it's absolutely flat, doing nothing. So we'll move away from that one. And ASST also flat, doing nothing at the moment. The main battle that we're fighting is on on GME and AI. That's where our wins are. That's where our profits are. Sadly, GME looks like it wants to curl back down. My average on GME, 26.91. So I guess that's where my stop is. If it gets back under 26.90s, I'm done with this trade. I tried to make a bigger trade out of it. Looks like that might not be possible if we get back under 26.90s. At the moment, that happens to be a little bit under the 50-period EMA. So it looks like I might have to, change my stop a little bit over here. I'm gonna actually move that stop to 22.70s, 75s, let's say 26.75s. If 26.75 area breaks, I'm out of this trade on GME, and we're just loving the fact that AI wants to hold 43, baby. Looks like 40. Oh, look, we have some size over here. Not a lot of size, only 100 lots. That should be able to get taken out, but we are running away from that size at the moment, sadly. Let's see. Oh, come on, push through, break it. Keep going. Let's take out that size. It should be very easy. There you go. This easy wipeout. Now we just keep on climbing up north side and keep taking profits as we keep climbing up here. I already took out 50% on my bag, so I don't want to, take out more. Let's go, AI! Where are the emojis at? Do I have any over here? I do. Okay, sweet. I need to learn how to hit these emojis again. I haven't hit these in a long time. What do you call this spike again? The King Kane spike? Oh, yeah, Kincaid spike. So here we go, baby. Kincaid spike. We're now at 43.70. 43.80s incoming. Can I get a 43.80, 43.90, 43.90? Now size on the bids. Size on the bids, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means. Add to this position. And if that size breaks, you get out of that trade again. Let's see. Can we hold? Don't break. Don't break 43.70. Don't break 43.70. There we go. We're continuing to the north side. The pursuit don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. North side AI. Let's go. I hope you're all enjoying this ride with me. AI 45 incoming. Is that what Max said? Is Max here with me? Hopefully Max is along with me. 45 incoming, ladies and gentlemen. The shorts are getting squozed. Welcome to the party. We're going to have a lot of fun with this stock today, looks like it. Can we get a halt on this position, maybe? That'll be fun. There we go. Size on the ass getting slapped one more time. Straight to the north side. 44 incoming. Only a few pennies away from 44 now. I want to see that size showing up. Can this size, who's on the bid, chase it up to the north side? That's most likely some short seller who wants to take a little bit less price and just, I'm just guessing, right? I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's a long or a short seller. I'm just throwing out random guesses over here. But the point is we see the bid. We see them chasing up. There we go. He's still there. 367 lots now. They did get tested a little bit. If that 43.70 breaks, I think I'm out. Oh, was that a break? Was that a break of 44? No. Wasn't a break of 44. We're waiting for 43.70 to see what happens over here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry if I'm glued to the stock and you're more interested with some other position, but right now, this is where all the fun is, as all my scanners are telling me to constantly look at this position, and I have my most size on this position over now. 43.70 still holding. That means 44 has to break. We didn't come this far and test 43.70 so many times to not go break 44, right? Come on, 44. Let's see it. Let's go, 44. Is Sharif coming back? Sharif, man, you're missing out the fun. We're at $44, Papi. Habibi, this stock, thank you for pointing it out to me. We are having a lot of fun with it. You still have a chance to punch in long right now. You can punch in 43.70s and only risk a penny. If 43.70 breaks, you get out. If 43.70 doesn't break, you could have scalped this 10-cent range.
At 70.
You could have scalped this range like multiple times so far already and already made X amount of dollars. Look at those bidders show up in front of 43.70 and do that just now, man. This stock is printing so much volume, so much happening. Wow.
Sharif is crying. Miguel says, yes, I am, like metaphorically. Wow. Prad making money while Sharif is eating eggs. I am not eating eggs. I am having my protein bites right here, baby. So wrong you are. Not like that matters.
44 break! Let's go, AI. We're still climbing to the north side. How much are we in the money right now on this position?
Like
about
$2?
65 cents. Obviously, I added a little bit above near 44. Oh, 44 does not want to hold. Oh, it is holding. We're now iceberging 44. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? Add again. Add again. Let's go. If 44 breaks, we're out. We're out. That's the end of the trade for me right there. This might just quadunk from here. I could be wrong, honestly. I could be wrong. If 44 holds again, I'll jump back in. Trust me. I'm a degen. I'll do it. Oh, their inverse gateway showing up? There's inverse gates showing up right now. Oh, that's a little scary. Okay, I'm done. That's a short now.
Sharif, Prad makes Sharif look like a deer in the headlights. Is this what a deer in the headlights look like? I'm eating up a storm over here. No, I've done my trade on this one. It was good. It was 75 pennies. It wasn't as awesome as Prad is, but I'm grateful. So let's continue to see what else is popping off here. The NQ continuing to go. Do we see 15.1 again? I mean, we have that local top at 15.112, and then we have the day's high at 15.151. The NQ looking real strong, and no question about it, the ES looking very strong as it wants to take out that local top at 44.23. Series of higher lows and higher highs. It's being buoyed by oil. Oil, the July contract, up 3.5%. How's that trade looking?
Let's go. I told you it was a short, baby. I punched into that short. The risk to reward on that trade was amazing. There was barely any risk to the north side. I mean, if I got slipped, maybe it slipped to 44.30s at best, 44.40s. So let's say I risked 40 cents on that, but realistically, I didn't. And here we go. We're getting much push to the downside. And that size, when we saw 43.70 show up, that size got absolutely whacked, or it didn't even show up on this round to the downside because I didn't see it. And now we are well under that size that was there, 43.70s. And now I'm expecting a much bigger push to the downside. Maybe we go all the way back down to 42 over here. I'm wrong. We're seeing size show up, actually. Wow, bidders showing up still. They don't want to let the stock fail. DJ Khaled over here coming in and just holding up the stock. Where's the another one, sub? Hold up this position.
Get that put on there.
I'm going to take my short out over here because they're pushing this back up.
44 incoming again? What is happening
They're
here?
pushing it back up. I'm out.
44.14.
Sorry, go.
Sorry, yeah. Here we go again. 44 accumulation. But a 10 penny spread opening up, so the bottom dropping off a little bit on that. Clearly a hidden seller at that 44, no question about that. There wasn't size there reflected on the book, so continue to watch this. I think we need to secure shorts for this.
For
or
AI?
Are they free shorts or are they? We need to buy them.
Yeah, yeah.
So we need to secure shorts for that on our system.
Got 35% short flow, buddy.
Big. No wonder. We're talking about the price action, Max and I, like between the top there, the local top that we made on AI, the 45 top, and the 46 top, and the amount of shorts that probably initiated between there and the bottom end of that range. So 44 acting like a top for now. So we'll see how this resolves. You know, last time it took its sweet time, right? We had that dance with 41. Wow. What a move on this name. 16%. Big time name. It's been big lately. What they make, who the hell knows? They make AI-related products. We looked into it last time. It looks like they're all over the map.
They actually have a lot of customers.
They're in enterprise. They're in cloud. They're in this. They're in that. They're making all those sorts of products. Who cares?
Surprisingly,
Price
have
action.
a lot of customers. Like I don't know how. Like exactly, we don't know what they do or what they make at all. Oracle at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is coming down, getting ready to maybe take more size on that position. Someone in chat said, "Thank you on GME, made X amount of dollars. I turned my day around." Oh, Oracle is actually getting to that exact same price that I do want to add. So let's go over here, take that quick position on Oracle, just cross up and add on that one. Let's go. 117.50 areas is what I was talking about all day for you. We're getting back up there. But yeah, I'm glad that I was able to help you out on GME over there. Look, this game might not be done because GME is actually holding up in this new range that it's creating to the north side. So we might not be done just yet. If it does get back under 27, I said my stop would be 26.75s. I'm actually getting ready to trail that stop up north a little bit. I might just stop myself out of 27, breaks back to the downside. But you could basically rely on this 50-period EMA on the 1 minute if you're using the 1 minute chart. We're watching it bounce off of it multiple times throughout the day today, to the downside and to the upside. But I usually don't like to use the 1 minute chart to trade. I'm always using the 5 minute chart, or always using the tape to trade over here. As you guys see, that was the moment. That's where I flipped short. It was because the characteristics of the time of sales was changing. We saw the velocity of the greens on my tape and yellows. Yellows on my tape is basically any print that's higher than the bid, and you're seeing blues come in right now, which is below, higher than the ask, and blues, which are below the bid. These color coding and customizing your platform, allowing you to see exactly what's happening on the market could be something that you could incorporate in your system over there. That's what kind of indicated to me that 44 was gassing out a little bit, maybe the wrong word to use, but it was losing strength and characteristics changing. And now look at that, the bid's getting smashed on AI.
Yeah. Watching that. 43 incoming possibly. I mean, we have a little bit of a dance at 43.20, 43.25-ish. There's really not that much support until we get down to this peak over here, which is 42.80. I mean, you got to assume it's 43, 42.80. That was the initial rejection. Then you got the break through the whole dollar, right? So let's see what it does at the whole dollar. A bit of a buying zone between the whole dollar and that 80 level. Let's see if there's going to be liquidity there, and if the buyers step up, who knows? Maybe it doesn't even make it down there. It's been an absolute rocket. 15 2/3 to the high side. Do you see? I don't really see a recent, like a recent upcoming end to this AI craze, because I feel like, you know, we'll probably be in it for a few more months, because I think we haven't exhausted it yet. You know what I mean? There's just more coming up.
For a few more generations, my friend.
You know, but there's usually a bubble to this stuff, right? There's the bubble, and then, you know, you come back a little bit back to earth. The technology matures, and then you get it like instituted en masse. You know, like, I don't know, if you're looking at the past as any indication. I mean, who knows? You don't have to copy the past. That's the thing. AI curling up again. 44 incoming. Come to the screen. Here we go. We haven't broken it yet, but definitely curling up at that 85 level. I'm not seeing that much size on the book yet, Bradley.
Yeah, this stock is not done yet. It's saying, Prad, calm your horses. You thought we were done. You thought we were going straight to VWAP. Nobody. Oh, 44.
Baby, there it goes.
Oh, no, I missed it.
There it goes.
The stock's going to halt now
it's
very
an
soon.
absolute
Look at this
rocket.
one.
Rocket ship. The short's getting squeezed again. Where do we go here? Do we get a dip back into 44 and then get bought up immediately? Does the level hold, or do we just fake out breakout here and come downside? No, looks like we're continuing, baby. Getting bought up aggressively. The buyer's really dominating here, Bradley.
And I'm telling you what, we know that one person on the floor is for sure holding it, did not give up on this trade like we did on the way over there.
The mad
one?
And
his name is the Mad One, the demon himself for sure. Watching this position take out the high day most likely. I'm not in it though. Let's go, baby. Keep on flying for the demon at the very least. I mean, where is the end for the stock today? Is 45 the end most likely, right? That's what we were expecting. That's what the algos that are created to listen to us also in our YouTube streams are also probably coded themselves at the moment to the 45 level.
It's true.
Coming back to Oracle, ladies and gentlemen, I did add, and Oracle did not go any lower than 117.50, so that level is holding up. We are happy to see a level that we mapped out previously come into play. And here we go, GME for another break for the high day. Are we going to see it? Oh, baby. Let's go, baby. To the north side. Now, another high day break actually incoming to the north side. 12.6% up on the day for the stock. We're still losing on ASST, but we didn't get stopped out. So until we get stopped out on that position, it's not a loser until, the bag has been closed completely. So we are a little bit of a bag holder on ASST and on Oracle, but having an awesome day right now thanks to AI, C3 AI, and GME.
Yeah, man, what a move up. Great call. I don't know if they've identified themselves yet or anybody's seen them. Michelle Hebert, shout out to you, my friend. I know you were tagging me a day or two ago with respect to the calls you just picked up on GME. So I think that, good timing. Here we go, 15-1 again on the NQ. It's up almost 3/4 of a point. A lot of higher lows brewing there, and then you have that 15-1 top. First time around, big rejection candle. What I'll tell you, you know what? I like this level. Let's see what we're doing here. Let me have a look real quick. We're gonna take a long here. On the few, maybe I need to look over this a little bit more. No, I'm not gonna punch in long. I'm gonna look at this a little bit more, but I do like the fact that we are now advancing back to that 15-1, having had an initial rejection. Usually the second time around resolves a little bit better, especially in the face of a VWAP hold right there. It looks fantastic with all these higher lows. A bit more of a steady ascent rather than this aggressive upward ascent usually makes for a more reasonable and safe trade. So that's why I'm really considering this 15-1 break here with a possible 15-151 test as high of day if we really get going here on the market. We do have FOMC coming up tomorrow. That's always, in the front view, actually not the rear view at all. And then, we get a couple of things come off that. First of all, we get the minutes, or the meeting minutes, I believe, released right at 2 o'clock with the decision. The algos read it. The algos respond to the both those things. It reads the minutes and it responds to the rate decision. It's widely expected that will hold at the decision time tomorrow. And then, Papa goes on the Papa Powell Jerome Powell, Fed chair, goes on the mic 2:30, and then he starts speaking, and then there's volatility as a result of the exchanges he has with reporters there. So that will be a good time to watch as well. GME continuing to move here. I see on my corner of my eye here, Bradley, almost 13% now.
That is exactly what the chart GME looks like, ladies and gentlemen. We just got to take more profits to the north side, a new high a day, allowing us to hold this position a little bit longer. I did say, we're going to hold it under 27, if you guys remember, and then we looked at the chart, we looked at the previous levels, and we thought, maybe we would have to hold it up to 2680s, 2670s. Good thing we made that decision, because that's the reason why we're not stopped out on this position now. And the new high day still coming in on this stock, 2750s most likely. Let's go see if I have any levels on GME to the upside. Sean, are you long GME?
No, I'm with you on AI. I'm long AI.
AI? Oh, I'm already out, but you're still holding it? Let's go. 44.20, he's holding it. It's not good at the moment. Okay, we'll see. We'll come back to that one in about a minute when it's about $27. GME, though, look at that. I have a line, actually. Looks like at 27.83, so that might be...
Yeah, 4 minutes, guys, till
the,
AMD.
The AI meeting?
Yeah.
Okay,
so
4 minutes.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to see if there is a event we can watch here live, and then much like we did with the Apple event, I'm going to do a little play-by-play. So let's go ahead and launch that bad boy up there. Go over to Bradley for a sec while I try to find this AMD launch event. AMD launch.
So yeah, I'm currently looking for, where this line comes from on GME, and actually I like that resistance area very much. So if you guys look at this chart, this is the daily chart on GME. This $27.83 to $28 price. I would say is a solid rejection area most likely on this position. I don't think we see anything higher than that today. Maybe in the coming days over the week, we are able to really push above this area, go to $30, $32 or so. But I don't see the stock going above. What are you guys owing about? AI? Oh, Lee, what is going on AI? These guys are getting crazy. Bro. This stock is at a new high a day. Why am I out of this position? Wow! 45 incoming. Let's see the stock break 45, and I want to see a halt, man. I want to see a halt so I can get in. Do I have any inverse gateways coded on in this keyboard? I don't, so I need to code inverse gateways right now on this keyboard. Figure that part out. But ladies and gentlemen, this stock is not done yet. Remember earlier when I was screaming, hey, the shorts are in, shorts are in. I'm wrong. We're at $45 now very soon. Just give it a second. Wow, Sean, like I said, just give it a moment. We'll circle back to it. Give it a moment and we'll circle back to it, baby. And we are circling back to it. Only 2 more pennies away from 45. 45 has some size on the ask. 300 lots over there. That is quite a bit of size. We are now turning away from that position. Absolute barrier. We're not even able to print a single penny above 45, but I think we will. I think we will break 45. We are going to smash. Here we go. Come on, let's see it. Wow. Let's see it. Smash that ask, baby. Everyone just, okay, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not trying to go to jail here. But smash that ask, baby. Let's go to the north side. Come on, let's break it. 3, 2, 1, push.
Yeah, big size there at that level. And who knows what's actually hiding behind there, too. 45 was the level we looked at. That was the close. Going back, I believe, the 30th. Here we go again. Big size, but holding up for now. I think we need multiple touches through this here, Bradley. Good look, though.
Oh, one more try.
Sean says. Sean, yeah, here we go, baby. We're dancing with it. Lots of volume, Bradley. 45 million shares having done on the day.
This is a lot of, I'm just trying to look at the tape at the moment. Like I was talking to you guys earlier, look at the greens. That you barely see any reds. A lot of mid prints obviously coming in because we are at a pretty decent level over here. 300 lots. Okay, here we go. Oh, we're going to churn through this, baby. Oh, that's an iceberg at the moment. We saw it refresh, mad refresher. No, it's refreshing, homie. It's refreshing. Let's see if it, okay. That's a solid level, man. I'm going to flip short here. Let's wait for another attempt for it to come back there and see if we can catch that short fill at 44.90, and then we'll throw a stop out. Hold up. Come back up here. I'm gonna get in right here. Oh, snap. I'm scared. Let's see what happens. Test that level one more time, please. 45. Come on. Let's see if that area is able to break. No, we are now pushing down. Notice how we're not seeing that many greens or yellows. It's a lot more red and a lot more blue. That is the right colors I want to see to the downside. Let's go straight back down. No greens and no yellows if I'm short. But if anyone else is long, then obviously, you know, they want greens and yellows. Come on, push back down. Oh man, we're still seeing buying come in on this position. Like we want to see only straight selling because people need to be scared that there is a big seller over there who keeps on refreshing at 45. And if there are not enough buyers, oh wait, what is going on here? Are we holding a price over here in the 50s? 52 held pretty strongly, but let's see if we can hold it again. There we go.
The AMD event
Oh,
is starting,
51?
by the way.
50s? Never mind, boys. The short's in play. Let's take some profits. Let's take some profits. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Good job.
Are you not entertained?
Good job. I'm going long the future here on the Qs as we come back into 15-1. I want to let you guys know that the AMD event has started. It's called the AMD Data Center and AI Technology Premiere. It's taking place like in this kind of theater setting with a big like super wide screen. Yeah, and they're just starting out now. So we're going to keep our eye on that. I've got AMD's stock, or I've got the ticker loaded up here to be able to react to any major changes there. You never really quite know what the lag is on these feeds, right? So you're not really quite sure who's seeing what before you. And so sometimes when you see a market move, the move or like the vision or what you're seeing on
Holy
the
smokes,
video
this
is
stock is
different.
freaking nuts.
AI, you're going north?
Yeah, I'm out.
You're okay. It's a good trade, man. There's a lot of movement on that, lots of momentum, lots of volatility. Hell of a trade.
I mean, I did get to take some profits out under 44.50s, guys, but right now I had to take most of my size out at 44.70s area and above 44.70 because clearly we're pushing right back up to the north side. Like I said, look at that buying. We're about to break 45 over here. Come on.
Lisa Sue on the stage.
More size on 45 now than previously. Let's see if we're able to. I'm gonna try again. Do I have it? I don't have it. Okay, I have it. Let's see. Okay, so they did churn through some size again, but it's the same size that we saw earlier. It's not 400 lots now. It's still about 300 lots. We are now pushing back down, but look, I'm honestly scared for the short. I'll be honest with you. So be careful. This is gonna punch me out very soon over here because we are about to punch through 45. Look at that. Look at that barrier. Oh, I'm out.
I love it. My ear. I love the energy, though, bro. I cannot complain about this. This is what we're talking about. Midday show action.
We're back under.
There we go. Wow. So there's a lot of, yeah, go on. Go ahead, Bradley.
We're back under, so that's called the backside fail through. Oh, look at that. Backside fail through, came back up. We saw a barrier at 44.90s now. Iceberg showing up. This is the exact backside. Now is the short. Now is the short. It is a short now. It's got to go right back to the downside. Let's see it. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. That's a backside short. You can't be telling me that we're going to go back through it. No way. Absolutely no chance. If it goes back through, then I'm done trading this position for the day. I'm not touching it anymore. I don't want to give my money back. I already gave some money back on this position. Looks like the shorts do want to get squoze. I'm not scared though. What's the high day on this position?
I'm never scared.
Look at that buyer show up right now at 44.71, man. Come on, take them out, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, short sellers, take them out. There we go. That's what I want to see. Bang, bang, baby. I do want to see what the high day is on AI at the moment. Let's go see what the high day is. 45.21. So I think I can give it up to 45.21. That's fine. I'm short exactly at 44.86. So maybe I can't give it that high. Right now, though, we're in a winner. Let's take some size out. Let's scalp out that profits. There we go. 44.40s coming back into play. I do think that is the short, though. That is called the backside short. That's what Neil talks about all the time. Wait for the backside on a stock. Anytime that you want to short it, don't short the front side. And now, if that is the play, we should go all the way back down to any previous supports, like, for example, that 43.70 area or even 42.70 area, giving us multiple dollars in the money for a very tight risk.
Yeah, absolutely there. So keeping my eye here on the AI event, they're calling this the 4th gen AMD. Okay, so switch there. Basically, it's Lisa Sue. She's on the stage. She's got a fantastic electric blue jacket on.
Oh, I fat fingered.
Yeah, shout out to Lisa and her crew, and they're introducing something at the moment, so we're continuing to watch that. The 4th gen AMD EPYC, EPYC, Genoa, they're calling it. Now, it doesn't set, it is, yeah, it's a data center chip. So we're waiting for GPUs. They're still talking about cloud. You know, the market, we want to hear about GPUs. We want to hear, you know, whatever you want to call it, a craze or not. It was crypto a few years ago. Now it's AI. This is what's moving markets at the moment. So, you know, these trigger words are awfully important. But yeah, in this triple Qs long, we're long 40s. We're at 53s here. We're looking for continuation as I'm looking for a 15-1 take here. And by take, I mean decisive take, not flirt with. We're also nearing highs as well on the ES 44.23 HOD ES September contract 15.151.25 HOD on the NQ September contract. We're embroiled in these longs, looking for continuation, simultaneously keeping our eye on AMD, which is now knocking on that 130 door. Yes, that level was important earlier. It's been a key level of resistance, or, you know, the general vicinity of 130 on the day, but we've been kind of within this range to be expected, right? Especially in anticipation of this news. And Lisa is spitting hot lines right now on the stage.
Bars?
She's spitting hot bars, hot lines. Lisa and her fantastic electric blue jacket is absolutely making me print here on these longs. We're 30 pennies in the money here on the Qs. Let's go, baby. We're looking for HOD proudly.
Lisa dropping bars. That's all I heard, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go. AMD is, I guess you're long AMD. Is that?
I'm long the Qs.
Qs. Okay,
yeah.
Let's go. Qs pushing up. And we need the Qs to push up, honestly, for Oracle to help me out over here. I did have to close my long on ASST because I didn't, as the whole AI craziness was going on, I didn't forget to focus on ASST, which did manage to push down well under my stop near 205. So as it pushes back above 205, I was like, okay, this is actually a free exit for me, and I'm going to take that free exit, punched out off of that position.
Go. Here we go.
What was
I'm
the
keeping
one?
on my eye. AWS, yeah, they're talking. Okay, we're keeping an eye. We're keeping an eye here on AMD stock. We had a 130.50 touch and then an immediate rejection down. Lisa Sue, what are you doing? That blue jacket is not doing well for the market at the moment. No, she's got friends from AWS, Amazon Web Services, a gentleman from there representing them. And we are moving down on the market as a result of that. A bit of a move down here. Do we get bought back up? Is this perfunctory? Let's continue to see. I believe it is something related to cloud here because it's AWS. So, well, that's not far-fetched. We're moving down here on the market. I wonder if I should be punching out here. Is this just, a jerk reaction and then we're going to move back up, or is this something sustained? I don't know anything that was really said to shift this, but we're moving down. There's no question about that, Proudly. I'm going to have to look at this long here. We're moving down, Proudly.
We're moving down. I'm yelling timber. I'll stop.
No good.
Before we get demonetized on that side.
No, you can sing it.
Nah, man, not longer than 3 seconds or like 6 seconds.
Sing it.
You
can
sure?
sing it, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, because we have Neil do be rapping out here once in a while. Are we still doing that? Like
he
for
hasn't
raps
done it
or
in a while, no.
That's because we haven't gotten the right amount of likes every single time. We keep failing on that.
Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear Neil rap. It's been a while, so I think, what is it, before the morning show ends, before 2 o'clock, as long as we get 2K likes or 3K likes, if I remember correctly, that's a Neil wrap Friday. But right now, more importantly, we're talking about AMD and the whole market. I'm still long GME. I fat-fingered my exit on, oh my, look at this quadunk on AI, man.
Damn it.
AI still going to the downside, and we were not able to capitalize on it. I fat-fingered my exit on the shorts, but looks like 44 has some size right now on the bids. It is potential that 44 holds, but I hear a lot of woos about AMD going to the downside, which obviously makes me sad because I love AMD. So we're watching AMD right now really get slammed to the downside, right back to the VWAP. But is that a long over there for the VWAP area, 125? I'm trying to look at the Sharif's text-to-speech over here, not text-to-speech, but closed
right
caption as to understand what she's talking about. Sprinkler? Huh?
Yeah.
You're going to put a sprinkler in the data servers? All right, short. Never mind.
Yeah, shout out to Dan. Dan saying 15, 110 rejection again. Dan, could it have been at a worse time? Lisa coming in and, pardon me, and whatever announcement there with AWS was not met well with the market, but it happened to time perfectly with that level, and down we go. Now, is this a sustained move down, or do we hold these levels? I don't know what the analysts were predicting with respect to the relationship between AWS and AMD here, but it clearly didn't like it. And so I don't want to go against this trend. And here we go, downward go the Qs, and downward goes AMD. It is now negative.
Should I sell out of my long term?
2/3 of the day. 2/3.
I think this is a sell out of my long-term move right now. Like, what is going on? Whatever it is, this is insane. $2 in the money for Sean over there off that 130. This is absolutely nasty. AMD just went from being up 0.5% up on the day to now being down 0.7% on the day. We are watching a little bit of a bounce, maybe possible bounce. I don't want to put words in the stock's mouth, but we are watching some bitter step up, or at least a little bit of a stepping up action. Could just be shorts taking profits, but we'll see what happens in the next few minutes if you are able to get back up, or does the stock continue to drop below 128? Oh, here we go, right below 128 now, and more money in the profits for the short side for anyone who's short. Sean, I think Sharif is short, I'm not sure, but this news, we need to find out exactly what was said, because that drop is nasty. We're dropping like it's hot. Wow, 127.50 is coming in. Sean obviously enjoying this ride. This makes me upset, man. Come on, AMD. I was getting happy that AMD was about to be $133 per share in my long-term account, and looks like that's going to be as Sean goes, nipa, because we are straight back to the downside on this one. Now down 1.2% on the day, ladies and gentlemen. All I see is dollar signs to the downside.
Well, dang. Well, dang. I mean, yeah. Print. I should have been switching short there, but yeah, the market sell the news event, I'm assuming, because here it is. We're selling big, and we're not just isolated to the microchip names. We are kind of curling down on Apple, Meta, you name it. The only one holding up here better than most is Tesla, with a decline right below 258. We're in the high 257s. But we're still not completely bearish on these markets. Now, we're above VWAP on both the ES and the NQ, so we still have those levels off which to work. And the fact that oil has been really strong on the day has really helped the ES hold up. Oil still up 3 1/3, so the ES, its decline slowing down a little bit off that 44.23 top, but several touches off these levels. Dan pointing out the 15.110 on the NQ. I would say the 4423, that's been touched 4422 several times today in intraday trading. So keeping my eye also on the AMD data center and AI technology premier. It is still the dude from AWS with Lisa and that fantastic blue jacket. They are talking about details with respect to that EC2. Okay, these are a lot of acronyms that people probably won't care about. It has to do probably something with cloud CPUs, usually for cloud. So we'll keep an eye on that GPU announcement. But so far, it's been a sell the news type event for this AMD Premier. Yeah, holding above key levels though. The AMD stock, though, 127.50 hold for now. Let's see, we're above 128. What do we get here on the next few steps in the afternoon?
Yeah, I'm just watching my positions, honestly, just trying to manage them. I think Oracle is still flat, and GME is actually out of the money at the moment. GME is out of the money by 16 cents. Waiting to see if maybe we can add on GME around 27 for another possible run back up. You know, the market pulling back down right now with the help of AMD bringing down the semiconductor sector, most likely helping GME push to the downside. But I'm expecting another squeeze, another run back up north here. That might also happen later on after 2 o'clock or the power hour, 3 o'clock or so. So you might have to wait on that. My previous stop was under 26.80. I could technically stick to that stop as I don't have too much size left at the moment. I'm just debating what I want to do with GME, so we'll come back to this one while we're still watching AMD. You know, AMD, this 128 area, I was getting ready to maybe possibly build into a long over here. But as Sharif said, you know, you don't want to build into a news catalyst-based trade without knowing the news at the moment. And sadly, I have no clue what's absolutely going on over here. You know, if she's saying anything negative, obviously the market perceived whatever she said as negative because they completely sold off that move that we had to the north side over there towards 130 on AMD, and now we're down almost 1% on the day. So a little bit of a rejection move on whatever that is being said or being sold to the public. No buy. Oracle, thankfully, getting pushed back above 118 at the moment, and we do like to see that still flat on that position. Actually, we're, 15 cents in the money on that position. Let's see if we can start making some money over here. Getting pushed back up to 120 would be amazing. The VWAP on the stock is actually around 120.30. So we would love to see if that's a possibility. Obviously, this breakout over here would be a possible entry for me, 118.39. Let's say 118.50. If we do break 118.50, then we're getting ready to do so right now. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Look, the Prastradamus lines previously shown you on last night's YouTube stream, but now, I almost typed Pratt over here. Let's show you over here. I'll show you right now on this stream over here. I said, look, you just have to wait for this 117.50 line. Now, these are the type of streams that we'll be having on here, 4 o'clock after stream. So get ready, man. That 4 o'clock streams that we're going to have. And sure, you know, some days you might even see your buddy Sharif coming on with me.
Oh, bro, I'll come on. I just need an invite.
Any day, Poppy, any day. Come on. We'll talk about earnings movers. We'll talk about, we'll have fun. We'll have fun. But yeah, right now you're having fun about a position that you're trading. So let's go take a look at that.
Took the 82 long, took a little bit out there through the 363 break. Looking to continue here on this dip. We kind of formed a bit of a top bottoming tail candle. Looking for a new 5-minute high, though. That's going to come by way of a 15.089 break. Not quite there yet on this bounce. Still looking at Lisa here. She's holding something in her hand. Leadership in cloud native performance. It's not GPU. 4th generation AMD EPYC. It's still the EPYC that they were talking about earlier. Still waiting for that GPU announcement as we pump up here on the future. 30 pennies or so in the money, looking to continue to hold. Let's ride this one up a little bit more. We've got a nice little bottoming tail candle here. If we can continue to go, we've got lots more and another 15-100 test. Who knows? Lisa still speaking here. We're waiting for GPU info. Nothing yet. Let me see here. I think just got a notification. U.S. annual CPI. No, that's obviously old. That's not what I'm looking for. Q's dancing with 363. We'll continue to watch this one as we, tough trades on the day. To be expected, though. To be expected. But positive. That's what I'm pleased about. Positive.
That's what's it's all that matters at the end of the day, man. Look, Greg always says, and Greg is our floor manager over here. He always says the bank account doesn't know how that money got in there, right?
Doesn't care.
So it doesn't care if it came from buyouts. It doesn't care if it came from CPI longs, or it doesn't care if it came from Momo trades.
No.
It all looks the same in the bank account
Right?
at the end of the day.
Very
so as
true.
long as if you have a profitable day and you had a green day, and also make sure that it's not just a profitable and a green day, that it is a repeatable strategy.
Very true.
It's a repeatable strategy
Yes.
that you can do again and again, and at the same time, it's also a scalable strategy, because that means you can scale up, scale down when the times are good, when the times are bad. If you have this right formula, right setup for you, ladies and gentlemen, the moon's the moon. You know,
Yeah,
forget the moon, the sky, the universe,
sky's the limit,
the
baby.
Andromeda galaxy is a destination for you. I'm out here.
2.5 million
Light years away.
That's frustrating. It's kind of infuriating. I hate how everything is so far. You know, proudly, the AI can travel forever and we can't.
Yeah.
And that's sad.
One day we'll be out, my friend. We'll move our consciousness into a computer and we'll live forever. I don't know. I'm just talking about some movie
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
just-
But right now, what is the movie in front of my face? Is the GME move right back to the north side, ladies and gentlemen.
it.
Look at the stock. I was debating if I should buy more at 27. I chickened out. We're moving right back to the north side on GME. Oracle with a nice little pump up to the north side too. We're waiting for that
on,
118.50 to break so we can add. I do have an order already sent out. Currently 52 pennies in the money on Oracle and 15 cents in the money on GME. Positions moving back up north and money being poured right back into our pockets.
Yeah.
NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are also moving back up, which would be, my guess is now that AMD is moving up. Yeah, look at AMD. A higher low and a higher high potentially coming in very soon. I mean, we did see a rejection of the same high around 128.80s, but if we are able to break out of that high, then a higher high and a possible retrace back right back to VWAP over here on AMD. Still down, sadly, 0.6% on the day, and that conference is now moving on
I'm
to.
watching it. They're talking with Meta now, VP of Infrastructure. I know, right? Not Meta, says Sean. He doesn't want that heat. Meta with a lot of, very polarizing company. Anyway, Alexis Bjornlin, I believe, a lovely female on stage with the lovely Lisa. They are now, and she's wearing red. Lisa's wearing blue. She would dare wear blue while Lisa was wearing blue. I'm kidding, of course. Anyway, they're both talking. We're going to keep in an eye here. They're talking about engineering leadership. We're going to see what kind of dialogue they start talking about and what the topic is. Probably going to be metaverse related. If I had to guess, maybe a chip for the metaverse there. Here we go. I'm sitting at 24s here on the Qs. To get filled, we're long 82s. This will be another piece here on the Qs. We get up, I think, to 23s, not quite the fill, back down into the single digits and teens, keeping it a look here as well as they speak and looking at what they're talking about. They're talking about nothing yet here. Zen Core SoC composition. There's a lot of engineer speak that I don't really understand. Telemetry, geez Louise. They did announce already, yeah, and then I already know that they announced it in the morning. I'm looking for something new. I know that they announced their AI chip in the morning. They already front ran their event with that headline. What Max and I were talking about was, if they come out with a little tidbit there with respect to like pre-orders or whatever, they got a big customer for this or that. That's what I'm looking for there. So the event that's why I'm monitoring the event proudly. Still sitting here at 24s on the triple Qs. We're hanging out in the teens, but not much happening quite yet to cause us to break through these tops, but good direction so far.
Good direction indeed. I mean, the markets are still green, and we can't ask for more as long as the markets are green, giving us opportunities every single day to trade. No complaints over here from me at all. Honestly, guys, I'm just managing my positions. I'm not looking to enter into any new trades at the moment. But if there's anything that you want me to pull up and maybe give you my 2 cents on, feel free to shout it out.
So shout out to Nick Dubb. Sharif, can you take a look at Fubo for a squeeze and continuation breakout? They take my money. That is until I canceled it a couple of days ago. Shout out to them because the prem is over and I'm not paying them anymore. So
okay.
How's the Fubo chart looking though?
Yeah, so I previously have mapped out some of the levels I would be interested in Fubo, and right now this consolidation low from this year of February 21st area, high of $2.22. Let's say $2 to $2.22 would be the area that I'd be looking out for. If the stock is able to show us some buyers in that range and we're able to push above it, then I think there is a potential squeeze opportunity. The volume point of control for the last week or so is currently at $1.19, which indicates that most longs that happened over the last few days are currently at $1.19, which means most people are in the money, and the shorts that anyone who built up shorts over here are already losing at the moment. So if they start getting scared and getting squoze to the upside, any shorts up here are already getting squoze. There is a potential chance that the stock, moves up to this 230, 240 area, but I'm not expecting too much high side on the stock, honestly, as we are still waiting for. I think Fubo doesn't really make too much money, do they? I don't think they make any money at all. We can go check on Finviz at the moment. Let's go type in Finviz, go to Fubo. And you'll see right here as their PE and their forward PE both are empty, indicating that they make absolutely zilch, no money at all. But over here, if we go to Palantir, Palantir used to be in the same boat. They did not show PE or forward PE because they made zilch money. But now Palantir, as they do say that they're getting ready to make some profits. I think Uber was in the same boat over there. Uber is now coming out with the forward PE too. So we're seeing some of these companies actually getting ready to start making some profits over here. But sadly, Fubo, if I believe, was Mark, what's that guy's name? The Dallas Dallas Mavericks owner.
Oh, Mark Cuban? Yeah.
He's part of Mark Cuban company,
I have
right?
no idea. Is he?
I think Sean's shaking his head over there. He might have sold out, though.
Oh, no, it's the other guy. It's Dame, the black guy. That's...
Oh, Fubo is the clothing company?
No, yeah.
Oh,
no,
I'm thinking about Fubu.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
okay,
this is Fubo. Yeah,
People still buy Fubo?
Because they got the Prem in Canada. That's why.
I've never seen anyone wear this anymore, man. I think this is the short.
No, dude, this is the streaming service.
So this is the streaming service.
Yeah, this is the streaming service,
this is
not
Mark
the clothing line.
Cuban's.
I don't know. Is Mark Cuban involved in the streaming service? I have no idea. Yeah.
Well, anyways, you guys get my point.
Yeah, I'm very close to. I was.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Fubo is a different beast altogether. I didn't have too much by them. I liked Inichi and Vocal.
And Kappa.
No, I didn't like Kappa. No, I liked Adidas. No, I like Adidas.
Man.
That was my. I was like a little bit in between.
It's all about the three stripes.
Quad boom, out of the futures trade, by the way. All right, there's a new gentleman on the stage here at the AMD Data Center and AI Technology Premiere. I don't know who he is. Wait until they bring a better shot here of the background, and then I'll tell you what company he's representing. They're talking about cognitive computing. Yeah, we'll see what that ends up entailing, but looks like the Meta representative is done for the moment. So let's see here. Yeah, not really seeing anything to identify his company. So we'll continue to watch what we get here. Not much movement right now on the AMD stock. Actually, it's a bit of a sell the news event. So it's continuing to head down, quite frankly. So if this continues to head down in this way, this could be just, we could end up at day's lows at 125.90. That's a couple bucks away from where we are right now. So we shall see. Fuge still dancing below 1501 on the NQ. Not much happening there. The ES looking stronger at the moment, though, with its trend up looking to touch 44.23. Not much happening in my world as we continue to dance at these levels on the Fuge.
There is that big drop on AI. I see someone in the chat who was talking to Neil earlier about the backside. Is that what you call it? That is called the backside short, right? Yeah. Failed breakout short. Yeah, that's another one to call it. Failed breakout short. We are getting that short now playing out, ladies and gentlemen, as we did push under the 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. Happened to be around that $44 mark. We consolidated a little bit off that EMA, but now we're managing to push well below that. Would have been $2 in the money if I didn't fat finger my exit for a 50-cent profit. And now I'm expecting, move right back to this consolidation bottoms over here near 41.50s, honestly. Right now we're getting a little bit of a bounce off of 43 on that position. Would have been happy to hold that short, but sometimes you just make a mistake, and I did not want to get back into that trade. For me, it's very hard to get back into a trade, especially when I keystroke. But I know, Neil always says just get back in it. It's just hard for me to do so. It's just hard for me to do so. Maybe I could maybe cut down size and then get in. I could do so many things over there, but mentally, it's just hard mentally for me yet. I'm still learning. I'm still a baby trader. I'm only like 2-3 years into my trading over here. As I say to a lot of the trainees behind me, your first 4 years, you should probably treat that as like university. You're in school, and honestly, you're not paying anything to learn whatever you're learning, and the skills that you learn over here will be useful way well in your life after you're done over here too. So the first 4 years are basically like university. Just sit there, soak up the information, learn, and that's what I'm here for. And thankfully, I'm able to do that live in front of a million viewers every single day.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, okay. Well, a lot of mental capital expended today, I gotta tell you that.
Yeah, I'm a little tired, and usually that does not happen.
Yeah, a lot of mental capital expended and not wisely distributed, to be quite honest with you. There were a lot more obvious trades that you could have sat in all day, but that is the nature of this business. You got to rein yourself in and get it together. All right, keeping an eye here on the AMD AI event. It looks like a new individual from Microsoft is on stage, and now Lisa Su has been replaced by another gentleman representing AMD. I'm not familiar with who this gentleman is, but now I know that the female on stage with him is from Microsoft. So this is a collab with Microsoft. We've seen the initial one was so there was Meta. Who else was on there with him?
Amazon.
Meta, Amazon, and now Microsoft. So 3 huge heavyweights on there.
You know that meme where that. The Grim Reaper is knocking door to door, and he's going from door to door, and the first door has like a company logo, the second door has like a company logo. I'm sure you're going to see something coming out with the Grim Reaper being AMD, the first door being Amazon, second door being Meta, and the third door being Microsoft Azure now coming in under their targets. I think they're going to... obviously, the news was not good. AMD still going to the downside. I'm just looking at EXPI right now. Someone in chat said, can you look at EXPI for me? Yeah, we're currently up 1.56% on EXPI. I'm not sure what the catalyst is on this position. Maybe if I can quickly pull up this one, maybe see if it was an earnings play recently. Earnings was not too long ago. It was on the 2nd of May. What is the news catalyst over here? Holdings up 21%, pace for largest percentage increase. Okay. Okay, there you go. That right there is the catalyst. So EXP World holding to replace Heska in S&P 600 at open on June 14th, which is tonight. Actually, there's an index change then. Tonight looks like there's an index change over here. S&P 500 getting replaced, blah, 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 blah. So this stock getting deleted from an index, and this stock is getting added to the index. And I wonder when this news was announced. This news was announced on June 8, 2023. That's why we're watching this stock move up since that day. Look at that, June 7th, June 8th. June 9th, June 10th, and so on. We've been moving up ever since that day was announced, and looks like somewhere going into tonight, into tomorrow morning, this stock will now be part of the S&P 600, sorry, not 500, and that's why it's up, and that's the sole catalyst over here coming in. We're still waiting to see what happens with Oracle, ladies and gentlemen. Oracle's yet to give me my extra size that I'm looking for. We're still 45 cents in the money. So let's go, but nothing really happening too much to the upside over there. GME getting ready to create a higher low and a higher high most likely, and then break out north side, which would be amazing. Do I want to take more size out? Yeah, why not? We'll take some more size out and we'll see if we can hold the last few shares over here for a bigger pump north side on GME.
All right, AMD helps Microsoft 4 times, says Adam Khalifa. Yeah, you never know. I mean, I think Microsoft actually started developing their own chip. No, was it Google or Microsoft?
Wait, you
Fact
have the
check me.
shorts, Neil? Sorry, I was zoned out. What'd you say, my friend?
No, I'm thinking out loud. Basically, who is the company that made their own chip? Was it Google or Microsoft? Their own AI chip.
Google.
The GPU.
Google
Was it
Tensor
Google?
AI, I think, right? That's what's in their phones at the moment.
No, that's a CPU. I'm talking about GPUs.
Oh, GPU.
Yeah, someone was making a GPU. I forget who it was. Anyway, yeah. So I think, I'm not sure. Anyway, we have the Microsoft lady on now. She's talking about Azure, so this is obviously cloud-based. Not seeing anything GPU yet. I put Azure. Yeah, thank you. I put the link in the chat there if you guys want to watch what I'm watching at the moment. So Azure in focus now at the moment at the event. So we'll keep an eye on that. What's the overall picture looking like? Looks like AMD's holding 128 for now. Looks like that's a bit of a good support level. A lot of wicks below it, but nothing closing below it. So that looks good. 15,100 coming into focus again here on the future. Talk about the NQ September contract. Just a couple of points below that as we retrace back up for another attempt at this level. I don't know what kind of resolution we get. We took our money and ran with this future trade. It's been an inside day for the last part. But yeah, you had big moves up. Tesla again. Holy, I missed this. Up again, 260 incoming, 259.36 now, the high a day on Tesla. I did not see it break out there through that range. So have a look at Tesla over here. This is the, oh my goodness, AI making a comeback as well.
Yeah,
everything's moving. Let's move to Tesla here real quick. TSLA on the NQ. Let's go, Sharif. NQ. There you go. Now we're coming back up to that 259.5 touch. We're technically on the day, it's a 36 high, but yeah, Tesla looks like it's gaining momentum again and looking poised to break it there, but there's a lot of bamboozlement on this stock, so pack your patience and make sure you're sized in accordingly in order to take the eventual hits that do come on this stock. Unless you're perfect timing, very few of us can get that, but Tesla, it dishes out punishment, but it can be as rewarding. So yeah, high day, near high day, up 3 2/3%. What else we got? Curling down a little bit here on the future. Another 15,100 rejection for now. We'll keep an eye out on these levels proudly.
Yeah, we're watching AI push back up at the moment, obviously, but the important thing is to see what AI does right here at this price point. Like I said previously, this 44 area is a volume point of control, which means where most of the volume has transacted on the day today, including the pre-market. So this area could now act as a resistance as we are under this level. You can see also the anchored VWAP is also acting as a support. So we are now we've been holding above anchored VWAP the whole day. So we're above the anchored VWAP, but we're also below the point of control at the moment. So this is a very, very interesting range that we're in from $43.30 to $44 over here. If we are able to see any breakout to the north side past this area, then I think we see another retest of 45 and another break of 45. But if we do see a barrier of 44, continuous breakout of barrier of 44, then obviously another move right back to the downside incoming on AI. The play might not be done yet, and we just saw it being up 666% up to the north side.
Yeah, here we go. Another 15,100 touch. Let's resolve in the direction of the trend. Tesla coming in hot with that 259.50. It's coming in hot. We'll see if we get that print. 42's now the high, and 15.1 dance. Again, I'm long the future again for a nice scalp. We're 10 pennies in the money, looking for a little bit of a continuation through the breakout of this range. If we can get that and make a little bit of money on it, I'll be pleased. Let's have a couple of resting profit takers in and around here. Should we make our way up? but no resolution today, you know, in front of 15,100. Dan making the point that we've rejected multiple times off 15,110, 15,110 has been a multiple rejection point today on the NQ September contract. A bit of a double top forming in and around there. So we'll see how we resolve here. We're looking good, but yeah, I'll have to pack my patience on this one. Keep going back, seeing what Lisa Sue's off the stage now. What's going on at the AMD data center event? Nothing yet brewing there. Still the Microsoft rep proudly talking on there. So we'll keep you apprised of what's going on as we do the dance with no pants on this future trade.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Currently just looking at the chat to see what you guys are looking at. We did watch, obviously, AI push right back up to 44, but like I said, that 44 area, very important at the moment, and we are seeing that barrier put right back in onto that position, and most likely another drop down incoming. Want to welcome Motivational Studio, Kling Duca coming in with the new subscription for Trader TV Live. That's right, I forgot about the Trader TV Live members and so on. If you are not part of the Trader TV Live members, it's an optional thing, obviously. Feel free to subscribe, become a member. Supports us over here, allows us to keep on expanding the show. Like for example, the 4 o'clock show, and hire expensive hosts like my friend over here, Sharif himself, and even getting expensive cameras for ourselves to you know, make ourselves, you know, maybe look a little bit better than we really do in real life. But yeah, thank you for everyone who have supported us through your super chats, through becoming a member, and through daily coming in and hitting the like. So if you've not had the like yet, support us by hitting the like. It helps us out with the whole YouTube algorithm, and we appreciate everyone who has done that today already. Keep in mind, there's a closing show coming up in the next 20 minutes. The big kahunas, as Sharif calls them, will be back very soon in the next 20 minutes, and you guys will be having a lot more fun going into the close all the way from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. I'm still watching AI right now, ladies and gentlemen, and managing my GME and my Oracle. Oracle, which was 50 cents in the money, sadly now only 11 cents in the money as we march right back to the 118 area. The one thing that makes me happy is, look at this right here on the 1 minute chart. We were previously getting rejected by the 50 period EMA. Now we're actually above the 50 period EMA and getting getting ready to now use the 50 period EMA as a potential support and move back up north. And if that's possible, more upside potential for the stock. I'm expecting that 120, 120.50 to come into play. Would love for that opportunity to come into on the stock. Well, what's going on over there, ladies and gentlemen? These guys are going absolutely crazy. I don't wonder what stock that is. Most likely AI, as it's now peaking back above 44, and that key decision number once again back in play. We are having a little bit of an issue. I mean, look, we are printing the 44s, but we don't see too much size on 44s. Looks like a little bit of a hidden seller maybe. I need to confirm that as we go back up there to see if that is true. I didn't get to you know, really keep my eyes out there as much as I want to see it happen. But oh, going back down, going back up, not sure. Like I said, it's a decision point over here. They really need to see. I need to see what happens before I make a decision on this one. A breakout of this area would be amazing for the long side as we can run up north or push back down south over here. Looks like Carvana is actually pushing up north at the moment. So let's go check out what Carvana is doing. $24 breaking on Carvana. New high a day incoming on this position. Finally breaking above 24. Now 13% up on the day. The NASDAQ is also moving up north, and so is the ES. We could possibly try along here and risk off the 24. If we do go back under 24, we'll just get out of this trade. Keep in mind that Carvana is also a highly shorted stock, so that could give us that oomph that we need on the short squeeze over here. But we need 24s to hold on the bids. You just saw 24 break, so there is no real iceberg, no big size, no big level that we're watching that we were using to trade like we did earlier on AI. AI had 300 lots on the long side earlier, and then 300 lots earlier to the short side, giving us levels to lean off of and play off of. But right now, there's no size, no levels, nothing to play off of. We're just blindly punching a level just because it cleared the high a day. So that's why I don't have too much size here. I'd much rather be doing this setup with a lot more size around $25, $27. That's why I'm keeping my sizing very tight. And notice the fact that we're not holding 24 again. So that's going to be me punching out, taking that quick loss on this position. I actually don't like this trade right now. I would want it to hold 24 and show me a lot more oomph, a lot more buying power coming in, which I wasn't seeing. Is it going to do that now? Are we going to hold 24 now? That's a joke. That's a joke if you hold 24 now. I just saw 24 held just there a second ago. We're holding again 24 now. Look at that. We only have 3 lots at the moment, but I want to see some real selling pressure coming in. And then, oh, inverse gateway showing up. Okay.
Yeah.
Inverse gateway showing up and more size showing up on 25. Maybe we do get back in over here. Risk that one more time. I mean, I am seeing size come in, but it's not like crazy size. That's my hesitation over here. That 14 lots, I myself could wipe out that level, so I'm not too worried about that level. But look, they're holding. Oh,
offense. There we go, baby. Let's get continuation.
Yeah, we're gonna get in again.
I'm in the queues. We're looking for continuation through 15,100. Dancing with that level we've been all day. Finally, continuation coming through. We're long. We're about 25 pennies in the money now as we touch the $half. Could we continue here? We need to really reclaim this level and really stay above it. It's been, a hard row of hoe today. If you've been long, well, actually, it really hasn't. If you got in at 15,000, like the dip trade presented you, this could have been a lot easier of a trade than what I ended up making it into. That's all of my own doing, and that's just really my own inexperience in the trading game. Hopefully that cures itself with time and more experience. There we go. We're going to take a little bit out here at the $half. Let's sit at 48. See if we get that print coming up into 47s or so. Not quite yet. We'll see if we get the fill there. We get the fill through the $half. So nice, good little trade there on triple Qs. Again, this is just really, you're not taking the cream of the crop here. The cream of the crop
showing up
was
on Carvana
definitely on
right
the
now.
earlier trade in the morning. What's up, Bradley?
Size showing up on Carvana right now, actually, 23.95. Once again, only 100 lots. That means about like 100,000 shares or so showing up at the moment. We previously were complaining that size, no real size to lean on. So that's a little bit of a size to lean on. There we go, a little bit pump coming in. I like to pump it. Let's go, baby. Pump it to the north side. One squeeze stock done. Go to the next. That's the game that they always play, right? Pump one, pump the other, then the other, then the next one, then the next one.
Wow.
And they keep on hitting that DJ Khaled button on their stream decks too. Another one, another one. So let's go, baby. Straight to the north side. Now we want Carvana pushing up for us. I want to see another squeeze happening. Oh, 24 is actually holding, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. This could get some action over here. There is some selling pressure, though. There is clear. I mean, look, this is not a lot of size coming in on the selling. Let's actually filter it. Let's filter it for 199 lots. Let's see if we can actually see some big numbers showing up to the north side. And 24 can't hold again.
Every time you say to the north side, I feel like to the back cave.
To the back cave.
I don't know why I feel that way. 15,100. We're above it for the moment. Do we stay above it? We got some prints through the 50s because we're trading the Qs, but basing our levels off the NQ September contract. And there's a reason for that is it allows me to scalp more out rather than taking whole contracts on the NQ. So if you're looking to mitigate a little bit of risk, I suggest you do it that way. Obviously, presents complications with respect to levels. You've got to interpret that on that, and there's that whole thing. But again, 15,100, not a decisive take here. So unless we really decisively take it, I don't want to be part of this trade. So if we come back again into my $250 level, I'll have taken a nice pop, but I will get out break even for the remaining amount. Again, this is not the cream of the crop trade. The cream of the crop trade was early in the morning on the better level there at 1,500. If you're able to get that, you have been laughing all day. I had something in and around there, but absolutely paper-handed the trade. So yeah, that just sums up my day. But green on the day, so counting my blessings. Let's see. Hopefully I don't get pushed out of this trade and we ride a little bit higher, but 25s are my out. Let's see if 15,100 holds. And yeah, I got to keep my eye on this AI event, this AMD event. Sorry, AI event, that's not accurate. As we have a new speaker on stage, I'm not sure what company he represents. We'll keep an eye on that, but nothing that I've seen so far GPU related. But if you guys see anything in the chat, because I'm doing multiple things, if I've missed the GPU, tag me, let me know when they're starting their GPU talk, because that's what I want to see, Bradley.
All right, people in the chat saying Prad bringing in the energy once again.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I can't bring in the trade, so I'm bringing in the energy, right? That's what I'm doing over here. Like, I'm losing right now, man. I'm taking a fat loss on Oracle. Oracle's a fat loser at the moment, 30 cents at the moment. But look, we know our level, right? We told you our level, and especially if the bots are listening, hey, the level is $15 under from here. But as long as the bots are not listening, it's only 117.50, guys. Hopefully 117.50 doesn't break, so we can hold on to this trade a little bit longer. We're not that far away from our stop at the moment on Oracle. We're 24 cents exactly out of the money on that one, and we're still waiting to see what we can do with Carvana, the vending machine for cars. Still battling with this 24 area at the moment, waiting to see if this one can pump up. The fact that it can't hold 24 on the bids is very upsetting for me. You know, I might just want to jump out of this trade. Yeah, that's my exit. That's my exit. There you go. Look at that wall of selling coming in. Big size coming into the downside. Just breaking the barriers. And that was a clean exit indication. We did give back some money on Carvana over there. But that's fine. We're still green on the day. We might have to fight Oracle a little bit. We'll have to wait and see what's happening with Oracle. And what's going on with GME? I closed my GME position. I think that's a pretty good call over there. At the end of the day, winner, Gagne.
I love that. Yeah,
winner.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about, the lotto machines in Ontario, they have to like yell out when you win, and so they have to say it in French and English because we're bilingual. So it's funny. It's a running gag. If you're from Ontario, you know exactly what we're talking about.
That's right. We have multiple winners on the board today. That's a lie. We only have 2 winners on the board today, AI and GME, and we have 3 losers so far. Oracle not yet closed, so not yet a loser. It is actually reversing back up to the north side right now. So we'll wait and see if this one can end up being a profitable stock for us. Still green on the day, and we plan to end it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, continuing to nurse this triple Q's trade as we dance with 15-1. A short leash on this one, and I don't have the patience and the mental capital left to kind of hold this trade where it needs to go. So I will give it to 25s and break even on the rest if it comes down. There's 10 minutes left, and then we're going to send you over the big kahunas. Hopefully they get continuation above the current levels where we're at now on the future. Get that maybe 15-150 touch if we're able to stay above 15-100. So we'll look at those levels incrementally should they present themselves. I'm also keeping an eye on this AMD event. It continues to go on and on. It's a long one, baby. We're 50 minutes deep into this one. Still haven't seen any GPU stuff. Lisa Sue hasn't been on the stage in a while either. So yeah, we'll continue to watch that and bring that to you, but nothing yet. P4 DPU offload switch, a lot of engineering stuff, you know, not really like mainstream stuff they're talking about. So we'll keep an eye on that as we hang out here at these levels. 15-100. Goodness gracious. Talk about a consolidative level. Like, let's go, bro. Out of the trade I go. Breaks $0.25.
Somebody in the chat says massive ask on NVIDIA 209. I'm guessing you meant 409. I can't really see that far up on the bids right now. I do see 488 lots. Maybe there's a little bit more than that, but actually that could be all of it. 488 lots is a lot. Let's actually calculate it right now. 488. Add 2 zeros on that, I think, right? So it's 48,800 shares times 409 is about $19 million on the ask over there sitting. So that's quite a bit of a amount of a notional, let's say 20 million, round it up. $20 million on the ask sitting at 409, not allowing the stock to pass. You shall not pass. So it's an absolute barrier at the moment, but we would love to see the volume coming in, allowing the stock to go test that barrier, and maybe we do wipe out that level. I mean, how much volume has NVIDIA traded today? Let's go see. NVIDIA's volume is 32 million shares. 48,000 shares is nothing compared to how much we've traded today, obviously. So they could clean out that level if they wanted to, but just know that the notional amount is around $20 million. So for it to wipe out that level, you would need around $20 million to wipe it out. But then again, it's not much for NVIDIA. It can do that very easily. I just don't think it will do that anytime soon before 2:30, because a lot of the traders might still be on their lunch breaks and so on. And when they come back later on, you could see that power hour boost pump to the north side. I can still keep going. We are still waiting to see what happens. Ooh, Oracle still battling for me over here, man. Not looking good. But let's. I see people in the chat earlier talking about SoFi. Why don't we pull up SoFi? I mean, you guys heard me talk about SoFi earlier. I wasn't really interested in taking a long or a short on this position until it pulls up to one of my prices that I'm interested in, and that happens to be this $9.80 price or $10 price. So until SoFi really pushes up there, it's a no trade for me, or even a long somewhere down here near 850s is better for me than 882s. So I'm not really looking to gamble on SoFi at the moment. It's currently in ranges that I'm not too excited about. I would like for it to push to the extremes of the ranges for me to be interested for a trade for myself. For example, this Oracle, right? You saw it move up after hours based on the earnings move, and then that's where we mapped it out. Yesterday's high coming into play. Yesterday's high is exactly where the stock is not trying to break at the moment. You see the supports coming in at the high from at the high from yesterday, and sadly the after hour move that came in last night did not really come in to help the stock too much. It did give the stock some bounces on Oracle, but not too many bounces, and that's what I like to look for. I like to look for the extreme levels, such as the previous all-time high that happened to be yesterday's 117.51.
Lisa's back.
Sharif's, sorry.
Now
Sean's
she's talking
saying,
about GPUs. Finally, Lisa, come to my screen. Come to my screen, guys. There we go. So GPU, Lisa, she's on there. She's talking. Finally, they're going to leave the best for last, as we're 55 minutes deep now into the presentation. So keep your eye on that AMD stock. So let's see, they're talking about collaborative partnerships, they're talking about enabling ecosystems and AI, yada, yada, yada. Where are we here? Okay, let's go to the AMD stock first and foremost. So now we've got that up, so if we have any immediate moves, we can see it, but they're talking about the data center, uses of GPUs, what's VOR? I don't even know what VOR is. Anyway, so it's the important part of the presentation I think we're going to get into at the moment. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes plastered here on how this stock trades. Again, I'm looking personally for something to the effect of we've got pre-orders, we have like a huge deal with this person or that person, that company or this company, a big, mega scaler. And by mega scaler, I'm talking about the AWSs, the Azure, the ones that can scale mega, right? Because that means buying power. AMD going real down here, 128.50. Some volatility coming in. Assisted robotics, here we go. She's all over the place. Cloud, assisted robotics, AI, privacy, all the key words are being triggered here. She's really hitting those algos that are listening to her at the moment. So nothing quite yet still from lovely Lisa in the blue blazer. Bradley, what do you think about that blue blazer? Fantastic blue blazer, bro. Yeah, I
It's
love
all right.
blue, bro.
It's all right.
I love blue.
Yeah, you do.
You know, I love blue.
You do. Someone in the chat over here is actually tracking every time you mention her name or her jacket.
Oh, yeah?
And the counter happens to be at 18 right now.
Let's go, Lisa
Just
Sue.
Make that 19.
There you go.
So we're counting over here. The count just keeps on going.
Let me show them the blue
We're
blazer.
loving it.
Come to my
Let's
screen,
see it.
guys. This is Lisa and the lovely blue blazer. Lisa's killing it. Shout out to Lisa. I think she's a hell of a CEO. Her and Jensen Huang, absolute rock stars in the CPU game. And I'm only poking fun, but I have utmost respect for this woman.
I mean, as long as she makes good AMD products and puts the stock value up there in the roof for me, that's all I care about as a long-term investor. And right now, I mean, I can't complain. AMD is what, like 30% up for me, so let's go AMD. You've been absolutely spanking to the upside for me. I love it. And honestly, half of that was thankful to NVIDIA. Let's be real. Let's give credit where it's due. Because right now, whatever AMD is talking about, AI is not helping them at all. They've been getting absolutely beat down ever since that conference started, so not helping them at all. Jeremy Diamond likes blue too. Yeah, shout out
it's a
to
joke
Jeremy.
because you know.
I was switching boards.
Were
Sharif.
you? Okay, was that you?
Did you forget I was working on the boards for a little while over there?
No, I know
I
you were
remember all those conversations.
Jeremy.
What I want to do look at is how this company is now saying that they're getting ready to make profits. I'm calling cap. I'm calling absolute
Well,
cap
they
on
brought
that.
in a CEO to really rein in costs there.
Show me the numbers. Show me the papers. Show me the
Yeah,
proof.
show me.
Until then, I'm not buying it. If you guys remember,
buying.
Peloton, the iPad glued to a bike stock over here, still trying to, having a great day right now. Can't deny that move today. 7% to the north side, but I want to see the numbers. I'm still calling absolute nonsense on that move over there. We'll just have to wait and see. Congratulations to anyone who went long on that news, though, because you were able to capitalize on a monster move to the north side on Peloton today and make almost 7% on your own day trading account. So congratulations, everyone, on that one. Next one on the board was I did want to go back and look at Carvana. What is that one doing? Is that one?
It's been a sleeper all day. I mean, the chat has been talking about it. Up 11 3/4 with a 24.18 top. It's been very strong. Started the day off at 21.25. Do you want to quickly recap here quickly the AMD AI presentation? They're talking about the healthcare and biopharmaceutical, possibilities. That's always great from a humanitarian perspective. You always want to see, this super technology applied to things that benefit people. So yeah, they're going through that. But we are now over time. And this is Pradley's re-inaugural show. We're so happy to have Pradley back. At least I can speak for myself. I'm very happy to have Pradley back. And let me just tell you, bro, you brought the energy today, and you brought the trades. You killed it. Thank you for being on, Pradley. And you've got a special keyboard over here, too, by the way. You guys can't see this. There's a whole special thing over here.
Shout out to Brendo for actually pointing this keyboard out to me. I love this keyboard. This thing's a beauty. Keychron, if you want to sponsor Brendo and I, we would appreciate it. I would love to leave this keyboard here and have another one at home. So if you want to sponsor Brendan and I, don't sponsor these boomers because they hate this keyboard. They like these boomer keyboards. But sponsor Brendan and I, we would love it. Let's go to the Boomer Show. We love you guys. Peace.
Up at the big board.
And why you have to
Welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here that kicked off with, if you missed it this morning, CPI came through at 8:30. The latest print on inflation in the U.S. comes in better than expected, finally. If you missed it, 4% versus 4.1% anticipated. That kicked off things back to the upside in a big way. The initial spike on the print itself was faded, but we've been doing nothing but grinding back to the upside all day, all afternoon long. Good to see the market trying to hold on to, or at least near day highs right now. 0.69 for the S&P, about 0.6 over